All right. Good evening there, all. It's good to see you all piling into the classroom there. Don't run, just in an orderly fashion and what have you. And yes, so today's lesson we're going to reinforce you there with a little bit more knowledge, you might say. Yes, look to my coming at the first light on the fifth day, and at dawn to the east. Oh, down there, boy. Don't even turn again, officer. You're getting ahead of the game there. So yes, Legion's class is in session. Take your seat as five great travellers come to meet. And so, with your pens and textbooks poised, say hello to your hosts, Jesse, Curtis, and Osterarmer's toys. But in the world of mythos, there's heaps to explore. And so joining them on their quest, well, Brick Something was wounded in battle there, but there's also Aldor. Yes, come all ye factions from distant regions, as we discover the world of mythic legions, and once there was an age so far distant that only its stories remain. They tell of great peace and great battles, and legends where both good and evil make their domain. At the Four Horsemen, at the Four Horsemen, a journey awaits, one and all, where you can create creatures, both all great and small, and summon your creation, be it minor or grand, just like magic from the spellcaster's hand. But be warned, and do not let a class be missed, at least you fall victim to the dark powers of a Necronominus.
Well done, Eldor. Thank you for bringing us back.
I had a bit of sweat in my eye there, so I couldn't. I got muddled up on the old poem there, so I just spritzed myself with a bit of water there. Thank you there, Cobra Khan. You sit down now. That's better.
Oh man, that was rad. That was rad. Well, everybody, good to see you all here tonight. Glad to see we have class back in session this month, which is a pretty tight schedule considering we are counting down to Legion's Con. And man, this was a big week for news and a very big week for these two gentlemen right over here, down here. You know, these two guys got to get in on the announcement fun and debut a character, the Reinforcements Wave 2. Guys, that's absolutely amazing. Congratulations and stunning work. And
good work in heralding in the loss of the troops there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. Well, we have a new student joining us in class this evening. He's already piled up, ready to join in. You guys all know him from the usual clubhouse hangouts. We got Axion Figs here.
What's up?
And Ed, I know you're relatively recent with all things, you know, mythic legions, cosmic legions, and Four Horsemen. So good to have you coming in, joining.
I jumped in early this year, so.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, that's the whole reason we started doing this class, because, you know, I got started actually right around this time last year. Wow, it's actually been almost about a year now that we started doing these classes. And man, we've covered a lot of ground. And the best part is,
you're done from afar for a while and you bit the bullet.
You know, that's how it goes with these. You try to stay away the best you can. And, you know, suddenly the Four Horsemen will jump out at you and say, "Rah, you need this." And then they run away and you're stuck holding it. And you're just like,
yeah,
shit, I'm in.
It's that damn Dubin figure, you know?
Yeah, next thing you know, they're like the goblin trash lady in Labyrinth, where they just keep bringing out, "Oh, you want this one too?" And here's another one. I'm like,
exactly
yes, bring them all.
Oh, by the way, here's some figure obscuras and some cosmic legions too.
Put this on as well. There you go.
Well, I gotta say, honestly, I am so glad that I did start diving into their figures. And it was figure obscure is what caught me. Like if there's not already a Mythic Legions figure out there that has just wowed you, and then looking into Cosmic Legions, if there wasn't something that wowed you there, figure obscure is a pretty good place to like just pull you in too. And even with them, one of the best parts is you can really, really cherry pick what you like, with figure obscura because there's not many. Or if you want to say you're 100% completionist, there's also not that many involved. So it's really easy to be 100% completionist on those two.
Mm-hmm.
So far.
It's
Yeah.
building though. It's building. And they're just getting better and better.
If you're also diving into the old coins there, the old gold, then you have no trouble there.
That's true. If you're Scrooge McDuck in it, man, you got no problems with these. All right. So real quick, let's jump in and say hey to everybody who showed up for such an early class tonight. We got J-Mac, of course, hanging out with us. Always happy to do a Legions class. We got Adam, Radical Toys, hanging out. The cringiest name in all of Toy Tube, speaking moistly. And what's the guy here? Only thing I learned from Legion's class is that skeletons are the best. We at least have somebody who teaches that is not all about the skeletons. Okay, so we try to play fair and not just promote the bony guys.
You said those fellas are rather dry humor there.
Oh, right here. Yep. House will definitely give you a passing grade for appreciating the skeletons. That's true.
There. Good evening.
That's why I needed Curtis here to keep me in check on that. So. And this guy's right here. This is the new hashtag for Legions class. Let's get educated. Because it's true. That's what this whole
do
thing
your
is
homework
about.
too. Don't be like me and forget half of the verses in the poem there. We'll get onto it next time.
All right, we got Paul Morales hanging out with us. Thanos Copter is hanging out there right now. He'll be joining us soon, actually. Joe Gonzalez coming and hanging out. Good to see you, Joe. Glad to have you here. And scrolling down, we got Dawning of the Decade joining us, saying hello, Ozzy Bear. Hello. Good to see you out there. Thank you. And continuing to scroll here, trying to skip over the end talking. Highly articulated Adam is saying, I am waiting for to pick up reinforcements. And you know what? I'm going to bring that up a little bit later once we start getting to talk about some reinforcements here. So good to have you here hanging out with us, Adam, though. Thank you. And continuous scrolling down. We got this troublemaker pulling double duty.
Don't know who invited that guy.
Man, he keeps showing up to all these amazing chats. And scrolling down here, my good friend June Fairmore coming in and hanging out with us. She actually does some live streams on her channel as well, where you can catch her and her boyfriend playing Mario Kart. That's always really cool watching them do some live streaming with that, and they stream for several hours as well. All right, we've got Carol hanging out and joining us this evening. And then a very, very special guest who will be making his live debut once we get to the clubhouse section of tonight's live stream. Nolan. That's right, folks. Y'all know him from all over ToyTube. He magically appears in everybody's chat, even when you're streaming at the same time as other people. He somehow manages to catch everybody's streams. I don't know how he does it.
And as they say, your stream's not gone without the Nolan.
It's true. It's true. So he will actually be making his live debut, hanging out with us tonight in the clubhouse. Nolan, cannot wait. It's going to be great to see you. Let's keep going down here. And we have Kirby Smith hanging out. So is there a Legion class clown, or is there a position to be filled? I mean,
we're all kind of, everybody is, right?
Right? I was going to say, I thought we were all clowns. I mean, that's why we do live.
We don't have the traveling minstrel, I suppose, or maybe the court jester, perhaps.
The teacher's pet is open.
Teacher's pet's always open.
Yeah.
And Payne hanging out with us. Aaron saying
yes,
he will
Aaron,
be
sir.
joining after 9. That is absolutely fine, sir. And we will see you then. Don't get a red card already, Curtis.
What did you do?
We just booing the skeletons.
Oh,
And Toy Mama hanging out with us saying, hello,
Christina.
everyone. Good to see you, Christina. Thank you for being here. All right. So, guys, we had a pretty big, impressive announcement tonight. Or not tonight, but rather, we've had a big announcement throughout this past week, rather.
mm-hmm.
You want to tell us a little bit more about that? The reinforcements too.
Fresh meat from the grinder there, you might say.
So last year in 2022, and I believe it was late January, early February, they released the reinforcements, or they shipped the reinforcements, but it was sometime in 21, I think over the summer, they did voting for it, which was before I really got into it myself. Curtis, you were around for that. What was that like?
I mean, just kind of a normal voting process. They didn't really say how many they were going to have in it or that kind of thing. And then, you know, there was a lot of surprises for sure. So
they did 7 figures in that wave. They just they did the vote, and then they shipped immediately when they came in stock. What was it? Like I said, early
like
2022,
late January, early February, something like that.
Yeah, because these were some of the first ones I remember being able into the line to like get like in stock sale action on, and those things went quick. They had the 7 figures, and they had the Sir Gerard standard edition from Legions Con 21 available until they sold out. There, I think you were limited. I think 12 at first of each figure for the first 24 hours or something like that, and then once that opened up, and they lasted for a couple weeks. Some of them did. I think the goblins were the last ones to go.
The goblins and the skeleton were the last 2.
On the actual site. But they had the barbarian, the big deluxe builder pack that is kind of like one of the most perfect figures to get if you're getting into Legions, to show someone what the pop and swap is, what the potential of the line is. Black Knight, Bronze Dwarf, Goblin, Orc Legion Builder, Skeleton, and the standard Templar Knight.
I should mention though that even though the Goblin and the Skeleton were the last to go, and it took them a couple more days than everything else to sell out, those were the only 2 that were still kind of available at retailers. So, there wasn't, I guess, as much of a fire under everybody to hurry up and grab them before they're gone, because you still had other options.
That you still had them from the earlier waves, because the reinforcements 2, the reinforcement wave was not available to the shared retailers. It was only through the Horsemen and when they do their shows and stuff. So back to the very first episode of Legions class, we talked about the pricing and how for some collectors getting in, if you're not aware of the pre-order system, you see them on Big Bad, you see them on eBay. It's like, wow, $50, $100 for this figure. That's kind of crazy. The reinforcement Legion builder type figures are the bare bones pricing on these figures. I think they usually go for about $25, $27 each. At this point, they do have a little bit more minimal paint apps on them, so not all the rivets aren't painted, the details aren't all done up, but they're still awesome looking figures. And it was the whole point of Mythic Legions originally, was the Legion building aspect of them.
Right.
So the reinforcements 2 is kind of doubling down on that, where each of these figures, I think everyone comes with 2 alternate heads, like two options for heads. So if you get 2
better than 1.
Yeah. If you get 2 of each figure, you can have 2 very different looking profiles, because the helmets are so different between them and everything. So
yeah, we should mention on the first reinforcements, they were just straight re-releases, so they weren't listed as like version 2s or anything like that, because they were pretty much the exact same thing. Whereas this time around, they've got a few new ones that are brand new we've never seen before, and then they've got some that they've just made a little bit of alterations to, some additions, which I think has been nice. That way, if you had the original, now you've got a little bit something different. Plus, it just gives you a few extra options, like Jesse was saying.
Yeah, in this wave, there's three that are the version 2 that come with some new new items. It's a little bit different. Maybe the paint's a little different. You got 3 essentially new first time in the line Legion builders, and then 1 that's just a straight reissue, nothing new, nothing extra. But it is one that barely won or barely lost to the last All-Stars vote it was up for.
Well,
to the yellow banana.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, why don't we go ahead and talk about that a bit? So when it comes down to a straight reissue, why don't we go ahead and point that out for folks here. And Thanos, welcome to class, sir. I know you are also new this year to getting into Legions.
Oh, Thanos.
Yep. You guys are directly to blame, so thank you guys.
You're welcome.
I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent ringtone.
Oh, I was making a bit of magic there.
That's the cosmic key. Yeah.
Yep.
The one that is a straight up reissue, nothing new, nothing extra, is the Silverhorn Sentry. But it does initially came with two parts. This one's not considered a Legion builder because of the extra paint deco, and it does come with 2 extra, or 2 different heads. So this one's considered a standard figure, even though it's not a named figure, just because it comes with so much of the stuff and the extra paint deco and everything. So
I tell you what I would have liked on this, if they were going to do like a version 2, and I'm sure they would have done something more than this, but I just would have liked some feet, because I hate those hooves. They're just,
You hate the cloven hooves.
See,
that's actually
they're just very they're not the most stable as far as standing and stuff. I would have preferred some other feet, but I mean, I got enough in my collection that I can throw.
Would it make for decent posture there, I'd say. I think.
Yeah.
Now, see, for me, this I actually did get pretty excited about. When it was announced, because I just think this, I think he looks so cool. And I was a bit kind of taken aback by it. And that's one of the ones that I did want to talk about during Legions class tonight, is because, again, these reinforcements, these Legions, are supposed to be less paint deco. But as you can see here, there is no less paint deco.
Not on this one, no.
On this guy.
Oh, yeah.
But I agree with Curtis. Like, I think the cloven hooves, I know I've had some issues trying to stand Krampus up. They are a little bit harder to stand the figure on. And I think they look slightly out of place with Jesse, I think you remember the leg positioning when the knee should be bent backwards. I know you've mentioned it before, which is why I asked you, because I'm blanking on it.
Is it Digidegrade?
Something like that.
Yes,
yeah.
That's it. The Digigrade knees, where like I feel like it would have been better if the knees did go backwards on this. But even without that, he's still just so good looking. And I did hear from quite a few other people too that they were really excited to see them reissue him because they've wanted him. So
yeah, I mean, I heard Jeremy talking about it this week, and basically he said, when it came that close in the All-Star that he just missed out on the vote. He basically went to Treadway and was like, 5 votes. He was like, should we make this thing anyway and kind of produce this and figure out a way to get this out? And Eric was like, yeah, absolutely. So that was All-Stars 5, which we've had in hand for quite a while. And I guess from what it sounds like, the the reinforcements was planned to be done a lot earlier than this, but because of production scheduling and some things getting shifted around, we're just now getting it. But it sounds like they had this thing produced. It was just a matter of figuring out where they were going to stick it in, and they just kind of found a spot within this reinforcements. But to your point, yeah, this is definitely not a Legion Builder figure. And Jeremy even confirmed, like, once it comes back to like regular pricing, when you don't have to buy the all-in on this, this will be like your standard $37 figure. So
okay. Well, and that's not too bad, because I was kind of wondering if he would get a Legion Builder price or this. Because I know I was watching Jeremy live earlier this week talking about it, which was a really, really good class. Because again, people were asking me a lot of questions throughout the week, like, oh, like, I just want to buy this and I just want to buy that. And, the drop was today. So unfortunately, if you missed out today, you got to wait until Legion's Con, and then next year, these will be going up for sale. But even with that, today when the drop happened, you couldn't buy just like the individual figure or so. You had to get an all-in. That's exactly what today's sale was about. It was all in or nothing, basically. But with that being said, it's still one of the cheaper all-ins that I've seen, because it was only $200 for the all-in. And when you're breaking down that with 7 figures, again, for those who've been following the class, those all-ins can get pretty pricey. But you're still getting at least, essentially, it would equal down to about 1 figure free. Now, 200 for 7 figures, you break that down, it's actually relatively cheap for figure. I think it comes down to be about like $29 per figure, and you got to consider one of those is an ogre, who are, again, normally priced much higher than that.
All for one and one for all, indeed.
So, and that's the other big character I'm excited about, is the ogre with this huge, literally.
Yeah, we've had some half giants in the recent history, which are more your like Caucasian skin tone. But to get another green skin ogre, which hasn't been available for sale for quite a while, was a nice little surprise. So,
and the new thing with him is he gets the Archimedes Cyclops head painted in that the impure, the green of the orcs and the goblins and all that. So, and the ogres. So he gets that new head, repainted head. And it's got like the whole pupil and everything. It's not like the standard all yellow like most of the orcs and goblins have. So,
and he does have the helmeted head that came with the original Legion Builder or ogre as well. So if you missed out on that first one and you're a completist and you want a version that looks like that, you do have that head, and you get the Cyclops head. So pretty cool.
Yeah, I was definitely digging the Cyclops head, because it really, really does, on the smaller, with the orcs and the goblins, you get that yellow with the eyes, and it's like this hint of orange, kind of like where the iris would be. And yet, like, it pops a little bit more with these. Or maybe that's just Trevor's amazing photography. I don't know. But, like, you can see, like, it looks like this little hint of orange, a little bit more around the eye than the full yellow of it. And that's really, really showcased with a Cyclops head. But then again, just there's something about having a ginormous figure and then these huge, massive weapons that go with them. And it's phenomenal. This is outstanding to see that we're getting this back.
A few customizing options with the weapons, as we have indeed seen before.
Yeah, and 2 sets of bracers, which is nice.
And with the original helmet there, the one that's on screen now with the spikes, those spikes come out. So if you have the half giant builder pack with the antlers from last year, they'll fit on there. Or if you have any of the other attachments that are made to fit the ogre scale, which are the 9-inch figures, they'll fit in that as well.
Yeah, the big beefy boys. Now, Thanos and Ed, as you guys again are still new this year, like myself, did you guys have any questions that came to mind while this whole process was going on with the reinforcements?
No.
Not really. This was about the only one that was tempting, but the fact you have to buy them all together kind of was like pass.
For now.
Yeah, I mean the thing with this, just for anybody that's new to this stuff, the reinforcement wave really is like a love letter to customizers. I mean, your other waves that we have throughout the year obviously have more paint apps, more accessories, different things like that, and that's more for your standard collector. These are really for your customizers, and so getting an all in on something like this for a customizer is yeah, I mean that that's it, this was a no-brainer if you paint these things, because each one of these you can make something really cool out of, and you're getting these figures for the absolute cheapest price that you're ever going to get them.
Right.
So an all-in for a customizer on this stuff is no big deal, but I could see if you're a more casual collector, or you just want one to display and you're not going to be putting paint on it, yeah, it's a little bit easier to kind of want to pick and choose, which like you said, you'll have some options for that at Legion's Con as well as early next year. So
And the cool thing with the reinforcements waves, even if you don't customize, like if you don't paint, it you get if you get two of a figure, like you've got two options to display. So
yeah,
you can have two of them that are very similar if you want to just Legion build. So for
Right.
those of you that like Legion building your Cobra troopers or your clones or stormtroopers or whatever, I think it's pretty cool that they do these at a lower price. Whereas like stormtroopers, you go buy a stormtrooper at the store. This isn't to diss Hasbro, but you go buy a stormtrooper. It's the same price as your Han Solo or whatever main character, and it doesn't come with anything. They come with the least amount of accessories for any Star Wars figure. And it's the exact same price as a regular hero character that has multiple weapons or whatever. So
Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise.
The
Yeah, I've
last
said
wave
for a
of
while. Sorry, I go ahead.
I was just going to say that last wave of clones that just came out was actually more expensive than most of the hero characters.
Right.
yeah,
No, but
I
I've
don't
said
know
for a
what's going
while.
on
The army builders.
They're wanting more pay there, you might say.
So it's nice to see someone actually doing that.
Right.
yeah, and the reason I mention that is because I saw some people when it came to the deluxe Legion Builder wave. Now that one was available through Four Horsemen, and it was available through retailers. And I saw some folks that that was one of their first figures. Actually, there was one guy on YouTube that did a review of one, and it was his first Mythic Legion figure was a deluxe Legion Builder, and he got it at the retail price, which is obviously going to be more. And he was basically disappointed in the lack of paint apps and things like that. But the whole purpose of these Legion Builder type waves is that they do have less paint apps, and they're kind of a blank slate for customizing. So if that's not something that you're interested in doing, this may not be the wave for you. They do display nicely without paint on them, but if in order to really spruce it up, I mean, you can see like on this one here, there's a lot of spots on that belt or on that harness for the chest. It looks okay the way it is, but like you paint those bones like an ivory color that are hanging from his belt, you paint that belt buckle, a gold or something, just those little tiny details like that all of a sudden makes this thing pop a whole bunch more, and they're able to provide it to you at a cheaper
I
price
believe
by not doing that.
I believe that the paint itself works as a bit of a primer there, so you can just paint straight on.
Oh yeah, you don't need to like prime these things. Typically you can just paint straight on them.
So let's we do keep mentioning the price, and we do keep mentioning about how these are the cheapest a figure you can get. So again, we've talked about the price before. There may be people watching now who weren't watching those previous episodes. And if you haven't caught the previous Legions classes, shame on you. Go back and do your homework. You're missing a year's worth of curriculum. But one thing that we definitely want to talk about is the difference within price here.
Mhm.
So your standard hero character is standard figure. Jesse already brought it up. Is $37
From the Four Horsemen during the pre-order
from.
period.
That's yes.
Yeah.
We always should clarify that.
They're usually around 49, odd at the retailers there.
Right. So, what is the price of your standard Legion builder?
I believe the regular ones. Now, obviously, this is an ogre that we're looking at here, and I believe the price on those are probably going to be more like right at $40. But the standard one, I believe, is it's either 25 or 27 for the Legion builder.
Okay.
Yeah, my mind always just goes to what the the table prices are. So online from Horseman, it's going to be a couple dollars less than the con table prices, and then
Right.
at the retailers, it's going to be a markup after the fact. But that's just the way
Yeah,
that goes.
the table price at Legion's Con, my guess would be on the ones that like the Orc, the Templar, the Dwarf, and the Gold Knight, the ones that are just the Legion builder ones. My guess is that those are going to be $30 at the table at Legion's Con. So they haven't stated that for a fact, but that would be my guess, just based on what we've seen with other Legion builders.
Yeah, that's what the Legion builders have been up through. RetroCon was the most recent one I was at. So
Mhm.
even the deluxe Legion builder wave, the standard figures in that wave, the reinforcements figures that they've had at shows and stuff have been 30 on the table. Every now and then they do have to up their prices from time to time, for the table just
Sure.
because of taxes or whatever. But
Mhm.
yeah, so yeah, like Curtis said, all of these except for the ogre and the silverhorn will probably, if they follow the most recent trend, be 30. The
Okay.
silverhorn will be probably 40, and the ogre will probably be, I want to say at the show he'll probably be 45.
That would be my
Right.
guess. Yeah.
45 or 50.
Right. Well, because again, and as we're mentioning, the retailer price is not the same as the Four Horsemen price, and Adam's bringing it up too.
Mhm.
Retail price of these is more expensive than what you get when you can pre-order from the store horsemen themselves. When you pre-order from the store horsemen, that is the absolute cheapest price you can get. Then when you go to a convention and you go to their booth, that is the second cheapest price you will ever find. Then you have the retailer price, which is the third cheapest price you'll ever find, because I guarantee you on the secondary market, you're not going to find it for retailer price. So that is literally the third, and it's still not bad. It's a bit of a markup, but it's one of those things where, the Four Horsemen set a price that the retailers can sell it for. And I think that's a really good thing.
Now there is a, like, as a retailer, if you sign up to be a retailer for the Four Horsemen, they set the minimum retail price on these things. So, like if they set it at $50 for a standard figure, if that's the minimum price that they set out there, then all retailers have to sell it for at least that price. They can't like just mark it down lower. So just so you know, you're not going to like shop around and get better prices on that. But what some retailers do is they'll do things like they'll package things up and give away other stuff for free. So like I know like Wolf King, they really just became a retailer just recently, and like they'll do things where like you buy a Cosmic Legion and they've got the set Cosmic Legion price that you pay at all the other retailers, but by buying through them, you get some extra parts that they've 3D parts that they printed to send with it. So if you're a customizer, those things are nice. And then I know like Empire Toy, they'll do some things where they'll do their quote unquote mystery boxes, where they'll mix in, some of the most current waves, but also have some older figures in there. So you may get something that's actually worth a little bit more. So, even though there is that minimum price that they can charge on these things, you do want to kind of take a look around, because there may be some other promotions that may be beneficial if you're going to get it from a retailer.
Thank you for that, Curtis. That is a great point that you bring up. And also one of those things that I do want to bring up for our friends watching in Canada, if you guys are ordering, the Four Horsemen may not be the cheapest place to pre-order from for you guys because of duties, fees going across international lines. That does tend to hike up the cost because that landed price when it comes to Canada isn't always the cheapest from the Four Horsemen. However, our good friend with the cringiest name, Speaking Moistly, and I know Adam is a very, very big fan of e-collectibles. So if you guys up in Canada are buying, definitely e-collectibles is one of those better places to shop, so you can get about the cheapest price you can for your Legions figures, because they helps with the duties and fees and, you know, getting it across those pesky borders.
Across the galaxy there. Same for us out here in Turnia.
Yeah,
that's right.
I've even heard of some people over in Europe like pooling their stuff together. Like obviously this was limited to one all in per person, but if you're going to do like a regular pre-order, I've heard of people like pooling in and making one order with that way you can kind of reduce the shipping cost amongst everybody.
Yes, because you split it between you. You see, you save on the order. We do a lot of that with the Metal Creation sales because you have a 3 per customer. You can usually wrangle in, you know, 1 or 2 other people in there, depending on how many figures you're getting, of course. And yes, sir,
just gotta find some friends in Eternia. So,
or wherever you're from,
yeah.
Usually it helps some folks because I usually hear that these sale drops are dropping, you know, very, very early in the morning. Some people are still, you know, off in the land of Nod there catching Z's. So, you know, it helps if there's someone that isn't, you know, quite busy in the morning there, and they can, you know, get up and.
You never sleep, Eldor, so you're all good.
Yeah.
And no sleep for the wicked there.
The
the good.
The reason they did, they explained a couple times, I think, between the 4-ish Horseman O'Clock show and Jeremy's show, Mythic Conversations, that the reason they did the all-in limit this time was to make some space, get stuff out, because they've got Cosmic Wave 2 is on its way, will probably be there and start shipping out fairly soon, not like this week soon, but you know, and then they've got the Intern for a Day coming up in a month, and they clear out half of the warehouse space they use so people can come sit and do the Intern for a Day thing. Like that's active warehouse space that they have to make sure there's room for. So it was just a way to get some stuff out to fans before the show. And then, like we've said, you know, Legions Con, if you're going, you'll be able to get them there. I believe they said everything's limit 1 per person each time you go through the line. So even on the builders and stuff, at least usually in the early part of the day, they might lift the limits later in the day if everybody's had a chance to go through and there's no line. And then, like Curtis said, sometime early next year, they will drop these to where if you only want to get, you know, the Ogre and the Gold Knight, you can get as many of them as you want, you know, depending what the limits and stuff are. So,
what kind of things do you get up to the old intern sessions?
So at Intern, it's really cool. It's a paid ticket, and you get to bring a +1. Curtis and I were both there last year for it. It's split up into kind of like 4, 5, 6 sessions. So there's a tour. There's that Jim takes you on. Eric Trotaway does a sculpting session where you get to watch him live sculpt something with ZBrush. And each segment's about 45 minutes to an hour long. Then you get a split session, which was half of the time you spent with one of the artists, the painters, and the other half of the time you spent with no. Wait,
no,
I'm
that
getting
was
it
a
wrong,
full
Curtis.
session.
That was its whole session. The session that was split was we had half the session with Nate Barch talking about the packaging, the way he does the box packaging art, and the other half was with Trevor showing you how he does his photographs and stuff. And then whoever is the intern, not the +1, they've done a special painting session where you get a special bust with a date, 4 Horsemen, Intern for the Day 2023, whatever. and it was a bust of a character, so it's like a little doubled up. You can paint it or you don't have to. And I don't know if it's every time, because sometimes they add stuff depending on what's available. We had I think they've done a pop-up shop a couple times for folks that come. You get like a
Yeah,
checklist of things you can order.
they're planning on doing that again this year too. So they'll have like a paper with a bunch of figures on it. I believe this year it's going to have the reinforcements, and then it usually has a couple other things, maybe one or two that are kind of older figures, and all of it's like limit per one, one per, but you get it at that kind of show pricing. So
Nice.
So yeah, it's a really cool event, and everybody there is just really nice. Like you got to remember, like, this is a day before G-Con, where they're going to release, show a new wave and start a new pre-order. It's 2 days before Legion's Con, which they're scrambling around trying to get everything for that, and they're inviting all these people into their workplace to take them on this tour and show them around. And you would expect them to be kind of stressed or whatever, but they're not. They're very down to earth, just cool people to talk to. Like, everybody that works there is just super nice. So it's a really great experience. I would, now it's gotten so popular that there's a lottery for it that you have to put in for it, and then they draw names. But anytime that it comes up, if you have the availability, I would definitely advise putting in for it, because it's definitely a once in a lifetime experience that you really want to try to have at some point.
Yes, many centuries ago there, when I was a young lad, on the cusp of manhood there, you might say, they had me in the art room there on one of the open nights, and I was working my art there, and had all the parents and all the budding new students walking around to see what's what there. So yes, it's very rewarding stuff to do there and so forth.
Yeah, in turn, it's a great event. Yeah, I mean, you just get they break you down into 4 different groups and have you go through the different sessions. So, you get to know other fans, other people that maybe you didn't know them from the community if you're in the Cabal or from shows like this. Or maybe they're people you've talked to before and you just never got to meet in person. But it's it kicks off the whole kind of family reunion side of Legion's Con week and everything. It's really cool. It's really good. It's a really fun trip if you get to go.
One of these days, hopefully I'll win and I'll be able to go. And I know J-Mac, he was saying that he's been trying every year, and it's fun. I do want to go, and I want to meet the guys. I want to see the area that that they're working in, because they do incredible work, and I do appreciate everything they do.
I suppose if you can't get on the older intern train there, as it were, you can still see all the various works that the artists have set up, laid all out on the tables there, like their big dioramas, and maybe the older. I see they started making the big giant figures there. I think they had one at PowerCon this year, I believe.
Yeah, they were finished up Kurzog last year. We got to see them working on that upstairs, because they share a warehouse with a prop company, that do props for movies and shows and Broadway and everything.
Sounds convenient there, indeed.
Yeah. And they had this giant version of Kurzog, which is an ogre like the one we're looking at here, but with the other head.
Yeah.
They were putting him together, so we got to see them doing the finishing touches on him. And it's really cool to get to see all that. And like Curtis said, everybody's just so welcoming. You're in their space, like you're in their lunchroom, you're in their bathroom if you have to go to the bathroom. It's just like, and they're all just really laid back. Like, yeah, they're working, like they're still working, but they're really cool and very generous with their time and information and everything.
I noticed that about them guys, even at PowerCon, when I went through the line. I mean, the line, Alex probably saw this too. The line was gigantic, and those guys were all just chilling, smiling, happy, shaking everybody's hand, saying, hey to everybody.
Well,
just being
interacting,
cool.
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Since last year they finally developed like their barcode system and their new checkout stuff. So now like Eric and Cornboy and Jim, like they're not stuck at the table doing all the grunt work of like picking stuff off the table and handing it to people and scanning them out. Like all their other people are going with them now. So they actually get to interact with people more. And I think it seems like they really like being able to walk around and meet people instead of just slinging the toys off the table.
Right. Is that like the old Da Vinci Code there?
Da Vinci Code.
You said they had a code or something. Is it like the Da Vinci Code?
It's a barcode. It's like a scanner.
Barcode.
I see.
Right.
All this new technology I can load up on there.
Like this, they use like a laser device and scan this, Eldor.
Yeah.
Lasers, yeah.
Yeah, like a
NPC's an attorney, obviously.
Yeah, like a laser gun.
Yeah. We have something similar. We have the old laser gun though too, you know.
Yeah.
I think it was last year with the Alithia wave, maybe is when they started putting the barcodes on the actual figures, maybe.
Okay.
But up until then, but now they've gone through and they've put like printed out labels and stuck them on the plastic, like on the bottom, so they can barcode all the older stuff that doesn't have the barcodes built into the packaging. So.
Nice.
Well, and one of the other things I wanted to mention about the intern too is like they're very willing to share information on this stuff. So like if you're a painter and you go in there and you talk to Cameron or Sherry, like they're giving you tips and tricks that they use. They'll even tell you, you know, on this particular figure, here's exactly the paints that I use to paint it. When you talk to Trevor during his session, he's giving you all the tips that, you know, things that he does when he takes the photography for the studio. When you're in there with Eric and he's doing the sculpting, he's telling you exactly like how he starts a normal sculpt, what things he's thinking about, what tools he's using. You know, so these are things that, you know, most companies would keep as kind of like trade secrets that, you know, they're not going to necessarily let out. But when you're in there for intern, like they are so willing to just share that information. If you're trying to get better at toy photography or better at painting or you do some sculpting, you know, you can definitely pick some things up from them in there because they're willing to share that information, which is cool.
And even if you don't want to do anything and you literally just like the toys and you're just there to see the stuff about the toys, it's really cool seeing them do all this and be a part of these groups and hearing how they do that. So it's, you know, you don't have to be a customizer or, you know, but you get a lot of info. Like Curtis was just saying, if you want to, you can glean a lot from them that they're generously giving up. Except about stuff they're not allowed to talk about, like when the dragon's coming or what's in the next wave or stuff like that.
When's the dragon coming?
At some point, I believe was the last official, statement.
It'll be a hot topic for sure. So you know then.
Considering overall the size of their ogres, the size of their trolls. You know, when we're getting to the point where we are talking dragons, I just can't wait to see the size of that thing. Although I have no idea where I would put it.
But we'll find room, Oz.
No, absolutely. There will be room because it will happen.
It can sit on my kitchen table for all I care.
Put it
especially
if you had room for those, if you had room for all those Masters of the Universe, I mean, Mattel. Jurassic World Colossal Dinosaurs and room for one of those.
It's true.
Well, they might be a tad bigger though, I think.
This dragon would probably eat those dinosaurs. Just saying.
For sure. There's always a bigger fish there, as Qui-Gon says.
That's right.
Next year, I believe, is the 10-year anniversary of Mythic Legions. And it's also the year of the dragon. So if we did not get a dragon sometime in 2024, I would be shocked. So, but I don't know. I don't have any inside information. That's just speculation based on how they do things. But I would be shocked if we don't get one, shown to us in 2024.
Well, everybody here is going to hold you to that now. You know that, right?
That's just
Curtis has been honking that horn for almost a year now.
It's merely a prediction, but I have some good confidence in that prediction. So
Makes sense
The dwarves found more than gold in the mountains. Oh, yes, we know.
All you
dragons.
bougie people with kitchen tables or like kitchens.
Look, I'm just gonna put glass on the dragon's back and wings, and that will be the table.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Good
be
call.
big enough.
I'm just gonna kick one of my kids out of the house. So
There you go.
yeah.
You know what, Curtis? Before you go any further with that, we're not selling any kidneys or kinder. That's not happening here. We're not.
It's debatable on whether that's worth more anyways.
Look.
So.
Off-world got pretty crazy last night. I'm just gonna say it certainly went to another
what's
universe.
this all about selling knees there? Don't you need your knees?
Yes. No.
Knees
I don't need to be as
almost
articulated as an action figure.
right. That could be a little stiff.
Just
Get rid of some caps.
Yeah.
Be like that C-3PO fellow.
Look, I'm willing to go 5 POA if it'll get me, some more figures with some good 30-point articulation. I don't need to move that way or bend that way. It's okay.
When my kids were teenagers, I'd probably sell them before I'd sell one of my kidneys.
Look, no, we're not doing that on this channel, okay?
You brought it up, Oz.
That's right.
It's true, but I wanted to clarify for everybody out there watching, we are not condoning that.
Pay no attention to
They're all old now. I missed my opportunity anyway, Oz.
They're still old enough you could catch a fair. I mean,
I might be able to
There
get
you
something.
go.
Might be able to get something for Luke. He's a good worker.
That's
there
right,
you go.
Joe.
There you go.
Joe, you're spot
You
on.
bougie people having kids to sell.
That's what I said yesterday. It's like, man, I should have had kids.
It was a fun topic.
I could lend you a couple Thanos if you would like.
I'm good.
All right. You'll change your mind real fast. Kids are the best form of birth control.
I wouldn't be able to buy all these toys.
Well, I mean, never
Look,
mind.
Connor has
Not
given
gonna
me
make-
the ability.
It's getting dark. I don't need to make it sad.
Once you get past all the ankle biting, I think you'll be all right.
There we go.
I was going to bring this up. I know Kirby's making a joke about auctioning off his kids for Horseman gift cards, but if you want to, maybe you don't have the 200 to do an all-in, or maybe a figure obscura. They don't give a lot of lead time for the figure obscuras. They're kind of a boom, ready surprise. They've been very upfront that that's just the way they do it.
Yep.
They have that gift card option. So, maybe buy a couple $50 gift cards here and there when you have it. And then you've got stuff ready for an in-stock surprise drop for a figure obscura or something like this. If you want to do that.
Yep.
Speaking of figure obscura, I think that the Krampus might be interested in purchasing one or two there.
The Krampus is pretty cool.
Yeah. Krampus is definitely cool.
Speaking of figure obscura, we should have the two retail versions, the Father Christmas and Headless
November
Horseman
6th.
should be coming soon, like within the next month or so.
Oh, I am
was hoping they were
so
gonna be
excited
next
for
year.
those. Well, that definitely got me down because, again, I was budgeting for future Oz's problem, and then it was now Oz's problem. But Jesse, I want to give a special shout out to you. Thank you for putting me in touch with Sven. Maybe I shouldn't have just called him out like that on here, but he has helped me out a lot. So again, the Cabal is just an amazing community of people, and so glad to be a part of it. Even though I don't spend as much time in there because I don't use Facebook as much as probably should.
You may want to stay away from the Cabal on drop days, though, because it's a little salty.
Yeah, it can get a little crazy. I'm sure.
Do they?
Well, this morning's drop sold out in 15 minutes or less.
Yeah,
I'm sure there was a lot of unhappy people, but hey, man, it can't get any worse than a drop day on Mattel. So
I'll say this we can call out Sven. He goes by Sven on Facebook, and he's got a Death by Collectibles. You can find him on the approved retailers page.
Is that one of those Japanese synthesizers?
What are you talking about? All their stuff is made in Japan.
On Source Horseman, they've got a list of their approved retailers. So, maybe stuff on the East Coast isn't going to work for you. Maybe you want to save a little bit on shipping. When it's something a retailer has that they get as a retailer, they, they're all over the country. They're all over the world. So places like eCollectibles, Sven's, Death by Collectibles, there's a lot of places that you can reach out to and be like, hey, are you getting in this figure? And like Sven's doing like a payment plan with folks that want to get either of those.
So I have to go to work.
Oh, damn, man!
The old salt mines, is it?
It's not a big deal. I just got to pick somebody up. I don't know if you guys notice. A lot of times I pop out of chats. I'm like, I have to go. I'll be driving. I had to go pick somebody up because their transportation didn't actually pick them up from their doctor appointment. So go get them, bring them back, and I'll be back.
Well, we will see you later, Thanos. Thank you for being here.
Drive safe, Thanos.
Take it easy, guys.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Gwildor called him on the Cosmic Key and said, "Hey, come pick me up."
That's what it was. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Hell has a doctor's appointment at 6:00 on a Saturday.
What? Oh, I was going to say.
Here we go. 4 Horsemen need to do Walmart exclusives. So I can pull out the rest of my beard hair. God no.
Yeah.
Mattel's bad enough with that shit.
No.
So we'll dive into that real quick, just because I know not everybody can make it to conventions. Like there's folks like Eldor's got to travel from Eternia, coming all this way for Legion's Con. As much as you would love hanging out with the people, that's a very impractical trip to make, and if you're just going to get the figure,
that's a very pricey trip, you might say.
Yeah, if you're going just to get the exclusive figure, just to have the exclusive figure, then I think that's the wrong reason to go to the shows they do exclusives for. That's just my opinion. It's totally, if that's the way you want to bounce, that's totally cool. But getting to spend time with everybody and seeing all the stuff, especially at Legion's Con,
taking the view there,
and they always put out another version of the figure that just doesn't have like the 1 or 2 special extras. So like the Demistros they had at PowerCon, they're going to put a version of that out next year. My guess is it will probably be with this wave, when this wave gets dropped, like the Sir Gerard was, but that's just me speculating. That's not official. That it just doesn't have the green head and the green hands, which are cool, but like it doesn't make or break the figure. And like the Walter 2-pack this year, like the Cabal accessories, they don't make or break those figures. Like they're cool.
But if you do need those things, you can also buy it from somebody else. You can buy it on eBay, and you're going to pay a little bit of markup. But guess what?
Sure.
A little bit of markup is not going to be more than what you're going to spend in hotel, travel, all that other stuff to go to the con. Now, if you're going to the con like, myself, Jesse, and others to see people, to, see, all the other tables, to hang out and kind of that family atmosphere, then yeah, it's definitely well worth it. But to Jesse's point, if it's just for the exclusive, pay the extra price and get the eBay one, or wait till the other version comes out without the extra stuff. If you don't need the extra stuff, just hotel and travel, I'm probably going to be, $1,200 in just for hotel and travel. That's not including any of the stuff that I'm doing as far as selling stuff. So, is it worth $1,200 to get an exclusive? Probably not. Like that exclusive that they're selling at the show for $100. If you have to pay $150, or even if you have to pay $200, you're still coming out pretty good. So
when I was at PowerCon, I was cashing out at the Horseman table, and the girl that was cashing out next to me had drove 4 hours for her boyfriend. Just to buy the exclusive PowerCon figure and maybe 2 other figures she had that she was cashing out. She was turning around and driving back for 4 hours just for that.
Wow.
I don't think I'd
that's
be
an
ever
awesome
be
girlfriend.
That
Right
I could never find a girl like that for sure, right? You talk about bougie.
Yeah.
I
Look at
mean,
you bougie people with girlfriends.
for me, I'm definitely all about right now heading to Legion's Con for more of that family kind of experience. I know, I had a blast at PowerCon. It wasn't just about being able to pick up a couple of Mythic Legions figures at con cost. It was really just about being able to meet people. And when I started this trip, it was going to be like, oh, cool, I'll be able to check these out and I'll be able to meet a couple people within the community. But my experience at PowerCon kind of solidified that idea. And I know that there are going to be people coming to Legion's Con that are going to, that I didn't get to meet at PowerCon. So actually, that's going to be really, really cool because it gives me a second opportunity. And then, yes, I'm going to spend what I can to get a couple of figures at the dirt cheap price. Sorry, I was actually trying to hit. Hey to Ray Black here joining us. Thank you, guys.
Ray Black.
But yeah, I mean that's really kind of what I'm excited for about heading to Legion's Con is going to be able to enjoy hanging out with people. I mean, unfortunately, Sean and Jesse are going to have to put up with me, but they offered, so they're stuck with it now.
I mean,
welcome to
are we stuck with you or are you stuck with us? Like that remains to be seen.
I guess it's fair trade off there, perhaps.
It's like Rorschach from Watchmen.
Yeah,
I'm not just stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
Right.
I'll let you guys know what Odd says after the show when he starts complaining about how hard it was. I'll let you guys know.
I'm expecting Sean and Jesse to just kick me out in the hall after I start snoring.
No.
They saved you the bathroom.
After 10 years ago, I did Baltimore Comic-Con with Sean and two of our other friends. I think the only reason I was able to sleep is because I was so amped up on adrenaline because it was the first con I ever did. Like I did a self-published comic issue there and everything. I think I was just so wound up that by the time I crashed, I just like immediately fell asleep. I woke up to 2 to 3 of the other dudes in the room, like rip snorting chainsaws that, had like no exhaust tailpipe on it. I was like, good Lord. So I just woke up, got dressed and went down, and waited till I could get into the show to sit at my table, and right. Wait. But, so yeah, no, it's going to be fine. I may or may not talk in my sleep. That's something I've been told happens and people like to mess with me on that. So, good times.
I agree that, speaking on Rick's comment here, saying that not that he's complaining, but it would be nice for the Four Horsemen to get to the point where they have stock for sale and available all the time. I agree. I think that would be great, but
yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
No,
because a couple of different reasons. Number one, their warehouse is really tiny and they're sharing it with a props company. So they don't have the space to do that. They would have to buy a completely separate warehouse, which, the amount of business that they do, as much as, we all in the community love them, they're not a large toy company. They're not a large enough that they can, afford a separate, large warehouse by themselves. And even if they did get to that point, I don't think they want to be sitting on older figures as they constantly have new stuff coming out with new tooling, better parts. They like looking forward a lot, not looking backwards. That's why you see, even with the last couple All-Stars waves, they've put in some new figures with that. So they're not just re-releases. You're seeing now with this reinforcements where they're adding new parts to these Legion builders. They like to look forward. So I just don't see that ever happening. But it would be nice to just kind of get them whenever you want. I will say that we're in a good period right now to where we're getting some releases pretty regularly. And then on top of that,
right,
there's stuff at retailers available. Like I remember there was a dry spell there where there was like nothing available at retail. And you were having to pay eBay prices, and those are not cheap. So we are in a pretty good space. But yeah, I just, unless they were to buy their own separate warehouse, I just don't see something like that being able to happen.
But then you're also talking about a price increase because you got to pay for the warehouse, you got to pay for inventory, manager to keep track of it. You got to pay for
quantity as well. Your MOQ would go up greatly to have a constant in stock amount.
Yeah.
That just the kind of logistics behind that are definitely out there. But the fact of the matter is, like, Four Horsemen kind of led the way for this great indie movement with toys that we're seeing. Because I know, again, Speaking Moistly is mentioning here about AWOC with, Spiro toys and what Jason's doing. You got other guys, again, Armies of Ashmore and the Defenders of Eden that Matt Rodriguez is putting out. I mean, these are all great and amazing toy lines that just aren't able to produce enough stock to have a constant in-stock quantity, but it also gives them that ability to reissue, rethink, and the Four Horsemen are kind of leading that example of, okay, well, we released it went out of print, but here's a way that you are able to re-release that again. And you know what? You can improve on it. You can make it better as you're affording more tooling. You're not just constantly having to pump out the same Stormtrooper for 20 years.
But that's the issue, right? If you were to keep something in stock, you're never going to guess the figure that the people are going to buy regularly.
Right.
Unless you just have a basic knight and a basic goblin in stock all the time, you're not going to be able to choose that one, like the the cavern dwarf. I mean, you could get a bunch of him and he could sit there forever, or else he could sell like hotcakes. You're never going to make that guess right.
Yeah.
No, you can't. It's really impossible. The closest you can do to that is by doing their fan votes, like what we have with the All-Stars.
Right. Yep.
So that way you're not just printing a whole bunch of random figures and several are going to sit. Now, again, when it comes to Legions, I really don't think there would be any one figure that would truly just sit. Because, Curtis was ragging on me a bit earlier because of something I had mentioned about the fact that, there was only a few select ones that I really wanted out of this wave. And then I mentioned the other ones were ones that I didn't like. And that was the wrong term because I love all of them. I'm not a big fan of Templars or Knights, but at the same point in time, I also wouldn't knock it either because it's a gorgeous looking figure. They're all stunning. They're all amazing. And there's something between Mythic, Cosmic, and Figure Obscura. There's something to like for everybody when it comes to what the Four Horsemen are.
Being new to Mythic Legions and even Cosmic Legions, I found this community of collectors to be, I don't want to use a wrong term, but like funny, because a lot of the collectors in this community, there's people that just really dig the knights, there's people that really just dig the skeletons, there's people that just really dig the goblins or the dwarves, and it's just such a funny like group. Whereas you get into like G.I. Joe or some of the other military lines, it's like it's a military guy. How much different is it than the fact that maybe he's got desert camo as opposed to woodland camo? But like you don't have that little segments in where everybody's like, oh, I just collect the knights. It's like it's cool, but it's just kind of funny.
See, that's where I want to start hosting a Legions convention of my own. Of course, I'm just saying this out of my ass because there's no way I could ever afford to run my own convention.
It smelled like it came out your.
No, I bet it does. So no, I totally just want to run my own convention, and we could call it like Legions Battle or Legions War, where everybody, like, again, there are people that just collect the knights. Curtis hates
Legions
skeletons.
Royale.
I should let me clarify that. I don't hate skeletons. I probably have more skeletons than probably any other race other than maybe orcs. This year they've shoved it down our throats with the whole year of Necronominus. I'm done with skeleton. I need a break. I need a break. It's like I like Cheez-Its. Okay, Cheez-Its are good crack. Cheez-Its for 3 months straight every day. I'm gonna be like, okay, give me a break from Cheez-Its for a little bit. Let me have something else. I need a break, and that's where I'm at with skeletons right now.
So, but the greatest part is, I'll use highly articulated Adam, who was in the chat earlier. I know he's not a big fan of skeletons. He likes like some of the different creatures and everything like that. Well, wouldn't it be cool if we could all bring our legions and have like a giant play date together over the course of a weekend? Like really show
like toy domination there, have a bit of a game going.
Yeah, exactly. See, I'd get Dom to host for everybody. He could be on the mic as the DJ calling it out while we all move our troops and everything like that.
We could do it just like Risk used to be, right? The tabletop game Risk.
There we go. See, now we're thinking. See, this is what we were made for, guys. We were made to come up with these ideas. Now we just need people to financially back us so that we can do it.
Joe's doing the whole Pokemon thing. He's just catching them all. So.
Right?
Sorry about that. Was this the Boys in Blue whizzing posse?
Right. In Eternia?
Joe collects all of them and then some. So
yes, we had the Boys in Blue out here. Sometimes
okay.
Well, and I'll say this for the whole thing about stuff not seeing, like there was a time when the birds, which everybody wants the birds now because they're discontinued, they're not making them again, at least not as is. They could barely give those away. Like there were like super clearances I've heard on Big Bad Toy Store and all these things, just trying to move them because they just sat. But now, granted, that was a couple of years ago, and the line has definitely exploded exponentially since then. I think it's a lot more aware. Figure Obscura is bringing in people that have never heard of these things before. So, it's tough to say. Like, I'm not trying to pick on anybody in the comments, but yeah, they've talked about, if they would ever do something in like retail stores or this, that, or the other thing. And, it's just because their stuff is the space is so small, but like what other toy companies, like I can't go find, unless I go to Ollie's and I see stuff from early this year, late last year, that's been, like outsourced or, overstocked,
warehouse,
sold, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I almost never see most of the regular lines in stores anyway. Like I'm seeing stuff at Ollie's. I never saw at my Walmart or Target. And
you're definitely not finding older stuff. Like if let's say I discovered G.I. Joe Classified today, right? I'm not going to find stuff from 3 years ago from G.I. Joe Classified. I'm going to have to go to eBay or wherever. So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, even if it was in like a retail environment, you still wouldn't have, older waves in there for the most part, unless they're just sitting there peg warming.
Now, I know they initially threw the concept of evergreen around with, I think the first, way before they even went into production on the first reinforcements wave. But I think that's what the reinforcement waves are. Every so often they'll do a new batch of figures that either has like the first one where they were just straight reissues, or maybe it'll be more like this where they're throwing in some new stuff, to keep things fresh and, give you a chance to get different things. But and the nice thing with the reinforcements that they had last year, they've had those at all the conventions that they've actually been to.
Right.
So they had them at ZoloCon, they had them at PowerCon, they had them at RetroCon wasn't an official event; it was a street team event. But they've had a lot of those stuff, for the conventions and everything. Which they are trying to expand. They're trying to get those street teams out to different parts of the country and everything. So, yeah, I think
I know they've said that they regret ever using the term evergreen though, because it's just just not possible. Yeah.
Yeah. I meant to say that the concept of occasional reinforcements or, things like that to where you can get these things, again, or at least a similar version to it, is what they're going to try to do instead of that whole evergreen concept.
Yeah. Especially if they're things that require, little to no new tooling. So
yeah,
I mean, like this, we've got some other parts and stuff, but like the ogre, the Cyclops head, we've not had that on the ogre, but we've had it on Archimedes, so it's not a new tooling. Like there's very limited new tooling in this. I think really just the orc head.
The orc head and those blades on the vampire helmet. I don't remember seeing those on anything
even
else.
that vampire helmet itself is, even though this was the first one it was designed for, we've seen it on Operative AV3. We've seen it on the exclusive coming this year for Legions Con. So really, I think the only new tooling was that new orc head and the, like you said, those attachments for the helmet. So
nice.
So, guys, real quick, my coffee's getting a bit low. I've actually drank a bit more of it than I expected to, so I'm going to go refill my cup. I know what we need to talk about. We need to talk about those badass shadow orc builders.
Oh, they're pretty cool.
I think so.
Curtis and I had the privilege of being the ones to do the reveal on this. So I know, Curtis, I'll set you up for this since the Shadow Orcs are your babies. So
yeah, just real quick, want to respond to that last comment there. Highly articulated. It says Evergreen is possible. It's a choice to not have the figures or to have the figures available. I disagree 100% with that. Like I've seen their warehouse space. In their current setup, it is not possible. They would have to expand and get new warehouse space, which would raise the cost of all these figures. So, I mean, maybe down the road, that it would possibly be possible. I don't even think they'd want to do it then, but yeah, just very much disagree. But as far as the Shadow Orc Grunt, I mean, I love this figure. I'm a big fan of the Shadow Orcs in general. I like the story of it. I like from the Covenant of Shadows, like Gorthok's whole, vibe and everything. And the fact that he's been the only Shadow Orc for the long time.
Gorthok's what?
What did I say?
Nothing.
Okay.
Gorthok whole.
Gotcha. He's been the only Shadow Orc for a long time. And that's why I really was hoping that he would get into All-Stars, because that was really, I thought the only way that we were going to get more Shadow Orcs. So to get a new Shadow Orc, especially a Legion builder that allows us to, build these out like in, massive quantities down the road once the next sale happens, I think is really cool. I love the skin tone for a Legion builder to have more than one just flat color on the skin tone is kind of unique. So it like, actually, if you look at like the inside of the arms or the inside of the legs, it starts as more of a brown. And then as you get towards the outside, it gets more into a black. So it's like a faded two-tone. And then I love that riveted torso is really cool. And then obviously
battle damage there, I see.
Yeah. And then you got the new head with the horns, which is really awesome as well. So just, if you would have told me we were getting any new Shadow Orc, even if it was a named one, I would have been excited. But the fact that we're getting a Legion builder priced one, yeah, I'm over the moon. So this was just really cool.
Yes, I like the more round shoulder pauldrons there. Thought that might be handy in my Hudson custom there.
Yeah, and we've seen that on a couple other figures, but it's not normally on the orcs. We see more like the spiky type ones. There's a couple different spiky pauldrons, so this was a little unique for an orc. I'm not sure whether I'm going to keep those on there or switch them out, but overall, I love the vibe. I love the skin tone, and I'm going to be making a lot of customs with these once I get my full quantity. So.
Someone was asking, I had this during my the Mythic Minute in the Cabal the other night. The tone of the armor is not identical, but it's just like a shade off or a hair off from Dubon's armor. So his torso, it's a very similar color to this because I grabbed my second Dubon's torso. I'm not using it. I painted something else to match it. It's very similar. It is a little bit different, but it's like you could put them together and they would look like they were meant to go together.
Yeah, so, and Gorthok's armor is very similar to it as well. It's just a little bit brighter of that bluish green metallic. So like putting this next to like an actual Gorthok, like if you guys ordered one in the All-Star Wave, it's going to look like they fit in pretty well together. And he also has some kind of copper to certain parts of him as well. I know, like if you use the helmeted Gorthok head, it's got some copper on it. So, yeah, it'll fit in nicely. You'll be able to make a nice little army out of that, nice little clan.
Yeah, both those heads are gorgeous.
Yeah. The classic orc helmet is great. I think that's a really cool look, but this new one with the attachment pegs for the horns or wings or whatever attachments you have will fit in there. I went through them the other day, but I think all of them except for the bigger bird wing ones that like stand out. And they all work, like even the antlers. They all look cool on that helmet.
Yeah, I would like to see. I haven't seen anybody that has the whole wave do this yet, but I would be interested to take those the ones from the vampire and put them on there and see what that would look like. Yeah.
Well, by the end of the week, probably someone will have done it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I like that they went through and they're being a little more intentional about trying to color match with stuff. So like the gold, they tried to update the gold knight a little bit. I know we're talking about the Shadow Orc Grunt, but the gold looks very close to the Magnus, and it'll match the gold helmet that's coming in the Father Christmas, the retailer exclusive next month. So they're doing a really intentional job of trying to make, especially the Legion builders, be able to match with other things, so you can pop and swap. Like someone said, who was it? Speaking Moistly said they can't custom like Curtis. Like if you don't want to customize, they're trying to make it to where, because I think as big as this line has gotten, not everybody customizes, obviously, but you can pop and swap without having to pick up a paintbrush and get stuff without having the colors be very different.
Yes, usually for myself with the main characters, I'll keep them, as is. But especially with the Legion builders, that those are the ones I'll usually, get bit creative on there.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice that they have a matching, armor shade just for the Legion builders, especially because if you're going to have an army, you want them to be not that all armies were ever all that similar back in the day for real, but for aesthetic wise, you'd want it to be similar at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have liked the Vorthog shoulders, the like spiky ones. I would have liked those better on this. But that's just a minor nitpick. Like everything else I love about this. I'm just not sold on the smooth pauldrons. So
well, what about the ones that came with the witch there? They had quite a bit of spark to them.
Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, that's the same ones on Vorthog. Yeah. So
there'll be a darker one, but I think those would look without paint matte, like just doing them as is. That color on those would probably look pretty good with him.
Yeah, you could probably dry brush just some light blue metallic on it, and it would be perfect. So cool.
So the orc comes with the 2 heads. It's the only new head in the wave, like completely new head. Who else? And I like that they've given all of these up until this wave. I don't think they've really given any of the Legion builders bios. And if you say, well, the Silverhorn Sentry is not a Legion builder, so it's had a bio since its first outing. But like the Gold Knight, they've updated that to where it talks about it's usually the first post and last post that a knight in the army of Leodicius has. Because as you come in as a young trooper, you get what is it? The what were they guarding? I forget what it says. Guardians of the Fortress. So they guard the fortress during their training, and they guard the fortress, in their twilight years. I think that's pretty cool. With the Relic Guard Temple, they said there's 12 of them. They're keeping something secret for the crowned eagle and all this. I just think it's really cool that they went through and put all these bios. If you're into that side of the story or into the figures, that you get a little bit more oomph to just like, okay, here's a gold knight and it's just a gold knight. Now there's a story behind it. I think that's pretty cool. See, Elder, you want to go to another? Pick out
take a second time there, just a moment. Who we got this time?
Yeah, pick any of the ones. Let's see. We've looked at the ogre. We've looked at the shadow orc. All right, so Gold Knight. Yeah, it's slightly darker than the first one, and it comes with that new, that visor jousting helmet as opposed to the bucket helmet. And the cool thing, a lot of the figures in this wave, not necessarily everyone is 1-to-1, but like you can pop and swap some parts between almost any of the figures in this wave and get cool variations. You could give that orc grunt, you could replace the skin tone pieces and put that gold on there, and maybe some of the other gold accents, and just have like a really gaudy looking garish gold orc warrior, or
commander maybe.
Yeah, or you mix the vampire phalanx with the black with the gold, or the black with the relic temple knight, Templar relic card. I mean, obviously the ogre parts won't mix 1-to-1 on everything, and the dwarf has the shorter legs and shorter forearms. But
I like the gold on this too. Like I've seen some pictures of this compared to the old Gold Knight, and this one has more of that kind of, I don't know, darker yellow with the
it looks kind of tarnished.
It matches Magnus a lot more, and I think this color looks quite a bit better. And I think if you had some Magnus, maybe you've even got the what is it, the Lee J elf that's coming from that retailer wave. I think this is going to fit in real nice with any of those Leodicius characters, Hadriana, all those. Like this gold just looks like it fits in a whole lot better. And this one is Army of Leodicius, right? But the original one was a different faction. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'll pull that up here real quick. What would be really cool on him is the red armor from the like the arms and legs from the Furious Four, the armored one with the black and red. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Gold Knight was in let's see. Yeah, it's a much brighter, shinier, and the original Gold Knight is in the Order of Different
factions. Yeah. So this one's now Leodicius. So they changed the faction on this, which I think makes sense based on the gold color. It just fits in a lot better with Leodicius.
Yeah. Let's see. I didn't realize they shifted that many of them. Oh, let me see. Bronze Dwarf is still Legion of Erethier, right?
I think the rest stayed the same.
Cavern Dwarf.
I think this is the only one that switched.
Oh, okay.
I'm not positive.
Okay.
I saw Rick Jones said, "I will paint a Gold Knight glossy black, no problem." I mean, there are some Black Knights still out there at some retailers and stuff, so you may want to check that. Or the vampire has a nice. It looks to me like a nice glossy black to it. So I don't know.
Yes, as I recall, the Anunnaki, they have a Black Knight orbiting your planet there. They keep an eye on you. You see.
I think the vampire phalanx is meant to be swappable with the Black Knight. I think it's supposed to be the same tone. So, the Black Knights that came out in the last reinforcement had the two heads, the bucket head and the jousting helmet like this one. So if you get the vampire from this wave and you don't want to use the vampire helmet, there are tons of people in the cabal that are probably not using both of those heads that you could probably, put out an in search of post, or, it's the black, I think, is that black, at least on the official, or the Black Knight is pretty easy to match. There's I use it all the time.
Eldor, can you go to the vampire phalanx?
What's that there?
You gotta go back out to the menu.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And go to the go back one more. Yeah, to the vampire down the bottom.
Oh, there you go.
There. Yeah, because I think, like Jesse's saying, I think that gloss is going to be pretty similar to the regular Black Knight.
And I use this folk art enamel. It's not enamel, but it's called Enamel's Licorice Black. It's shiny. It's not metallic, but it's shiny. And I use this when I want to customize anything to a Black Knight, and it's almost indiscernible, the difference between what I've painted and what's official. So
yeah, I rarely ever use Vallejo. Like, I'm just not a Vallejo guy. But Vallejo has a glossy black that is like one of the only Vallejo paints that I use, because it is pretty much right on with the Black Knight. So,
and I just ordered this black paint from Amazon. I haven't gotten it yet, but it's one of those like true black, pitch black paints instead of just dark blue or dark red. I can't wait to play with that and see.
Is that the one that's like advertised as like the blackest black ever or whatever?
I don't think it's that one, but I think it's in that direction.
Gotcha.
There's that one. I love the story behind that, because that guy, there was someone who was being super petty about it. So the guy who created that black has it patented, and like, you can't sell it to this one particular person. That like, there's like one person in the world is not allowed to buy that color paint. And I was like, man, that is so petty. Funny to me. We'll talk about that on our own time, Kurt. But yeah, I'm excited to see what that black, because every black I do, it doesn't quite look as dark as I want it to look.
I tell you what, though, I know, you, and like you said, we can talk about it more on our channel, but I know you just got those So Flat colors. That So Flat black is one of my favorite paints to use. It is like, if Four Horsemen does anything that's in that like flat black, that So Flat black is perfect for it. It is, it comes out just amazing.
No, that is I am really enjoying those So Flat paints. They are wonderful. So thank you for those. That is a great flat black.
I do think on this figure here, I think this is the only one that comes with one of the new style belts.
Yes.
All the rest of them just have the standard strap,
and it comes with the standard strap as well.
Yeah, this one does. Yeah, it comes with both, but I think this is the only one that has the newer style with it.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is one of my other figures that I'm really interested in this wave, because, I missed Lithia's wave, so I wasn't able to get some vampires, but their vampires look gorgeous. And that's actually kind of one of those things I'm hoping to grab at Legion's Con is, a Varg and his big ass handler.
Sebelis.
Thank you. But oh man, these good. And I would love to get some of the female vampires too, but I know those ones are pretty hard to come by at this point. So but the phalanx, this was a nice touch. I really, really enjoyed seeing this be here. And again, seeing that beautiful head sculpt from Operative on the figure it was originally designed for, come to find out. And the helmet pieces are new that this one has, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry if I missed out on that part of the conversation.
No, you're good.
Yeah, we talked about all that already, Oz. Jeez.
Oh, son of a biscuit.
But you had to get coffee at, 9 something at night.
Well, that's because I'm streaming till like 4 something in the morning. So
I told you,
Oh,
you just got to
God.
get a thermos.
Oh.
See that?
Oh, my
Then you
back
have to
just
leave.
went out hearing you say that.
oh man.
Speaking
Well, I got
of
one of those
backs,
nice
yeah.
cozy chairs to sit in. Not quite as cozy as Ed's, though. I think that's one of the main reasons he can hang with me for the long hours.
Oh, yeah. It's my grandpa chair.
You've been sitting far too long there, Eldor. The world is out there. Yes, I know. The world's out there.
Yeah, I think, and the cool thing with the vampire, someone was saying earlier, the black Jagualian head from the Heads pack. I have yet to see that go on a figure that it does not look good on. Like,
Right?
I'm not saying it can't happen, but that head looks good on everything. So, and that's the cool thing with these, especially when you get the unhelmeted heads from the Heads pack, you can throw that vampire head on this phalanx. I'm sure there'll be a ton of those head pack at Legion's Con for anyone going there.
I was planning on grabbing one of the head packs if I could too, because as I'm finally getting more and more figures, I want to have more and more options. For display.
Be ahead of the game there, you might say.
You can get the cavern dwarf, and you can swap that bog goblin head from the Heads pack onto it. The dwarf, or you could put the dwarf helmet on it. You could put the dwarf head on any of the knights.
I just want to get another one of those bog goblin heads to have that helmet,
right?
To do that pauldron thing that one person did in the Cabal. They put the bog goblin helmets on the ogre's shoulders and made them pauldrons. It looks awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I probably have another extra one of those, Curtis. I'll send you mine.
Okay, that would be awesome.
Bring it to Legion's Con. Yeah, sorry, I see Speaking Voice, the Evil in Mythic Legion is a vampire. She's a yellow version of the female vampire soldier. Yeah, she's different. She's got more skin showing than the
Isn't she like half orc, half vampire or something like that?
She's half orc, yeah. I forget what they call them. Now I gotta look it up. What was that?
Sorry.
That wasn't Covenant of Shadow. That was Soul Spiller.
I don't know. I just keep the checklist up with like
Melina,
in alphabetical order. Yeah.
Uber. So it's like orc, vampire, UUBYR. Yeah, she's one of the last remaining in existence. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like that figure for some reason. It was the second Legion's figure I got, and I absolutely love her.
I think she's cool. Yeah,
I think the colors are great. I love that yellow skin tone on her. I think that's really cool. I hope we see other characters that fit into that race at some point.
Yeah,
I just want to get more females in mythics in general. Like I love Queen Urxa, Hera is a good one. Delphina. There's just some really cool female named characters. Not seeing them in a wave like this. Like I saw some people upset because they didn't get like a 2.0 or didn't get a female for a Legion builder. That doesn't really bother me too much. But I would like to see some more named female characters because some of those are really cool.
Yes, I just have Alethea there so far in my collection.
Yeah.
Alethea she's a gorgeous figure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes.
One of the big things for me, I do really appreciate the fact that they did do females, because so many action figure lines, it's, again, predominantly male, and then every once in a while you'll get a female.
Yeah.
So it's really nice that even though, yes, it's still kind of every once in a while you get a female, there just seems to be more of that representation, and especially across the different factions with Mythic Legions and already in Cosmic Legions as well. Like right off the bat, we were getting into having some female characters.
Yep.
Which again, it just shows that they're really, really trying to branch out and, again, get get some diversity within the line. Like already we've got a ton of different races. And that's something that people need to remember too. Vampires in Mythos, for those who might be new to the Mythic Legions, the vampires in Mythos, it's not like this blood transfusion style disease kind of thing. They're a race. You know, they can breed little vampires. Skeletons are a race. I don't know exactly how they reproduce, but you know, it's beyond just raising the dead when it comes to Mythos.
But that is a part of it too. It's
well, I guess you would say
like
they bone.
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
I was waiting
gonna say
for
the same
somebody
thing,
to
Jesse.
say it.
And also, I was bad with the old dad jokes there.
I think, you know, with the
Good one, Nick.
skeletons and with the vampires, you're right. Like you can either be born a skeleton or a vampire, or you can be created. Like it has both if you look through the different storylines. So yeah, that's kind of a cool aspect of it. You know, one more thing about the female characters, like if they were gonna do a Legion builder style female, one that I think would sell well would be another Templar one, like a generic Templar female.
Right.
Because they've got Sir Godfrey, they've got the original Templar, then they got the updated Templar, then they've got Elijah, Ezekiel, they've got the Dark Knight, they've got this relic one, they've got Sir Gerard. You got like all these different Templars, and there's one female Templar, which is Delphina, and that's it. And she's like, you know, you're going to be paying $150 to find her now. So if there's one female builder that I think would sell pretty well, just based on what I know as far as how well the Templars sell and why we keep getting new ones, I think that would be one that would sell pretty well. Yeah, Dark Templar female, that would be great.
When I saw this vampire, I was hoping it was they would have done a woman instead, because I like those old vampires they've done, but I wasn't around when they did them.
Yeah.
Well, the cool thing is, if you want to make this, I mean, you have to be comfortable painting, but you could, if you get a Vorga from Cosmic Legions, take her torso, paint it that shiny black, boom, you got a female vampire knight in that 1.0 scale.
Wow, there you go.
Because that's the only female 1.0 torso.
Unless you get something with a removable chest plate and then get the Mythic Bits chest plate, and you can do it that way. That would probably be a little bit cheaper than buying a Vorga just to use the torso. But
well, I'm just saying, if you had a Vorga, if you had a Vorga and you wanted to use it,
Oh, well, I have an Alithia shot in mind. Speaking moistly, not necessarily a Fisto, but
you know what though? Did you reach out to Cobb about trying to get one of those heads from that Eternity Royal Guard pack?
I didn't. I thought about it, but I didn't.
We need to get you one of those heads. We'll talk about more to that, you know, coming up soon. So which other of these have we not talked about yet? And before, actually, real quick, Aaron, welcome to Legions class. I know it's one of your first times sitting in on class with us, but we're happy to have you here and, you know, joining in on this talk of reinforcement too, because I know there was a couple here that you were all excited about.
I held off.
Ooh,
speaking about some Legions, look at this beautiful paint job. You know, if you were growing up around in the 90s, you know this paint color scheme very well from the Charlotte Hornets that everybody had that starter coat. It's a phenomenal looking paint job that you've done on this engine.
My camera would only work better, but yeah.
That's okay. Yeah. People can still check the shots that you've taken of it. It turned out phenomenal.
It has good value. Like then there's some things where I just want to chunk it against the wall because, you know, paint wouldn't stick in the peg. So, you know, it is what it is.
I think the only one we haven't looked at all is the Cavern Dwarf.
Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf.
Let's get our torches handy there. 'Cause I told you, Sandy, I don't know if I'm gonna come there. How do you?
Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to the dwarf. Well, let's get some midget on. Let's go talk to
That's not
Yeah, this was one that I was wanting, but I'm gonna wait until it comes the second handling of those. I was like, you know what? I get to save the money now. I'll get it later.
That's fine. Yeah, you need your money for other stuff right now. This will be available later since you weren't. I know, like a couple of us, you weren't die hard about the whole wave, so it's totally okay to hold off and pick it up because it will become available later.
Yeah,
I love the
And that was the
shield
other
on
reason.
this.
If it hadn't been available later, I would have been like, I guess I'll have to get it. But since it's gonna have that availability later, it was fine.
So I'm digging this with the bronze armor. Really, really liking that all over.
There's a weird part of me that loves and is insanely frustrated by the naming system on the Legion dwarves, because there's a bronze dwarf that's gunmetal, there's a cavern dwarf that's bronze,
clearly bronze.
The gold dwarf is going to be like jet black, the black dwarf is going to be red. It's like,
and thus we have found out that all dwarves are colorblind.
I guess
maybe they're in a bit of an Olympic scene. Different medals, bronze.
They've been tossed around a lot. They've got brain damage, so.
People got too excited.
Maybe it's just the lack of oxygen in the lower atmospheres.
You're running away from a bow rock. It doesn't matter which color you are.
Yeah. I do like on this one. I like that they included this head with the bearded head.
Yes.
The armored one, I'm just not a huge fan of that other head that it comes with, where it's got the kind of armored looking beard. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I do like this look quite a bit.
I prefer this one as well. I got to agree with you on that one, Curtis. Like, if I want a dwarf, I want to see that beautiful beard. I don't want just like these armor plates in the shape of a beard. I want an actual beard. And this screams perfect dwarf to me because like there's this beautifully crafted blacksmithed helmet and beard. And to me, that's what dwarves look like. But again, here you see that more armor plated. I mean, sure, it's cool. I could tell that this is supposed to be a dwarf with that, but I just don't care for that look as much.
Yeah, protect those lovely locks there, you might say.
Well, that's true. That's true.
I love this one. Maybe this is just for younger dwarves. Maybe this is the younger dwarves that their beard hasn't grown out yet. Or maybe it is a female dwarf.
Yeah, maybe it's the female dwarf. I don't know.
I've heard that the females, dwarves' beards are just as long and luxurious as the males.
That's the Tolkien thing.
It's given to the fact that there are no dwarf women. The dwarves just springing holes in the ground there.
Ragna's a female dwarf in Legions, and she does not have a beard.
Wow.
I'm the bearded lady. What are you, one of the freaks?
I think on this picture is really cool. Like this figure, in my opinion, this figure should almost be a deluxe figure just because
it's coming with a lot.
2 completely different heads, 2 sets of different helmet attachments. You get that crazy shield, hammer, 2 axes. Like it's loaded with stuff.
Right. It's definitely got a deluxe loadout, but with the scaling of the figure being smaller, I guess this is their compensation to the addition of plastic.
I don't know.
It shouldn't matter that much. Really,
I think it's the paint apps for this more than anything.
Right.
Because the weapons people that were a whole lot on them. So
for people who were disappointed that Bromden didn't make it into the All-Stars this year, I think this is a great consolation if you want to look at it that way for the dwarf fans, because you still get that shield, and you get those. All those. Those are my 2 favorite weapons. The 2 small axes there are smaller. Right. Those are 2 of my favorite weapons in all of Mythic Legions.
Is there a dwarf head in Mythic that has the beard and no helmet, like just a plain dwarf head?
Bromden, Torgen,
Jarund.
I know
there is a dwarf head out there without the helmet.
Yeah.
Well, the Heads Pack one has the cap, like the helmet cap, but Bromden is bald and Torgen has the mohawk.
I suppose you could do what I did there with the spare Father Christmas head. the slightly shorter beard there. And you
I got the Father
you can sculpt a new locks onto that, as I did, and yes, just paint a different colour there. And give it a bit of snoz there, like I did also.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely know there are a lot of dwarf custom heads without helmets that look really, really amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That shield is like super fun to paint too. If any, there's
oh
any
man, I can
watching,
just imagine. I can just imagine
awesome.
dry brushing.
I'm looking at it, and all I'm seeing
detail.
is how I would paint.
Get lost in the detail there.
Well, in the middle section pops out too,
Yeah.
so like you can pop out that face and paint it separately.
Even better.
Yeah,
that's amazing. And even the hammer too. I love that hammer.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I'd be picking this dwarf up more for the accessories than anything else. Because like Jesse, I love the smaller axes. I love that hammer, and again, that shield is gorgeous. Like just absolutely gorgeous.
We're learning a lot tonight about speaking moistly,
right? Hey, that's one of the great things about class. We learn about everything, and I had a great teacher once that said, "You know what? I don't care if you actually learn anything about what I'm teaching. You're coming into this class and you're going to learn about something." And he taught many, many good lessons that had nothing to do with the class at all. So I'm glad we're still having that effect here. We're learning more about speaking moistly than we probably should. So, and since we're learning a bit more about speaking moistly, Curtis, how fun is it to run your lips over these different accessories?
That shield is a really good one.
See, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, that shield is a really good one.
Comfortable.
I don't know that I can tell you about the other pieces. Well, that the one axe, not the wooden one, but that one right there. Yeah, that the handle on that one is really good too. So you can really feel those ridges.
Is that why you like the bearded head better?
Maybe, I don't know. No, I just like the look on the bearded head better. But
yes, with my dwarf custom that I use the aforementioned Father Christmas head on, I tried to use the helmet off that came with that. It was a bronze dwarf, Legion builder there. I dreamed out all the inside there, but no, the helmet ended up a bit too small to be able to fit over the top of old St. Nick's head, so I just scrapped that idea and just left him helmetless, you might say.
That's okay. Because
I found that they're fairly easy to do that if you like. If you have a smaller head that the helmet will fit over, you just dream all out the.
Eldor, I saw somebody in the Cabal today that was doing up one of the Father Christmas heads like you did. They were like putting like epoxy sculpt or green stuff on the nose, like building up the nose and kind of So that was cool.
So I where the moustache sort of curls up at the sides. I just trimmed those off and. Sculpted just the bands holding the locks of hair down the sides and your uncle. What was that?
Joe just completely annihilated Jesse.
What did I miss there?
Oh, you missed Joe's wonderful comment here. Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm never going to be able to. Like, it's bad enough hearing Curtis talking about him rubbing his lips over stuff, but like now the image Joe of him named it horse lipping, like I can't unsee that.
Like straight up Mr. Edding the shit out of his collection.
Of course, a horse, of course.
Oh man!
Just call it motorboating, and you're fine. If it's motorboating, it's toys.
That takes it to an entirely different level.
It's a scientific fact that you have more nerves in your lip than in your fingers. So if you want to feel the textures, you can feel it better on your lips than you can with your finger.
It's all right, Curtis. We understand. It's fine.
Just saying.
I'm not.
We all have our thing.
Your science. There's no one's arguing that science.
Right? Curtis, one of these Fridays, you might have to come back from off-world and sit down for a little bit of toy therapy with Aaron. I think it would be an interesting episode for sure.
Your creativity there.
Yeah, discuss all things toileting.
Right. We're gonna have to delve into exactly this unique perspective of the true love of toys being in your lips.
Gotcha.
Oh boy. Well,
that got deep.
Hopefully not too deep.
Deep in the caverns there, you might say.
So one thing about this picture, and actually I meant to ask you guys in the chat, is that shield red like that usually, or is that just somehow with the effect from the light?
No, that's the red shield soldier
Red
shield.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, that's one of the ones I didn't have.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks good, though. It looks good.
That's why he's got an appropriate name for that character, you know.
Right. Yeah, because again, it's a standard shield, but again, just this different paint app to it really kind of helps. And man, I really, really like the way it looks.
I mean, if it was a dwarf shield, they call it like the brown shield soldier, but
well, or would it be black? Would it be the black shield?
Because I gotta say again, going back to the lore stuff, the red shield, so it's part of the army of Leodicius. The red shield, its own faction, but they were a different army that got absorbed into the army of Leodicius. And they were named the Red Shield for the bloody symbols which they marked on their shields during battle. So like that, the origin of that shield design is from like people like marking bloody red marks on their shield as like a warning going into battle that they've now modernized for the setting of this shield design. And I just think that's kind of cool.
I love how in the chat, I mean, even through all of the lipping talk, we've gotten into this wonderful conversation here about beautiful bald women now. I've got to say, you know, I appreciate everybody talking about the beauty of a bald woman in the chat, because, you know, I get very self-conscious about my bald head, and it's nice to know that you people appreciate beautiful bald women like me.
They just like the reflection, Oz. That's what it is. It's the reflection off the bald head. They can see themselves in it. You're their personal mirror, right?
That's true. You know, let me.
Oz likes his women bald and bearded. So
Hey.
Maybe in the dark it feels like another breast. I don't know.
Put your lips on it.
Yes, after about 700 years there,
you gotta get those suction cups stick.
I still have a nice head of gray, you might say.
Shouldn't this be saved for after?
We're gonna have to start a new segment called Curtis's lip reading.
What's on Curtis's lips tonight?
Right. We have to consult the bones there.
So, well, I mean, if he got Braille, he could actually read with his lips.
Braille? That's another one.
I tried to do that. I actually got a book to learn Braille, but it had no actual Braille in it. It was like Braille for people that can see. So like it was like teaching you the patterns of the dots, but it didn't actually have Braille on it. So I couldn't actually rub it against my lips. It was bad.
They say the bumpier your head is, the more intelligent you are. So just
that's your brain. The bumpier your brain is.
So speaking moistly, saying that he's bald and he embraced it. And look, man, I embraced it too. I started balding at a very, very young age, like, you know, before I was even 20. And I, you know, just started shaving my head at a younger age. And then there were times when I tried to grow it back. The only reason that I cover my bald head so much for live streams is because I have a light source that sits right here pointing down a little bit so you can see this beautiful visage. And if I didn't cover my head as much, there'd be this giant glare.
You mean like this right there, that glare, you know.
Right, Aaron. See, Aaron shows it off. That's, you know, you get this bright glare, but you know, so I keep a hat on my head for the glare purpose.
Just as well have a pair of sunnies handy there.
There we go. Oh wait, it's suddenly Sergeant Cellulor is
these are Sergeant Cellulor's glasses, yeah.
Don't let him catch you wearing that. He'll make you get up and do PT at 4 a.m.
Yes, you're right.
Speaking of 4 a.m.
I don't want to be doing the 50 laps, you might say. Not with my.
I'm gonna have to make my bounce out at this point tonight, gentlemen.
Well, that again, we certainly expected. Jesse, thank you. I know your schedule is really busy right now as we lead up to Legion's Con. So thank you for making time to be able to do Legion's class with us. And it was definitely required this weekend to talk a little bit more about these reinforcements.
Oh, totally. Glad to be here.
So I will be taking off as well. But I appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely. Well, real quick, guys, why don't you tell everybody where you're at, what you're doing, where we can find you? I mean, I know most people in the chat probably already know, but it's always important to discuss these things and sell yourself, boys. Not sell your boys, Curtis. Don't sell your boys, Curtis.
I've only got one. I've got more girls. I would sell them first. So.
The girls get more money anyway.
Thanks, Ed. You're not helping.
Just letting them know. I didn't do it, but I investigated it.
After that comment, you can find me on Shooting the Shelf on the Just Shelf channel on Sunday night.
Slip.
I might be looking for a new host after Curtis gets picked up for selling children.
I'm auditioning everywhere, so
we're Sunday nights.
He's looking for a new host if he's lipping toys on camera.
I've come to terms with that. I just don't need to hear about it all the time. Curtis and I Sunday night Shooting the Shelf on Just Shelve It, 9:00 Eastern. We've got D Blake Makes from DB Blake. I can't say those words all together. The guy that makes those really cool like signs that you've been seeing at conventions and stuff, for your Marvel shelf, your DC shelf, whatever you want. He's probably got the logo done up in a cool like kind of enamel logo thing. We got him on tomorrow. We do Offworld. Curtis is on Offworld every week. I'm on the second and fourth week on regular Offworld weeks. And hanging out in the Cabal.
What planet do you travel to there, sir? Do you
all of them?
Here?
Sometimes.
They're like, Star Trekking across the universe.
Warp speed there.
Just always man trying to make my way through the galaxy.
Cannot find reverse.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you.
You're in the neighborhood there, so come swing by there.
And this Friday on Offworld 2.0, we will be interviewing Oz for one of our vacant openings. So
that's right, folks. If you haven't got enough of me yet, I'll be a more permanent fixture on Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays. Next thing you know, I will definitely find a Sunday show that I'll permanently be on as well, and just permanently take over your lives on ToyTube weekends, if I haven't already.
Oh, you're busy boy.
Well, thanks, guys. It's been fun.
Yes.
Curtis, Jesse, thank you guys for being here. Take care, brothers.
Good training.
Have a good rest of your night, guys.
Man, it's always great getting to do Legion's class and talking about such an amazing toy line. And, again, the product that they're putting out is absolutely fantastic from the Four Horsemen. We really do appreciate what they're doing. But it's also great to see, just again, that they've helped kickstart this indie movement. And I use that term kickstart very intentionally because we've had several amazing Kickstarters that have really pushed forth brand new IPs and made them come to reality, where I'm sorry, some of these bigger companies like Mattel and Hasbro have, I don't want to say lacking, but they're just clinging on to what's worked as opposed to
not taking risks there.
Right.
I think that's one of the biggest challenges you see with the big two now is that they are so comfortable with the money that they make that they're not taking any risk and diving in anything new. Especially now that you see a lot of the stuff they're releasing. I mean, Marvel Legends has been around for decades. G.I. Joe's been around for decades. Motu's been around for decades. It's like, and the WWE and, wrestling stuff's been around for decades. They're not taking any risk with anything new. And when they do, it's based off of some video game or some movie that's not really taking a risk.
It's like the farmers say out here in Eternia. If you stand in a fresh cow patch there, it's nice and warm, but you stay in there too long, it gets cold. if you don't move on to the next one, of course.
That's right.
So as we get into this 10 o'clock hour where it's going to turn over more into the clubhouse session, and that really worked out pretty well, as a matter of fact.
That worked out great, yeah.
We didn't manage to talk much about the road up to Legion's Con, but we did tell you a little bit more what you can expect at Legion's Con. And as more people are piling in here, Derek Hoover says, "Evening all. Thanks for keeping me company while I rewire shit so I can finally have an oven again." That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Glad we could
don't electrocute yourself, Derek.
Right?
That's got to be some hot shit in order to use it for an oven. I'll tell you that much.
Yep. Yeah. And figuratively speaking, John jumping into the chat saying hello to everybody. So, guys, how has your week gone?
You're feeling good.
I had a great week.
That's about my week.
Been an Aaron week. Yeah,
I got to hang out with Aaron last night on his show.
Yeah.
Get some toy therapy and gave Aaron a little bit of my own for him since he.
You're in the old Sigmund Freud chair there.
Yep. Yeah, he was in the chair.
That was a good show.
Yeah,
it really was a good show. I had a lot of fun listening to you guys. I was doing some different housework and stuff while you guys were playing, and I would chime into the chat when I could. But it's always great to listen to some toy therapy on Fridays.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm about to throw this damn
cape
to the
trying
to get the cape threaded through the pauldrons.
The holes
Which
are
cape
like
are you working on?
This is the She-Ra.
Oh, She-Ra. Yeah.
Homage.
Very nice.
I've managed to snag one.
Speaking moistly, had an awesome week. Also, he says.
That's fantastic. That's one of the things that I love about this is, doing the Saturday nights. It's the end of the work week. It's like the peak of the weekend, as you would say. And it's good that we all, like, no matter how your week's gone, the clubhouse is where everybody comes to hang out, unwind, forget about all the adulting, and just get back to kidulting for
Unless
a couple
you get called
hours.
to work in the middle of it.
Unless you get called to work in the middle of it. Technically, that was still during class, though. So let the kidulting begin.
That's right. No, I'm still got the toys there. Even at my ripe old age, I'm over 1,000 there.
So I thought about this today. Helidopes tomorrow night, they're doing an unboxing of the Red Death on their
which
show.
I will not be watching because I haven't.
I'm going to tell Aaron and Ted that they can't show that face underneath the mask.
Secretly.
Because
they're not supposed to. They're apparently, who was it? Somebody said somebody's live. They did show what was under the mask.
Yeah.
And I've been, after watching Dork Layer's review, and I didn't finish watching it all the way to the end because I might have been a little worried that he was going to reveal what was under the mask, but I'm pretty sure he was told not to. I just don't want to chance it. And I've been very, very careful to not watch many other reviews because I don't want to chance seeing what's under it. And one of the whole reasons that I have spent this time, like we've been toy edging this whole time, waiting for everybody to get in it or get it in rather. Finally, all of us have gotten the figure. But as you can see, Brick was not a part of Legion's class tonight, and he was not a part. He's not going to be joining us live tonight. So we are toy edging for one more week, and then we'll finally get the reaction from all of us as we look under the mask. But we're still not going to show you guys out there what's under that mask.
Yeah.
It's even though I never got the Red Death figure, the fellow I bought Sun Wukong off here. He brought in that figure and he messaged me through the great eye of the universe there saying, "Are you interested in this one there?" I said, "Oh no, he's a bit too scary for me." So I knew of two other fellows that were looking for it. You see, so between myself and the seller and one other fellow, we were able to sort him up there with the Red Death figure. So he was thanking me for that and so forth.
Definitely. And this has been one of the coolest things ever here. And Carol actually got this last Saturday. K-Roll
Do we ever
been...
know who sent those to them?
Oh, for John, that was me. That's why he said an awesome person did it. Because I remember John saying he was like interested, but he didn't. I know John liked those gladiators. So I sent John one because I knew the red soft goods would look really good with his gladiators. But he wasn't trying to buy the figure itself, really. Like, he had kind of said, like, he was staying away from it. And I said, nope, you're getting this damn figure. And I sent it to him. I did it when it finally became in stock later, after I'd been paid and it was still available. I was like, okay, let me go ahead and get this for him now. But my sister's, that is still a mystery. Nobody has taken credit for having sent my sister her first Four Horsemen figure.
Carol loves that figure. I've seen her post how awesome.
A bit of a secret Santa there, you might say.
A bit, yeah. So I mean, I think that is really one of the greatest things again, because that was a random act of kindness from within the Frenzied, without. And again, we're assuming it was from within the Frenzied, but it had to be because somebody had to have her address. It's not like that's public knowledge to the world.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like.
Somebody who's seen it in one of the chats from when we were putting together her we could narrow down the pool of suspects.
Well, we have a limited number of suspects. That's true.
It's true. We have a very, very limited number of people that could have possibly arranged to get this for her. But
trying to put them in the hot seat and ask, did you do this? Watch their eyeballs.
You know what, though? Honestly,
it's better not knowing. Santa Claus.
Sometimes the anonymity is fine and it works.
That's what I say about it.
I just figured someone would want, a genuine thank you 1-to-1 from her.
Right. Well, I know she has certainly thanked everybody. So whoever it was did it, if you want a personalized thank you, step forward and, if you want that. But to be honest, like, that's one of the best things about that is we don't all need the thank you for it. We just want to do something nice for others. And that's, part of that culture that Toy Frenzy really helped establish and get going. The Frenzied have picked it up and carried that torch well. And it's followed throughout a larger part of the community. Like, we've finally started to see where it's happened with other parts of the toy community that weren't necessarily the Frenzied, but I know we all certainly came together and we tried to help Mega J. He was like one of the very first big recipients outside of the Frenzied that managed to get this. And if you all are wondering what the Frenzied is, that is the name that we gave to all of the patrons of Toy Frenzy. Is they are the Frenzied. And honestly, it extends a little beyond that to the people who are just there in the chats every week and all. It's amazing. But it's this really, really great community of the most awesome people across the net. Like, it's just amazing. And I mean, not to say that there aren't great people amongst all of ToyTube, because I've met a lot of them. They've been on the show. We see each other everywhere else. Like, it's really just a cool place to be. And there are some dark sides to the ToyTube, but the ones that you see frequently together around here are really just the most amazing people out there. All right, so I got to get this set up.
Now here's Onyx with a new paint job.
Yeah,
here we go.
Ed's armor that he sent me.
Here we go. Oh man.
Animal Warrior.
Painting in those ears makes a huge difference. But he's got some purples and some gray, and he's got some silver. And there's a mahogany brown wash on the fur.
That is so good looking. Again,
the nice thing about that wash you gave him is you can actually see the details in that figure because he's so.
The chest looks the best. Let me pop the head off. I should see if you can see it. Because the chest turned out really good. Get this thing off because it kind of blocks some of it. But I don't know if you're going to see the highlights as well. But
no, you can actually pick them up. It was actually focusing in there. It was good.
Yep.
Yeah, block your face a little bit more with your hand. I know that helps because it's like, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh man,
but
yeah, that
it
does
made that pop. You can see the
Yep.
striations in the in the
Yeah.
center, and it made it gave it a little more depth, and just enough that pop color to change the look. And the heads, they do look better if you paint in those ears, because they just look weird being the same color as the figure.
Oh, Cobb found it out. He said he heard Sasquatch sent it to her.
Nice. And then here's my shipwreck in a wetsuit.
Nice. I like that.
Is that the you did that over the top of the hairless, or the hatless?
Yep.
Right. Nice.
That is sculpted
Good
on
use.
top of the hairless. So
really good use of that additional hatless head for shipwreck.
The paint job on that suit looks good too. The way it looks actually like neoprene or whatever it would be made out of.
Yeah, it was a little weird to get there, but I figured it out.
I saw Rad Knobs showed up. Rad Knob the Red's here.
That's correct. He is.
Oh, there he goes. Good evening, sir.
He actually has reached out and will probably be joining us shortly. Come to hang out. And again, for those of you who don't know, Rad Knob is not so much a toy collector, but he does these amazing diorama pieces. I've showed off a couple here that I won in a giveaway over with our boys at Hella Dope. They were doing a wonderful giveaway for hitting their 500 subscriber mark, and just everybody was chipping in and helping out. It was a really fun live stream. But yeah, he sent me over that beautiful computer console that's going to go in something that I will be opening up tonight. And it's really good. And yeah, he's going to be coming on and joining and jumping with us a little bit.
Indeed.
So, speaking of things that we got to unbox, we all know that's kind of like ceremoniously what we do here in the clubhouse on Saturdays. We all have fun opening up the stuff that's shown up this week.
Yes, I keep with tradition there.
I got this really awesome box from a good man Ed right here.
Yeah, I got a box from Ed.
Oh, good. They all showed up. They didn't get lost.
Yes, my mind's still lost in China there, sir.
Is it really still in China?
Yes.
Jeez. That Moss Man's going to come back with cherry blossoms because he'll show up by next year's festival.
Wookie Sasquatch there. He said he's spotted a few around. So even if mine doesn't turn up, he said he might get one.
There's a bunch of them in here too.
Yeah. He asked me if I wanted them. I was like, Ed, when would I ever use those? I was like, I have no.
Well, I knew Oz would use them between the Headless Horseman and his skeleton. So
it's there's nothing. Oh, believe me, these are gonna get some use.
Oh yeah, I'll be using them this weekend. Actually, I'll take some shots of them. Oop. They actually came in right before you guys went live. So.
Nice.
And yes, my son Wukong finally popped up in the mail there.
So glad you finally got that.
I missed this one at first, of course, but the fellow over here.
Wukong's such a cool figure, though.
He is. Like, honestly,
he's missing one of his feathers in the cap there, though. But all in all, I was going to be displaying with those anyway. So.
Sun Wukong is still my vote for figure of the year because he's just absolutely gorgeous.
He's got a nice bendy tail there too. You can bend his tail around.
A wired tail.
If you remember to put it in, though.
Yep.
It's true. All right, I'm gonna make myself large here for a second.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody can read the beautiful engraving, let me hide my face a little.
Which one is that one?
It says I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Which I love. These look great. They look great. Thank you for making quite a bit more than you needed, I will say, because they're just going to be fun. And then There's this other little pack here.
They're little rooms, aren't they?
Headstones.
Well, I had like a ton of scrap foam, and it's like, what are you gonna do with it other than just little pieces like that, right? Yeah, I got you some little vials like I gave Aaron too,
which will also again look very, very nice in probably either Grayskull or Snake Mountain. They're gonna look good no matter which place that they get set up in. But yeah. Gotta say, thank you very much, Ed. I really appreciate it, brother.
Problem, guys.
Yeah,
these are gonna look fantastic. Cool. So
Oh yes, I had a few pieces entered into an art exhibition there.
Oh, Wolfman!
That opened up yesterday, I believe. So that'll run from about November to about December there. Yes, I had my skeletal bust going into that.
This one just says bye.
Yeah.
Thanks, signing off for the last time. Yeah. Bye.
I was a manager at a Spirit of Halloween like 4 years ago, I think. Just as a second job. I started working there just for fun, and they asked me to be the manager because the manager that they had hired sucked. So,
right.
And they had all those styrofoam tombstones you can buy for your yard, and they had like some of the dumbest sayings on those, like bye and, gone but not forgotten and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, that's what I'll do.
Right. Xanathar the Beholder. That is really, really a good looking figure too.
I got something shocking. Do you guys want to see it?
Is it a bag of ass?
You always have something.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is a safe space.
So, this was canceled by Target, but Walmart Collector Con actually didn't cancel my pre-order, and a year later, I got them.
Wow. Just took a year until the current
I actually forgot I ordered them, but they came in, and their cards aren't all banged
the
up.
cards don't look bad.
Because they sent them in a non-envelope. All right, folks. We've been waiting. We've been waiting a long time for this, and this is probably going to be one of the biggest events in toys. One of the biggest events that you're going to experience all weekend.
Oh.
We have our very special guest. Guys, we got to be gentle. He's popping his cherry.
We like going hard when you pop the cherry.
We've got Nolan with us tonight, guys. Nolan. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, all.
That's the microphone?
Yeah, you can hear him.
You can hear him.
Coming loud and clear.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can definitely hear you.
Yeah.
Man, this definitely has made my weekend. It was funny because we kind of throw that together last week. You said you'd be coming live with us this weekend. I got really, really excited. And then we had the reinforcements wave, and I was checking in with Legion's class. And again, Jesse's very, very busy right now. It's Curtis as well, because they're both getting ready for Legion's Con. Oh, wait. What are we showing off here? Hold that up again.
It's his winnings.
He's got these.
Oh, he got the winnings in.
Yes. Beautiful winnings in. There it is. The Cobra Foot Locker.
Oh, yes.
Very nice.
That is a one of a kind, just for you, Nolan.
And the Rey Mysterio.
Awesome.
Booyaka.
Well, thank you for, again, honestly, it's what means the most to anybody who does these channels is the support from all of you guys that watch. Because honestly, we all wouldn't want to be up here talking to ourselves.
There were a couple surprises in there, Nolan.
I was gonna say I saw a Crocmaster in there.
No Fiona, but Crocmaster.
Awesome.
He was just collecting dust. I had to, so figured I'd send one.
Right?
Hasbro does such a good job with their animals, though. I mean,
Oh man, that Fiona. Now we're gonna make Nolan jealous.
Yeah.
But Yeah, they really, really do amazing work.
But that Cobra Footlocker is a one of a kind, Nolan. That's an Aaron original.
And we've got it pouring in here for Nolan making his appearance this week. Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go.
No, he's got a Fiona. There you go.
He's got a beautiful Fiona. Yeah.
Is that one of those real life alligator heads?
I got a couple of alligator heads downstairs.
Yeah. I got one.
Yeah, my parents actually picked it up for me when they went to Louisiana on a trip.
In Louisiana, you can get the larger ones pretty cheap.
Yep.
Louisiana, I think, is the state where they cost the. Basically, once you start getting south of the border here in the U.S. on the eastern coast towards the Midwest, you could pretty much get alligator heads at any truck stop that you go into. Anybody who's well traveled down south knows that if you go along the highways, you go into a rest stop or a truck stop, those alligator heads are all over the place. But
you might find one or two at down the old creek there.
Depending on which state you're in, kind of negotiates the price. The two cheapest places you tend to get are Mississippi and Louisiana, because they hunt so many of them for population control purposes. Down in Florida, where it was a protected species for so long, they actually tend to cost the most, even though you would think in Florida they'd be the cheapest. But at least in my experience,
they keep crawling into the sewers there, sir.
They can't fit in the sewers down there because they get so damn big.
Thank goodness. Doing a bit of a surprise when sitting on the old loo there.
You can drive down the road in Florida and see the gators popping up out of the ditches.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, if you get to the oh god, what is it? Space. The name of the
Kennedy Space Station. Space Center,
right, when you're going down the road towards it.
Yep.
It's actually called like Space Station Highway or something like that down there. I can't remember exactly. It's been a long time. The you could just see them all lined up in the gully, and there's tons of them right off the side of the road.
Yeah.
You got to be careful because sometimes they'll be up in the road.
I see they like to play on the old greens there sometimes. The old golf there.
Oh, gators love golf.
Yeah,
gators absolutely love golf.
So when I was a senior in high school many years ago, I was down in Kissimmee, Florida, on a trip with a couple of buddies, and we met these girls, of course, who were staying in the same campground as we were. And we found this little pond. We were hanging out on the dock, and we kept hearing all these bullfrogs, and they dared me to dive in. So I dove in, swam around in the pond for a little while, got back out. The next morning, we went back to the pond because I lost something, or somebody lost something, keys or something. And there was a big sign that said, "Do not swim. Beware of gators." I was like, "Oh shit!"
Oops.
Whoops. We had to put that sign on the dock, not off to the side.
It only hurts for a little bit.
Diving in the deep end there.
Yeah, it only hurts until they drown you.
I must have been making enough splashes that I scared them. So that's all I can say.
All right, so I had to go look this up really quick. I'm trying to contain some of my usual multitasking that I would do while we're live, just due to the fact that the computer's been so slow lately. It helps for the stream. But I saw this message, from Speaking Moistly, just saying, rest in peace to a great wrestler, a great entertainer.
Oh.
And I was like, wait, did Rey Mysterio die or something? And so like I'm checking and I'm wondering if, well, because you got Rey Mysterio Jr., but as far as I can see, the Rey Mysterio that I'm familiar with that the toy is based off of is still alive. I was going to say, no, we didn't just lose another great wrestler, did we?
Yeah, he's still alive, but I know that there was a guy that died in the ring after wrestling him.
Oh.
And it was an accidental death. It wasn't like the guy had a stroke and it kicked.
I was going to say that does tend to happen.
True story right now. True story.
You know what, Random? If that's the case, then apparently we both saw T-Rexes because me and Ed ain't that far apart.
Right? Okay, here it is. Good. Ray thing was just a rumor. Thank God. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got a little worried there. Oh, okay.
Indeed.
And now he's saying it was Eddie Guerrero that he meant. And okay. Yeah, rest in peace, Eddie, because he was one of the best.
Well, something's got to keep those lips moist.
That's right. Something's got to keep them very moist. Pop star Ricky is in the house saying Hogan dead.
Yeah. Did anybody see the early screenshots of Hemsworth?
He's a real American there.
What was that, Ed?
I said, did anybody see the early screenshots of Chris Hemsworth playing Hogan?
No, I missed that
biopic that they're doing. I saw it on Instagram the other day. It's really interesting. I mean, he doesn't look anything like him, but I mean, he's got the whole persona down. You know,
that's the important thing. Tony's Fig saying spreading them damn rumors.
That's what we do.
It's part of having a toy tube account, right?
Right. Tony, there you go.
There we go.
Oh yes, there you go.
He's done ish.
All Aaron's customs are done ish. This dio's done.
Yeah, there's no custom that's ever completely done. I found that out about myself. Now the dio is done. Oh, there we go.
Oh dear.
Now that's what I call lightning pussies, as
yeah.
Rick likes to call them.
That would run.
We'll say this was just a nature show there.
So, one of the other big packages that came in this week, we got random.
We need a doom and gloom drum roll for this one.
112 dildos. When you said big packages, I was a little concerned.
It's a big package. I did already show it off and give the shout out on Toy Frenzy on Thursday, but and this time I've actually. I hope I didn't just flash it.
Can you fit it all in there?
But it's finally here.
Mega Mountain?
Yeah.
Yes. Finally. The amazing.
You're making a mountain out of a snake mountain there.
Oh, I'm making it. Uh-oh. Allison's just sitting down and realized Nolan is here. That's right, folks. Making that debut, hanging out with us tonight in the clubhouse, which is a perfect place to be debuted.
Yes, sir. You're seeing him first here.
And Nolan, thank you for coming on and hanging out with us tonight because, again, it's one of these great moments to be able to put a face to the name because we all just... we see each other. And I mean, of course, for those of you who follow you on Instagram, yeah, there's a picture there too. But this is that real kind of experience, and it's great to actually be able to have you hang out with us and chat in real time versus just throwing up your chats in the chat log. So we really appreciate you coming and hanging out with us tonight. It's really, really wild.
Well, thank you for having me.
Oh, man, you are always welcome to join. You know that.
Indeed.
And I'm getting some this just in here, too, as a matter of fact. I will definitely have to make sure that I pop this one up and share it real soon. Because those people who are still following that wonderful trend of taking a screenshot of watching everybody here live and then posting it and making sure that you tag those of us that are live so we can share it to our stories, let everybody know.
Or put the link in the description there so you can point people in the right direction.
That's right. So that this way everybody knows Ostradamus Toys Clubhouse, place to hang, quite possibly the hottest spot on Saturday nights. Not that you don't have options, because we've also got Weird Fantastic Toys Bill that goes live every single Saturday night. And he is a fun place to hang out and just share in weird, fantastic toy adventures, all of their own. He's an amazing creator. And every once in a while, he pops on here and then goes and does his own show because he's another diehard kind of like me. Likes to do his hangouts.
Allison was doing a good show right before and during class too.
Oh man, that was killing me. That was absolutely killing me because she posted about having it and it was live at 8:30 and I was like, no, I'm going live at 8 tonight. But the beautiful thing is I will be able to go back and catch the replay and watch all of that.
Yes, Mr. Maker.
Yeah, I chose Fridays because there was like nobody on Fridays, and now it's like everybody's on Fridays. I'm just like, really?
It's every night. It's every night.
There's not a night out there now without content of somebody's going on anymore. I mean, again, the Saturday night thing started with Toy Frenzy, and that's when Skelly and I would come live and start doing the show. And eventually he changed things up and he wanted to start doing it during the week so he could spend more time with the family, which totally understand. So we decided we were going to move the show to Thursdays. And then I, who was on Mondays at the time, was just like, well, shoot, Saturday night's still open now. So I'm going to go do my show on Saturdays. All right. All right, shipper box is out of here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Ooh, yeah.
Get the old doom and gloom music rolling there.
Oh, yes.
Do we need the obligatory drum roll? Is that what we're doing?
Oh, go for it, guys. Go for it, because now I'm going to hold it up in all of its beautifulness. Here we go.
It is.
This thing is blocking my voice from the microphone completely.
I'm about to do a little peekaboo over top of the box there.
Absolute gorgeous.
I trusted arrived in good nick there, sir. Even on the art of the box.
Fairly good. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of a puncture here. One of the pieces that was inside the box is punched through the wolf's head. But all in all, that's all fine because this thing is getting opened up.
Yes. But it's always good, to save the artwork if you can.
Yeah. Adam's mentioning every night is full. That's why he does Sunday afternoons, and he started to record more. Sundays is like the biggest, fullest
Sundays is
day.
Like nonstop now.
Yeah, you wake up in the morning and you start and you just don't stop until 9, 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Oh, Brick is back in time and Nolan.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I gotta come out. Okay.
Which one is Payne opening up now?
Oh, this is just one of my range vipers.
Oh, okay.
One of how many?
5.
Okay.
But don't worry, Thanos. He's lowered his limit down to 3 now.
Yeah, this was one of the last. The snow serpents, and this one was the last 2 that I bought 5. So,
Brick has said he will be playing the role of Nolan tonight. Appreciate that.
What's up, Mike?
I was gonna say we got Mike Fee joining us live as well. Man, the party's kicking off. This is because we normally go live at like 9:30 and then we don't start the show until like 10:15 and then everybody rolls in by 10:30 because they know we'll definitely be live by then.
Yeah. Well, and generally like Toy Frenzy, it's starts ish usually. It's not all ish. It's usually 5 or 10 or sometimes 15, depending on how much time you guys spend
doing my hair
in the green room.
If somebody did a show at like 5 o'clock on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, you'd get a lot of people. 5:30, you'd get a lot of Eastern time for me, but you get a lot of people watching. Like I'm always looking for something to watch during dinner.
Well, you know what's funny? Radical Toys Adam, he has started picking up doing his like afternoon live streams, and they kick like right around the same time I'm getting off work. So it's kind of nice. Like when I get off of work, first thing I like to do, I head outside and I grab a smoke. And it's been really nice that I've been able to get off of work. He'll have a live stream going, and I will just sit there and start to unwind from the workday and check out what he's got going on with the news while I'm having my cigarette. And sometimes that also helps too, because depending on how busy my workflow is during the day, I can't always keep up on the news. Like yesterday, they were showing off quite a bit of stuff from New York Comic Con and all like that. I wasn't able to keep up with anything because, we were flooded yesterday really bad.
Yeah, I'm always oblivious until I get home and it's like, oh, this happened, this came out.
Finally playing catch up on all the news from the day.
Find out
do we have the old Super 7?
Except for Conan. On my lunch break, I saw the King Conan. And I was like, oh my God, I got to get this.
I figured that Mezco just mailed you directly about it.
I got an email from Mezco because I signed up a long time ago.
Yes, I think we had the old Super 7, a Cobra base ship, which has started a crowdfunding there.
That was something that I did see yesterday that really, really caught my eye was the Cobra Mothership and the add-on packs.
Yeah.
What is the price of it? I haven't even checked it out yet.
$4.95 and 100 shipping, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then if they do the add-ons, which, if they're hardcore and they, that was one of those toys that for whatever reason, they had it in the introduction of the cartoon, but they never made it. It would have been a more sensible toy to make than the Terradrome, but as a child, the Terradrome was a cool toy.
Yes, a long list of playsets. These toy makers never made. They like the one that calls to mind is the Sequest DSP ship. They were going to do a playset in that because, of course, they released the action figures in about I think Playmates released those.
Yeah,
they never came out with the submarine, of course.
They were right along with what was that? Playmates Next Generation toys. They were kind of like they picked them up after they stopped doing those, I think.
Yeah. Well, though with Next Generation, they of course had the bridge and the transporter playsets there.
Yeah, the bridge was cool.
You couldn't stick the figures in the spaceships because.
We got. Speaking Moistly saying Radical Toys is a gem, a cool guy. Adam's definitely, he is really, really cool. It's always good to catch him and one of his lives and what he's got going on. So always very happy to see him.
He's very artistic too. He drops his little shorts of his sketches and then he might animate them. And of course he also animates little puppets that he has on the screen there sometimes with him. He's a little Motu character, like old Cobra Khan here. And he has them animated and he does a little wave and all sorts.
I was going to say, Thanos, I think he's primed up for some Wednesday toy shots. Yeah. 2 wristbound, I'll just put it out there. They look like butt plugs. They may be spark plugs, but they You know what? No, Brick's saying, open up those Red Deaths. Not till you're here, buddy. Not till you're here. You got to join us for that.
Oh, indeed.
That'll be next weekend's show. All of us are going to open up Red Death together and have this aha moment with, the absolutely amazing figure that it is.
We'll all be seeing red there, you might say.
Oh, we'll definitely be seeing red.
And paint the town red.
We will be seeing. We're gonna paint the wagon red. Red Wagon Dioramas, another cool IG account.
Red 5 standing by.
Trying to think. I have a different shot for Wednesday, but I don't remember what shot I had.
Don't give him ideas, Tony.
We'll find out come Wednesday.
Like he needs ideas.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying.
He needs ideas for Fisto Friday, is why.
Actually, this was Andrew Gady's Toys in a chat the other day. Said he wanted some Thundercats action. So
okay.
Brought out the Thundercats.
And
there you go, guys.
And here you will see the 2 animals in their natural habitat.
Beef with two backs, as they say.
Who's that nature fellow there? You need to get him in. Those are the commentary there.
Is that
So
we got to play some Bloodhound Gang now? Play some Bloodhound Gang going?
I mean, I love Bloodhound Gang, so I'm down.
Yes. They're one of the best bands ever, and they're funny as fuck.
Oh, he's got the web store.
That gorgeous web store figure.
I love the translucent eyes.
Oh, man.
That is just cool.
Such a good looking figure. So also another thing that has been noticed now too is his more like handle piece for the gun, like the blue handle, taking the legs and attaching it to the blue kind of like gripped handle or whatever it is. Cobb knows what I'm talking about, and he'll be here shortly.
Maybe he can.
The old claw there, the old claw arrangement.
Yeah, because it kind of makes it like it turns it into like this little grabby piece, which is really, really cool that he found that out.
That?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, there's like this handle and the legs, like the individual legs, you can attach 2 legs. It's a blue handle grip piece.
I'm not seeing it.
Maybe it's still in the package.
No,
I think you unplug the legs individually, and you might plug them into the blue handle. I think is how it goes.
What blue handle are you talking about?
Yes, there may be instructions in the the insert in the box.
Yeah, Cobb said it was like on the back of the box or something, or on the bottom of the box, something like that.
Yes, I noticed later. Sometimes they've had little cell instructions on the bottom.
Is it blue or is it orange?
Yeah, somehow I am. Do not have. Wait, hang
on. Brick was not aware that the eyes were translucent. Now he's rethinking his life choices.
I think I can do to help you rethink your life choices, Brick. There's a blue handle. It fell in my lap. That would explain why I wasn't finding it. I was like, wait.
There we go. I knew there was an extra piece in there.
Okay.
You found it.
All is well in the universe.
Yes, I believe
I may not know all things toys, but I certainly know quite a bit.
Okay.
Yes, I think they did translucent eyes on the Skeletor from the Rise of Evil 2 pack. His eyes looked a bit more interesting there.
Oh, so I've finally unboxed, or I've finally taken the mountain out of its box.
Oh, yes.
We need to make sure that Brick, if Brick is at Target, is he with his mother-in-law?
Exactly.
Because we could be here opening up Red Deaths right now, Brick. If you were
he was in Target.
If mother-in-law is with him right now.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw, he took a picture of his usual area where he does the filming.
Oh, I know. I was being.
Man.
We're just busting his balls. That's all.
We've got to, because he's not here.
We don't have anything else better to do, Oz. I mean, really, technically, what else do we have to do? We're talking toys. True. I am concentrating on keeping this armor on web store that does not want to stay for whatever reason, and now I am looking for an accessory that I have no idea where it went.
Yes.
Challenge we all.
You shall be here joining us in our event.
I had it right. Coming there was her idea. Oh, we got a flash. We got a superpowers.
Oh, superpowers flash. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Very, very cool, Nolan.
I saw my Walmart finally got the new Batmobile and Invisible Jet today. So.
Oh, did
he's
they?
going to Flash.
Yeah.
I kept joking that when they announced that McFarlane was doing the Invisible Jet, he was just going to sell an empty box.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed that's not the way it came.
It's really small. It's the same size as the Batwing and the Supermobile or whatever that's called.
Oh, I'm sure. It's not going to be huge, but that's kind of the beauty of the superpowers vehicles.
Yeah.
Because it, it's like he's his very own version of Clamp Champ. I dig it.
I see.
I like
it's
that.
Now I got to figure out what I did with the other weapon.
Oh, wait a minute. See,
what's going on there?
Coming to the store was her idea, and now she's gonna buy in this toy. See,
this be well behaved there tonight.
Well worth the trip,
right? Not many of us will go to the store anymore and be like, "Mommy, buy me toy, buy me toy." So
yeah, especially when it's not even our mommy anymore, right?
Some of us just don't have the option anymore.
You can only pick one there, Brixer.
Got Batwing on clearance, and it broke in 3 minutes. Now, which Batwing was this? Because there's a couple now.
Well, it didn't last very long in the movie, they say. So,
oh, there you go.
Probably this one.
Screen accurate.
Screen
accurate.
Oh, there it is.
It's a cool little.
So, Nolan, what you got going on, brother? How are you? This is your first live, man. Live it up with us.
Been doing good. Really, well, only new thing is I reordered the '89 Batman Batmobile gold label, and so hopefully it'll be here on Halloween, not get canceled again.
It's a better color, that one, I think. Yes, most liking that one.
I've got the peak. I've got a nice hard peak here. I'm gonna play with it a little.
Did you order that on McFarlane, or is that on Amazon again?
I think it was up on. Oh no! Now everything fell out.
On Amazon again.
Amazon, yeah.
Yeah, McFarlane. To order from McFarlane is just really expensive for shipping to Canada.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're in Canada. That's right. Yep.
Oh yes.
Always the shame. It's funny in some instances where some of our friends live, it's like just across the border. Like in some instances, it's closer to them where shipping is across the border than it is to, like, say myself or like Aaron, and they've got to pay all these extra fees when it's like it should be.
Oh yeah, I mean, I live 45 minutes from the border of Canada,
right?
South of Buffalo. I mean, it's not that far,
but just that jump, skip, and a hop over the border means you got to pay all kinds of extra, and it
that
sucks,
river.
It just seems so unfair.
Yes, and you can't just tie things to balloons there because they get the Air Force on
line.
Yeah. It gets over the middle of that river, they start taking things out.
Do not send your drone over the river.
That's right.
Yes, they won't think you're a bit of a cartel there, perhaps.
All right, this new snakehead is way cooler than the old one. I'm just going to put that out there now. Yes, folks, I'm playing with my snake online, and I got to use 2 hands.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was always told this is something and this is something else, Oz. So you got something else there.
Hey, I always liked having a whopper because you had to handle it with 2 hands.
Zing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, how long you been collecting there, Nolan? Say.
We just recently got back into it, like most, just a few years ago. What got me back into collecting was the NECA movie turtles.
Oh yes, I've got a few of those.
That'll do it.
And then it's just kind of snowballed from there.
I agree. I was like one of those ones because at the time I was doing like more of the NECA aliens and stuff like that when they started doing the movie turtles. It was like right after they had announced the Secret of the Ooze ones, and I'd already seen the movie 1 versions. Everybody was waiting for the Secret of the Ooze ones to get the additional head sculpts with the more open eyes. And man, like,
so we went from toy lipping to ooze. There's a problem there.
Oh, there's a lot of oozing going on. I was just handling my snake.
Yes, I've had 2.
First you were describing playing with the snake, and then now you're talking about ooze. I'm concerned, Oz, on a number of levels.
And you threw out horse lipping toys, so there you go.
Yeah.
But my first Ninja Turtles collection, I ended up selling.
Licking it.
I had most of it here and there. But then,
That's the
yes,
way
I slowly started collecting them again, but I only have a smaller collection this time. But yes, I do have the first movie Turtles there. And just recently, the Mutant Mayhem fellows.
Oh, nice.
You know what? Yeah, Bud posted earlier in the
Nice.
in the chat that those were on sale at Amazon right now, like a lot cheaper. So, man, I gotta say, like, I want to pick up all of those because, I mean, I want to pick up all the glow in the dark ones, but that's for me. I'll pick up all the regular ones.
I haven't seen the glowing ones yet.
The glowing ones are a Target exclusive, so that might be why you haven't seen those.
Oh, yes.
They are sold in a 3-pack where you get the baby turtle with a little bit of
Glowy.
color. Yes, the glow in the dark. I love glow in the dark.
How is the glow on those, Aaron?
It is Animal Warriors of the Kingdom weapons pack. Glowy.
But how is the glow on those, Aaron? Is it really strong?
I don't know yet. I haven't left it out in the light long enough for it to get charged. So,
well, you got time.
We're going to be here a couple of hours. You might as well just leave it sit somewhere and then throw it under your desk real quick.
Well, I'll go set it out in the... I have a nice extra, powerful light over my shops.
There you go. Oh, man. So it was really funny. And, because we're coming up on quite a few anniversaries now at this point in time from when all of this YouTubing started last year for me. And, last year was around this time that they had made the announcement that we were getting Snake Mountain. And
yes, the
I thought that
influences meeting there.
Well, I thought one of the really, really cool things was, Eldor, the day after this showed up, my memories the very next day was when they did the announcement for Snake Mountain. And we were, I was posting about it. Because that was back when I was still trying to post a little bit of like the toy news and stuff like that. But the truth is, you got channels for toy news. I don't need to post news. I'm not going to be one of those channels where you get news. I'm not going to be one of those channels where you get toy reviews in the traditional sense. Like, I'm not going to do those things because there's so many other channels out there that already do that. I'm not going to be one of them.
And yes, of course, during that time too, everybody was sort of scrounging the old, sifting through the internet there, trying to find photos of old Snake Mountain there, and of course the Talon Fighter, and until lo and behold, it popped up at a Germany toy fair there. Just we saw a few glimpses of indeed Snake Mountain and the Talon Fighter poking out in between Castle Grayskull there in Snake Mountain, of course.
Right.
We were all wondering whether they'd made the subtle paint changes to when they first showed it off there.
Oh yeah, because the first images of Snake Mountain, it was very, very so much more pink.
Yeah. It needed a lot of help.
Mm-hmm. Well, they definitely. Oh, hold on.
Oh, we've got the rain coming in now.
Cool.
Oh, yes.
So I got these little pieces because I was going to make a dispensary for Moss Man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
That was cool.
Nice. Moss Man's Kush Shop.
I've got like a
a
little cash register.
Oh, yes.
What do they use for currency in Eternia there, Thanos?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Elder. A little bar thing. So
I dig it.
You're gonna have to get some gold coins.
Just the old gold coin,
Yeah, you're gonna need some miniature gold coins to put on there. Did you see the thing on Oiler's Workshop from the other? It was on Instagram yesterday. It was a working vending machine, mini.
Oh.
I don't think I saw that one. I saw some 1/6 scale ones that looked like.
Oh yes.
This is a 112.
It was the drinking machine there.
It's a 112 Coca-Cola vending machine that has many cans of Coke that come out. It had many coins that he had to pick up with tweezers to put in it. It had a mini dollar bill, and apparently the dollar bill thing is supposed to work.
Huh?
but he couldn't.
Oh, I saw that guy doing that thing with that, and he kept trying to get the dollar bill to feed it. It wouldn't feed.
Yeah, it's Euler's Workshop, but
Yeah,
apparently
Euler's,
it's
yeah.
made by some company. I can't remember who the company was.
Mm.
By the way,
So you got a
Arsenal of Pew Pews.
Oh yeah, I saw your picture.
That is some nice. There's some nice guns. Let's be honest.
Is that on? Is that off of Etsy or is that off of?
Yep, it's Etsy.
Etsy. I'll have to check them out.
Very nice.
They had a saw, a 249 saw.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my one of the
I picked this up today at the dollar
skippy.
store. Did you guys see these at the Dollar Tree?
Yeah, those are cool.
Oh man, yeah.
That's what I got all my little potions and whatnot in.
Yeah, that would work good as even that you could use that as a mold, and you could mold skeletons to hang somewhere.
Well, I thought about making some skeletons out of resin on that front part. That's the only reason I actually bought the damn thing.
Nice.
What's going on, everyone?
Dollar Tree. Did you have money that goes on trees there actually on sale?
So, I want to give this big shout out here. Ray Black is mentioning that Nolan got her first figure, and my personal favorite name for that figure, Daddy Goldblum. You all know the one I'm talking about, where he's laying out and he's got that chest open, that Daddy Goldblum figure. Ooh yeah.
Well,
yeah, I wasn't taking my spicy shots when that one came out, or I would have picked them up.
Why don't you go back and check on Mattel Creations? I'm pretty sure he's still available.
Probably.
Well, did NECA do a version of him?
Not that way. Not with the open shirt.
They
probably did another.
Tony's mentioning about the Arsenal Pew Pews being out of Arizona. It seems like Arizona is a hotbed for 3D printers because you got Arsenal Pew Pews, you got Gridiron. How many other,
I think he's still available, yeah.
They're probably all they're probably all Tony's friends.
Yeah, it must be the climate in Arizona that just gives it to 3D printing. I don't know.
What's up, Kyle? Adam and Red Dom.
What's up, Ed? What's up, everybody?
Yo.
Yeah,
what's going on?
How's it going down there, sir?
All right.
That's right.
How you doing, Eldor?
Oh, doing good there, sir. Yeah.
Oh, Adam, did you see this?
Hold on. I'm trying to scroll back up to you there, Aaron.
Oh, God.
Oh, nice. That's the Fairless armor set.
Yeah, Ed gave it to me, and then I did some painting on Onyx, give him some depth and some color.
That's the only armor set that I don't have.
Oh.
So when Moss Man stops by the dispensary, sometimes he makes deliveries, and he rolls around in the Mossmobile right here. It's nice and fuzzy. It feels very, very nice to pet. It's got live action sound.
Let's hope that nobody tries to smoke it.
Yeah, let's hope.
Does it sound like a hookah going off or a bong when it drives?
I mean,
is it steam powered?
Not quite. I didn't have that much time, guys.
Yeah, those little jars you got down, my son just had a whole bunch of those little glass jars. I was like, oh, those are the same thing Thanos just picked up.
Yeah, I got like a bunch of them, a bunch of different stuff.
It's easier to have all Lego all in them, but
Ed sent me like 3 of them, so I'm going to be putting some glowy paint in them and
From the dollar store,
whatever.
A couple of them I
haven't been able to find these ones.
Yeah, those are nice.
So that's cool.
Those I got on Temu.
Huh?
I got those off of Temu or Temu or however.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Oh, wait.
yeah.
Questions about the glow in the dark.
Yeah, glowy's not bad.
The old test going on there.
Oh, nice.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Okay.
That's got some decent glow to it.
Yeah.
That's only a couple minutes of charging. I saw that you had them, and somebody asked how they glow. They glow really well. That was just 2 minutes under a light. So.
Right.
Yeah,
That's pretty
I
good.
wonder a UV charge. They would really, really pop under a UV charge.
Yeah, exactly. I'm using a crappy ring light, not even on full power. So.
Right.
Yes, it doesn't take long to charge up my a box cutter of power there. Gives me a bit of a jolt, mind you. But
I do love me. I need to get one of those small, like little battery, basically a blacklight flashlight. I need to get one of those.
Yeah, I got a few of them. Those things are great.
Perfect when you got a little bit of glow in the dark you need to charge up.
Yeah, and also if you work it all with UV resin, if you're doing custom or really dioramas, because you can make a little puddle, or if you want to attach something, you can just put a dip of UV resin, hit it with a black light, and stick something in it, and it just sticks.
Or like a bit of a domed eye or something.
He put you up, Adam. Now we can't see the chat. It was Sun Goku, wasn't it?
Go for it.
It's got the hair and the effects.
Effects parts. Nice.
Cool.
Oh, man, that looks so good.
What's the price point?
I can't remember.
Oh, man.
Try not to from trauma or just not enough to register.
It's either selecting, forgetting, or it's like I don't want to admit to it.
We'll get your Payne's hotline number after the show.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, I think it's about $50 Canadian. I think it was maybe 40 US.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
that's
high. So the food kit they made was only like 35, so I imagine it's probably around that.
Yeah.
They tend to keep them pretty uniform for their effects. But that one's got I don't think I've ever seen the effects kit with a head before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's two trays worth of stuff.
Oh man, that's really phenomenal, and I like those kicking and punching effects.
That's like Casket of Cruelty stuff. They were showing off their new set. Whatever. What's the company called? Somebody help me out. They make Casket of Cruelty.
Super action stuff.
Yeah, super action stuff. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, they were showing off their new sets. I'm digging those.
Yeah, I have that Casket
just
of Cruelty.
watching new series of Goosebumps.
That show, I'm on the third episode of it. It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Does it give you the goosebumps there? My body said.
Hey man,
Trick or Treat got third episode did.
The Trick or Treat Studios got me with those figures. I am gonna need me some friggin' Goosebumps figures. I'm sorry, it's just gonna
those Goosebumps figures look really good. And so do those costume figures from NECA. I think he's doing those.
The NECA Ben Cooper costume ones. I want those. I know not everybody's impressed with them, but like I can just think of like a whole. First off, it reminds me of being a kid because like the Mummy one that they have, I had that costume. You know, I remember wearing the shirt and, you know, after it was a costume as pajamas all the way up until the point it did not fit anymore. It was like one of my favorite pajama tops.
Yes, I remember the old books there. They had the embossed logo on the top and a bit of lip reading there, you might say, as well as normal reading.
I bet you Curtis remembers them too, because I'm pretty sure he mouthed all of them. He did the horse whipping on them. Sorry, shouldn't I'm not trying to pick on Curtis, especially if he's not here to defend himself. But it's funny enough.
Well, this stream will go long enough that none of us will remember, and no one's going to watch all 18 hours of it. So it's all.
I don't know. I get some pretty good view hours off of these.
One of these days we need to do we just need to do like a marathon stream for charity or something.
That is definitely going to be something that we try to do. And it won't be just like, I get a lot of credit for doing the longer form streams, but it's something that we've mentioned as far as trying to have it go from one channel to another channel to another channel.
Yeah.
First off, and just trying to direct and flow the people who are watching. Like we're gonna do like an hour or so on this person's channel, then we're gonna go to this person's channel. Try to spread and share that, and it's gonna be like a mix. Like start off with like a large channel to get some momentum going, and then go to a smaller channel, and then try to go to a larger channel, and just really keep going throughout the whole day, weekend.
I don't know if you know this. I don't know.
I'll take people on here. Thing we are the world.
You don't want to hear me sing, but I don't know if you know this, but there is an option, or at least I have never looked into it, but I read about it. There's an option like rating on Twitch for YouTube where if you set yourself able to receive followers from another stream, you can basically, when you end your stream, you can send the people watching you over to another stream.
Right. Yeah. Like on Twitch, they call that rating, right?
Rating. Yeah. Yeah. But I think they have it on YouTube, but I've never hear it talked about, but I've watched videos on the option existed. Maybe they discontinued it. I'm not sure, but
it exists. You have to have a monetized channel in order to use it.
Okay.
Got it. Which unfortunately I'm not there yet.
You got to be close.
Some time ago there, Bill and from Weird Fantastic Toys and Grindhead Jim, they did a bit of a fundraiser there to help Rolo get some surgery there for his cancer treatment. So
I want a prize on that, which is I will be ending up doing a video when I donate it to Toys for Tots. Because I already had everything, but I even then I told them not to send me the gift, and they still did. It's like I don't need it. They still sent it. It's like okay. It's going to Toys for Tots
when I had ordered my a shipwreck there, the seller I usually buy from here, I had two G.I. Joe figures in there. Oh, what's going on here? I only ordered shipwreck, and there's a bit of a letter in there also. He said, "I hope you'll enjoy this figure in your collection," but sadly it was the G.I. Joe movie Storm Shadow there, and I've already got it. So I thought,
you know what? You can customize him. He works good as fodder.
That's what did pop into my mind, of course. But we've got the toy run coming up soon, June before Christmas. There, all the bikies they go for a bit of a trip there, and they all meet up in the Octagon, which is the centre of the markets here, and they all deposit a toy into a trailer, and that gets taken away there, and they're given to families that can't afford many toys and what have you. So I thought it might be good to put it in there. Pass it on, you might say.
Indeed.
I don't know what to tell people as far as on tips. I don't know what I'm doing.
Bud showing off.
I think most of us don't really know what we're doing. We're just all trying to, figure it out as we go along.
It's half the
fun.
Is
that is from the Masterverse Evelyn, right? The Sorceress.
Yes. And then I painted the body again. I painted the suit black to kind of look like the classics Battleground Evelyn.
Yeah, that's nice.
You know what you could do with the overhang bud is you could probably get it some magnets, and you could probably, if you got a pin vise, you could go into the top of her bustier and drill in there and put the really small 1.5 millimeter magnets.
Oh yeah.
And you could probably to clip down.
That's basically micron.
That's what I used on the mine to get it to float attached to this. So
painting in some more detail on Vicron's armor. I like that.
Yeah, I did a bunch of paintings because I was feeling like doing it. This one I did very little, but sorry.
I know
this is the size that you want, bud. It's 1.5 millimeters by 3. I used it for this, but you could probably get away with that. Probably get away with 1.5 by 1.5 and probably work it into that.
I mean, if you don't want it removable again, you could always just put the magnets on her nips.
Yeah.
Magnetic nips.
The little gold.
Yeah,
I was looking at that like Mondo version, and I really liked that gold trim.
It definitely helps bring something more to an otherwise kind of plain, vest.
There's something about Origins weapons that are just really they really are kind of
there's a bit more loyalty there.
Yeah, I just took some of my pink color shift paint. And I just put it on the cross guard.
It looks good.
Then, because I've done a couple of these, This one I'm really happy with so far.
God damn it.
Oh, it's smell there.
Yeah, I took the bracers off of the Bullet Man suit, and I popped them on, and then of course did the old coffee creamer shoulders. And I felt he needed another weapon, so.
Ray says we got to have hashtag magnetic nips.
Magnetic.
But then,
might attract the wrong crowd though.
Speaking moistly has refined it to magnets.
I was just gonna say it's got to be magnets.
Ooh, it's looking really good on the squeeze. Kind of that vintage coloration with the more modern too. Like that actually
gave him the yellow eyes just because there was too much white with the teeth.
Right. No.
And then I did a purple color shift on this part of the armor, and then metallic purple on this part, and then under here.
Yeah, it looks really good, bud.
Did some copper on the belt, orange color shift on here, some gun metal.
Oh, yes.
Painted the nails.
You know, it's one of these things with Origins. There is quite a bit of sculpted detail in a lot of the toy.
Yeah, check out on the gun staff here.
Right?
I actually didn't know this was like a gun. I just thought it was like a tongue. But then I looked close. I'm like, no, that's an
Hold
actual.
it up a little higher, but it's a focus.
That's an actual blaster.
Right.
Yeah, I never realized that. That's cool.
Yeah, I never have either. That's crazy.
Yeah, because you miss that detail when it's not painted. Now, mind you, that's like how they claim they can charge cheaply for these. But, you know, when it was $15 a figure, I was okay. Now that it's closer to 20, it's like, guys, come on.
Yeah. Really? It's also kind of why I feel I not have to paint them, but like want to. Then I finally finished up what I was working on last week.
Oh,
no.
Finished up that head.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
That plate.
Well, that's your custom character there, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, that metallic paint is really working well.
So now I got two different head sculpts for him, which the other one's just the other was it Clam Champ, but the eyes were like wonky, so I just stripped them down and then drew in the eyes.
Very good.
He looks happier there.
Yeah.
You put a big space between his front teeth, he looked like Mike Tyson.
So Allison has said that Mattel hasn't realized that it's a gun either, because they still describe it as a pet.
So I guess he would be called. Clithor.
Yeah.
Clithor.
Man, with the Sunman wings and everything going on, that is.
Oh wait, there is something else. I forgot.
Ooh, a little bit of additional paint app too. And again, this is just the standard kind of dragonfly crossbow from Tongue Lasher, but you put some paint app on there and it really brings out the sculpting detail that's just mixed.
I did a little bit to Tongue Lasher himself, but it's just subtle.
And what brand paint are you using for that?
So this is the Folk Art Color Shift. And then the other paint I use, there's two of them.
Yeah, war paints.
The armor paints, and then where's the other one? It's Vallejo.
Okay, cool.
There's the game color, and then there's another one.
So you don't have any problems with that craft paint sticking to the models? Not too much?
Nope.
Oh, cool.
I just did metallic paint over all the purple markings on them. Color shift on the chest and on the snake logo. Filled in this because this was always annoying that this wasn't painted in on his back.
Right. Yeah, they left the back detail completely unpainted, even though they painted in a lot of the other parts too.
And then on the head, the paint was like squared off like right here, so I just made it into a point like the sculpting had. The only other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little green neon paint on the tip, and then paint some glow in the dark paint. So it's like a poison tip.
Just a
on
tip.
his
Very
on his
nice.
tongue. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing the past couple days, just painting. I didn't feel like recording content, setting all that up, make sure all my shots were good. I was just like, I just want to relax and paint.
Yeah, I was gonna hop out real quick and hop back in with my laptop. I was trying to go off my phone since I got the new phone to see how it worked, but I'd rather have the bigger screen, so I'm gonna hop out real quick.
All right, brother. That's absolutely fine.
Back for 1 sec.
So, I want to give a big shout out to Bobby Dangerously joining in the chat tonight. Good to have you here, brother. And for those of you who don't know, Bobby made a big announcement yesterday, launched the trailer on his channel for his upcoming new narration series that he's going to be doing. Very detective noir-esque stories. And I'm grabbing the link for his channel here. Everybody needs to go head over and subscribe to Bobby's channel so that we can all give him some love when he's got that going live. Right now, he's just got the trailer to it, but definitely going to be a lot of fun once he gets that going.
Yes, sir. Enter the danger zone there with Bobby Dangerously.
Not quite the danger zone.
I don't know. It could be.
Oh, it's
mystery and intrigue and danger. all the occupational hazard for detective work there.
That song from Top Gun started playing in my head immediately.
No, of course. Programming. It's programming.
Yeah,
that's right.
Now, what'll really mess with you is when you actually change the lyrics from Danger Zone to Awesome Zone. Oh, and it works.
Yeah, might have a few more programming sessions to get to that point.
Well, I would totally do it, but I think they would start pulling my streams if I ripped the song off. But here we go, folks. Popped it in the chat here. Definitely need to go check out YouTube at Bobby Dangerously with the underscore there, and go subscribe to his channel now because he's going to be dropping content in the very near future.
Yes, I see. Adam's got the Mass Effect going on there.
We do love Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Or at least I love Mass Effect. I don't know about
No, I love Mass Effect.
One of the best games ever.
Great game.
What you got working on down there, Adam?
I just got.
Oh yes.
Oh man, that does look good.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
the-
that alternate head sculpt. Oh, it looks good.
The wind-blown hair.
Mm-hmm.
It actually looks windblown on this figure.
So a lot of the
what's attack
Now
is
you
that,
just need a flying Nimbus.
a lot of the
Is that just Kamehameha?
yeah, I
No.
suspect that it is. They were like the. I loved SH Figure Arts for like how they describe things. Where is it on here? Air bullet effect part is what they call it.
Air bullet effect part, huh? Okie dokie.
But normally, like when you get a figure that comes with a blast effect like this, they actually give you a hand. And I don't have one nearby. Oh, usually they give you a hand that has like a peg on it, which I might have. Hold on, bear with me. It should be in here. Take my word for it. No, there we go. It's not going to show up very well, but you see, it's got like an extra finger right in the palm.
Oh right.
Right.
Normally, there you can see it there. Normally the blast effects like peg on to the figure, but what they do with this is actually give you this little clear adapter. I don't know if you can see it here. I'll turn it so that you can see the adapter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they actually give you an adapter, so you could use this on any figure To be honest, like it wouldn't even necessarily have to be SH Figure Arts because this just clips on.
Right, so you could use that with like the more
nice.
standard Bandai All Star, or
you could use it with anything. And then the way that they do the, so this is meant to be like a kick effect, like a sweeping kick.
Oh, yes.
Right.
And they just have these little hooks on them.
Oh,
like a little
cool.
ring. So again, you just fit it over an arm or a leg. So this would work with your Motu stuff or whatever.
Right.
Pretty cool little set.
Very
I mean, the head, not so much, but the effects would work.
Right, yeah. I mean, you could put that head on a Motu figure, but
you could, yeah.
I don't think the peg will work, right? It's like super small.
It's
you just
tiny.
gotta wait.
Yeah, here I'll show you. Because I'll pop this head back off.
Okay.
That's the ball peg for an SH Figure Arts figure, which sucks because you're always worried it's gonna snap every time you put a new head on.
Yeah, they're super tiny.
It's tiny, and it doesn't need to be because the neck's big enough that like.
Right, you could have a solid like ball joint head. It doesn't need to be shaved down to almost nothing.
Yeah, and some do, like they've gotten better. Like some figures are sort of moving towards that. The parts effect are designed for this Goku figure, which just happens to be a slightly older design. It was new, and they used it a few times, but they've since sort of come out with an even better version of the Goku body. So anyway,
yeah,
cool
because
set.
Figure Arts always really doing great work with those. Like, you pick up any of the Figure Arts figures across their lines. Doesn't that just have to be Dragon Ball Z? Yeah. They are good, solid figures. They are definitely worth the money. Oh, we got a Naruto up here.
I'm just showing this one is like the opposite, where the hole is in the thing, and then the peg is
in the ball.
Rasengan.
Yeah.
I think my son just picked up one of him today. I went shopping with my son, and he went crazy today shopping. I did the Mattel store the other day, but took him out and he spent money at the Lego store like crazy.
Was that your money or his money, Cop?
His money. He works.
Okay. That's all that matters.
It wouldn't be mine because he spent $60 on one minifig.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, those minifigs can get pricey.
They can get ridiculous.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I guess Deadpool is like one of the hard ones to get.
Ones.
Yeah, and since they're not...
Well, no, he's come in a couple sets now. So
I was going to say.
It might have to be a specific Deadpool.
Yeah, Comic-Con exclusive ones or something.
Yeah.
Got to be something like that where there's like some minor difference. Because Deadpool's come in quite a few sets.
More Deadpools, I'm sure. Now that they know what Deadpool is.
Yeah. Legos are
$50 for a mini.
It's crazy. But I mean, all those plastic bricks and the actual plastic needed to make them. I mean,
the mini
and the brand name.
Like, we all collect like a wide range of action figures. But like when it comes to Legos, there are some people that don't just collect the Lego sets. They collect the minifigures.
Yeah.
And that they got to buy whole sets of Legos to get specific minifigures.
Yeah.
And I mean, some people do, sell those online for pretty high price. That's why when Cobb was saying like $60 for a minifig, like it's got to be like one of those more specific ones that came in a particular set that may be out of print, and that's why you're going to pay that price for a minifig. Or again, even just like, maybe it was a con exclusive because they do specific. I mean, we all know how con exclusives go. So,
anyone ever mess around on Bricklink?
Oh, yes. Bricklink's an amazing site.
It's wild.
It's
I had the 3-in-1 jet fighter set there that you could build the boat and the helicopter and the jet fighter, but it didn't have any minifigures with it. So I went on the old Bricklink there and bought 2 pilot minifigures for it.
So how much were those each, Cobb?
Depends on who you are.
Okay. So I'd say I was just asking because like the armor itself would be really cool to like snag some and put it on like Origins.
I got a bunch of these.
Let's say your name is Buddy and you show up with a plate of special cookies. How much are they?
Yeah. I could ship you some cookies.
Well, speaking of food there, yes, I better sign off and get some grog into the old belly there. Plus, I'm busy on a few custom jobs. So, yes. Good journey, all, and have a good
journey. Thanks for being here tonight, brother. Thank you for joining us.
How much to just borrow one of the Scott Knightlick heads?
I was actually.
I'll talk to you on the side.
All right.
I would love to paint one as like a snake man Scott head. I think that'd be very fitting.
I just want to have a Fisto shot with it.
I was gonna say,
Fisto or something.
I know.
What you need to do is have it like the fist, and then his head is like screaming away.
Now they had these out of package. I think I showed you, and then I have a lady that went and got me the shipper boxes and everything, brand new mint in these. So I'm gonna probably open one here because I got one for myself. I'm gonna open one here tonight and check it out. But price sell
also the
$45 each.
Oh, that's not bad.
Very bad.
Yeah, I mean that's the original price on it.
Classics.
Yeah,
so.
2-pack of classics, $45. So if anybody's, if you're a Frenzy Patreon, get a little discount.
Oh, see, look at that! More reason to sign up for the Patreon. Get a discount on your Palace Guard figures from Cobweb.
But I could get a few of these. I'll say. I mean, one of these. Didn't you get this, Janos?
Yeah, I got one. It was like super discounted. I picked it up.
Here. Yeah.
That one's tempting.
Yeah.
I actually really dig the whole design of it.
Nothing with it. Like I got it, I opened it, I put it away, and it hasn't moved.
Yeah.
Hi, Allison.
Hi, Allison.
Allison has joined us this evening.
I got yours, Oz.
Oh, yes.
You want another one of him, right?
Not another one. I wanted him. He was.
I actually want that
this year. So
just to paint the like fur on the
this packaging
shoulders there.
But I don't know.
I'm okay with that. You know, I open my stuff. Like, I don't want him for the shelf. To be keep in box. I want to open him. But when you flashed across him, I was just like, all right.
I was surprised they had two of them there.
Oz always beats his clam shells.
It's true, I do. Beat them clam shells up. Got to get them clams.
Jeff saying I will love that set. But I think I better just open one.
So, again, I need everybody to fully take in tonight's experience, because Nolan has finally joined ToyTube and going live with us tonight, folks. And everybody,
holy crap, that is Nolan. I just noticed him. Hi.
Just realized he is live with the Nolan.
Where you been?
I saw the face and I didn't even read the name. I just thought that was just some chat rando.
He needs a big sign that says, "Hi, I'm Nolan."
I know. Hey, Nolan. He has said hi more to Nolan than anybody else in the world at this point.
Right.
Say hi to him so many times a day.
If you have a ToyTube channel, you know who this man is. If you really haven't made it as a ToyTuber, if Nolan's not in your chat, like that is a sign of establishment.
Can you say the thing is? Can you say you're a ToyTuber?
I'm happy to get Nolan
has not visited your chat.
Every time Nolan says he likes one of my figures, I know it's good.
That's right. That's right. So the fact that Nolan has joined us for tonight, everybody who's live tonight right now, just take in this for a moment and realize we are hanging out with the Nolan. He is known well beyond just like the circle of the frenzied and everything. Like he is known all across, because if you're doing a live stream, Nolan is there. He is in your chat. He's telling you, you're awesome.
Yeah.
So we got Matthew Matson mentioning, WoW on screen. And Brick says, "Damn, those must be some good cookies."
No, they are.
I have no doubt.
Gonna be the best. Bobby giving the big shout out to Nolan as well. That bud must be ripped.
Let me check my notes. According to this, we're at 87 Batman.
Yes.
76 Jokers, 52 Robins. 50 of them have the wrong cape. 17 Batwings. A Batman that is just a pound of dog poop that's been stamped with the bat signal, sent to Canada, sent back, then went to Mexico, and then in New Jersey. But it's actually Batman from Earth, New Jersey. And it looks like Bud is up to 89 cookies.
Oh,
only 89? That's disappointing.
We're gonna get Alice. We're gonna get Allison's voice like an app, and it's just gonna read the counters, and she's gonna. Read it just like
I need a audio clip of that to put at the end of every one of my videos.
Turn left at the McDonald's on the left, and you'll be at your Target. And while we've been in this car, Todd McFarlane has done 97 Batman, 86 Jokers, 57 Robins, 2 of them have the right cape, a Batwing, but 3 of them are painted gold, so we'll say 4 Batwings, and a computer mouse that is broken because you hit yourself in the head with it, but it's really Batman. And
Speaking of, sorry.
And 92 cookies for Bud.
Speaking of Batman, everyone goes crazy over that 86 Batmobile and the one from the Flash film.
89 Batmobile?
Yeah.
Or 80. Yeah.
Good
89, right?
Keep going.
Okay. Anyways. I hate that thing so much, and it's because some of them came with the gray canopy, but the canopy split is down the middle like it should be for a 2-seater, but it is a 1-seater. When you're driving that thing, Batman is literally staring at a giant strip of metal. He can't see what's right in front of him.
He uses that
so
location.
Annoying.
That's right. He drives like a bat.
There you go. Drives like a bat.
The window is just a suggestion. He doesn't need it. He's got all of his auto drive.
Here it is.
Oh, that's so cool.
I didn't think these would be the first classics I got, but there's Scott. And it's funny to me about the line dying and everything. Actually, I could get 45 more of these. I'm like, Scott needs to know that somehow.
Are you
That's
army
what I
building
found.
then?
45 of these.
Jacob, do we need to have an intervention? You're doing an army build for Scott Knightlick?
We'll get a Scott Knightlick army build, and then we'll have them slaughtered.
I'm not buying all 45 unless people want them, but
I might hit you up on that.
like I said, hit me up Patreon.
At least one.
Frenzy Patreons.
Oh, so Stridor's blast effect kind of fits on its nose. You kind of got to wiggle it on, but it looks like water shooting out.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't know if he'll stand. Probably not. No.
I doubt it.
It's really lean him back.
There's another idea for you, Thanos.
At least he doesn't have.
I've been meaning to do one with him and a wet T-shirt contest. So
you could just use.
There was a picture. There was a photo I saw on Facebook, I sent it to Thanos. But all I'll say is this nose is the same joint as a forearm, so you can plug stuff into his face.
Fistos tanned, coming off the.
Oh man!
I didn't want to spoil in case you might have been using that. So yeah, Fisto's fist was on his nose, and it looked amazing.
Now we have alternate Fisto Fridays.
I already did the Fisto Roboto Friday, so
that's true.
And I got one coming up with the Mr. T. I got him over there because he's got the dual action.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you can see here, but I did a horde version of my
Oh, nice.
Spout. His backpack right there. I figured because that's how he kind of started. Hordak was trying to recruit him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? I want my own horde.
There was someone on Facebook that used a bunch of different colored bodies, like how this one's orange, and they made an entire snout spout fire brigade.
Oh yeah,
it actually looked really cool because I think they used the different the other heads for the other ones. And this was like the main
I got an extra
leader.
snout spout body, and I kind of an extra Vicron. I was thinking about trying that orange buck with the space dude, Space Ace, the armor on there, and see how it looked together. See if the orange matches, how cool it looked. But I haven't got to that yet.
What's up, Travis?
In this box.
Because I know he's like a Eternius firefighter, but he's only one. You think there would be more?
It's all you need when He-Man's out there preventing forest fires.
It was so weird in the comic.
Those buildings made of stone in Eternia are definitely fire hazards. So
there was the mini comic that came with Mossman, and the Snake Man lit his forest on fire, and I thought it was really weird that Snout Spout wasn't in the comic doing the one job he has.
You had one job.
You had one damn job.
But I have noted that since the Mossman comic, the exclusive figure comics are shorter now. They used to be like 10 or so pages. Now it's 6.
Oh, from Origins to Vintage, or just
no, like the Origin exclusive comics that come with the exclusive figures. They're always longer. They always have a bigger story.
That's right. Yeah.
But since Mossman, now they're all the same length as every other comic.
I haven't really gotten to him in a while. I need to organize all my mini comics.
Like even the Lady Slither one was short, and I was actually reading through the story, and it seemed like there was a part in the second page where it seemed like there's some a gap or a missing page, and that's when I went back and started to look.
Some detective
so one thing that I've noticed here about my Snake Mountain is that the fold down lava pool or acid pool has a lot of paint rub on it, and you can see the blue.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, a couple.
And also be careful with the waist joints, where you can plug in characters, because the pin they use on the bottom is just a flat, almost like a push screw that they used, and the plastic can kind of crack around it, and I've seen some of the pegs just break off, and they've broken off inside of figures.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I've only connected my one of my guys once to it. Other than that, I haven't messed with it.
Good to know.
And I also think if you look at the little creatures that you could plug in there, they're a softer, almost like a rubber plastic.
Yeah, that's
whereas the normal figures are that harder plastic. So
those rubber dudes are cool, but yeah, I was noticing that guy on there. I'm not gonna be messing with putting a half.
I've seen a couple people post that theirs have broken, but there is a quick fix if it just breaks off, and it doesn't break off in a figure. It's just to use a normal screw end with a not flathead but a Phillips, so you can just screw it in.
I'm just realizing too, this comes with those 2 extra heads, huh? I know I'd seen that before. But
yes.
So now
another reason that
I'm gonna
sorry, go ahead.
2 packs. 2 packs now.
Right. One reason why that pack's actually good. I mean, not only can we get to riff on Scott, but there is a blackhead or black person's head in the pack.
Over here, yeah.
Right.
There's actually two of them, I think. One that doesn't have the face mask on, and then the other one. So that's kind of a cool if you want to if you have a couple Origin Eternian guards, or maybe you want to make a younger Deckard back from when he was Man at Arms or something. If you follow that storyline.
Yeah, so just to answer that question, none of them are complete yet, but 10 of them are almost done.
Very nice, yes, because I was going to say Fat Red Foo was asking about the computer consoles, so thank you for noticing that and seeing it. I also see that Nolan has either dropped off. I'm reaching out to him to see if he was just leaving for the night or if his phone was dying. Oh, wait.
I think he
there
just
we go.
dropped.
I
don't think he meant to.
I was going to say I may have my answer. Because he's back. I was just getting ready to message you, brother, and see if you were like off for the night or what. Glad you are still here with us.
I just imagine Ray came up behind and just snapped his neck and pulled him off stream.
Lagged for a second there and kicked me off.
Yeah, no, I get it. It happens. So I'm assembling all the parts to this beautiful, beautiful Snake Mountain.
I have to admit, I think I like Snake Mountain more than I like the castle, even though the castle I like more for playing. But just as far as how it looks on the shelf, I love the Snake Mountain more.
Yeah, but you painted all.
But your Snake Mountain is gorgeous. So
yeah, there is that too. I ain't gonna lie.
When you customize it, bud.
I'm gonna need to take some lessons.
I customize everything.
You do, and we all love you for it because it looks astounding when you're done.
Hey, Oz, why don't you pop up Random real quick?
Working on it. This is the part where I lose touch with the chat and everything else.
Yep, that's why I was calling you out. I saw you building your toys. It's all good.
So you said that's foam. How do you shape it?
Well, the base is foam. All these little pieces and the little the platforms that the buttons are on and the screens are foam. I shape it on a hot wire foam cutter table, which I could probably show you. You want me to do a quick demonstration of that? I could.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, do you have a hot wire bevel or to get those angles or?
Here, let me show you. I got to see if that camera is showing up on the stream setting.
Because that looks like fire. I mean, I got my little cardboard one that I. Surprisingly, my stepdad got a machine like that, but it's like a metal etcher.
Yeah.
Let me just say this real quick, though, Radnom. But most of us have to use the angle of the actual wire cutter to get the angles. Radnom does it freehand because he's just that skilled. So, and that's just a compliment to Radnom's skills.
I've spent a lot of time with it. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this freaking headphone is.
Does that piece of tape say not a handle?
Yep.
Sometimes that's important.
Well, yeah, you
don't
want to bend it.
Yeah, what happens? I'm going to be kind of low here. Let me turn the mic. What happens is you want to pick it up by this, and then you pop this wire over here, and then it pisses you off.
Does anybody else use it, or that's a reminder to you?
Oh, that's for me, dude.
Oh, okay, that was what I.
That's definitely for me. So you could see.
So it's like a. Oh, okay.
Straight cuts. And if you want to do a bevel on that, you can just kind of.
Yeah. Because with when I used to build Gundams, I have this device called the chopper, and I can cut really exact pieces and bevel them and stuff.
Yeah, so also the thing that you can do with a table like this, it's awesome, is you can really cut very, very thin pieces.
So if you're doing trim bits, you know, you just wouldn't be able to get that.
I cut a whole bunch of like pieces to be like 2x8s to do flooring.
Yeah. All right, I'll get off of that.
I will say
That's cool.
do love the sheer amount of talent and creativeness that is just so abundant within this community. Like,
for sure.
Funny story about that blue tape, Adam, is the night that I noticed that on Radnom's cutter. I had just done that to my wire cutter that morning. I was like, Radnom, what's that blue sticker say? And he's like, not a handle. I was like, yeah, I better put one on mine. So that night I put one on mine.
Yeah, when I first got
it messed me up a few times, but after having that on there, I pretty much don't grab it anymore, but it's staying on there.
It's just so right there.
Sorry, I only tipped over half my stuff, but this is my cardboard console that I made like a while back.
Oh, that's pretty sweet, bud.
it is, and he's got swappable screens on it too, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gents, I am going to go hit the hay. I am running on fumes today. So,
all right, Eric.
All right.
I know you definitely had a rough week, brother, but thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
Have a good one.
It's a good rest.
See ya.
I know these are kind of old news to a lot of people, but these are pretty cool. They're going to fit in good with my Masterverse.
Right.
Oh.
The scales are pretty good. I mean, they're a little bit like a beefier, but the armor will fit.
At least Scott comes
and
with
they
that
actually
face.
fit like Origins.
You can fix Scott's face. Comes with that mask.
But yeah, that mask, the weapons, the armor, the extra heads, like the only thing that's kind of meh is the bucks.
Yeah, and you know, this armor covers up all the joints and everything, because every elbow joint, knees, and everything, you can't see all the pins or anything with that. So that's cool too. These will fit in good. Only thing I noticed is where I took them out, like this hybrid that it had. These are blue painted silver, I guess, because these are older now.
Yeah, I
been so long. There's little fingerprints where the paint came off, and it's blue right there.
Yeah.
I'm like, why wouldn't they just cast it in a silver to begin with?
I'm sure there's a
I think in one of the weapon packs, there's a blue set.
Is there?
And I think they used that and then just painted it.
I mean, you could.
I guess painting's easier than casting.
But they've
Cheaper.
been sitting in their hand for so long too. Probably when this came out, 2016 or something, I think.
Yeah, it was later.
So they've
line.
been sitting there for years in their hands. So.
Well, hey, really quick, I just did want to mention, although the bodies of these are foam, the buttons on this batch are all laser cut wood. So I was making them by hand from Sculpey.
That's what mine are made out of.
Yeah, yours are made from Sculpey, but these I've got a laser cutter, and the detail's a little bit finer, and it's a little bit less wear and tear on me.
Oh no! So
Real quick,
I was
hey,
gonna.
Radnom, do you have your little church steeple with your window that can be replaced, like Bud's screen?
Yeah.
Is that handy?
Yeah, I can grab it.
Bud needs to check that out.
Yeah. Because mine's just a folded up piece of paper I just slide in the slot.
I should have maybe tested the size within Castle Grayskull, but one of the things that I wanted to try with Radnon's computer console that he gave me was that I was going to put it on that upper floor of Snake Mountain, where that electronics terminal, not really sure what its purpose is now, thing on the wall of Snake Mountain.
Yeah.
But the computer console is bigger than the space. So
yeah, I tried fitting that Beastman painting I got from Skelly and Snake Mountain, and the square footage was just really small.
It kind of works on the lower floor, but I was also thinking about putting the crates in and around, Snake Mountain and such, and doing that.
One thing I got, I don't know why they gave me these huge bottles, but some of the meds I had gotten they gave me these gigantic pill bottles. So I took sandpaper and I kind of sanded down the top and sanded down the inside. And I'm going to paint neon paint on the inside, like kind of halfway, and then paint this in a different color, like get like a kind of like a glaze paint, and then
Real
do
quick,
a little trim of like plastic. Oh,
trying to get this full screen here because
yeah.
Random
Okay.
showing
Gosh,
off
that
his
looks nice.
swappable stain class.
So yeah, this was basically, it's all foam except for this, obviously, and it just kind of fits two pieces that sandwich the paper in there, and I built like a lip on the bottom there to kind of, it squeezes it together when you stick it in. It's got this clamp piece on top that holds it all together, and you can just, open it up and print out and put whatever you want in there. I should have, attached this a little bit better, but it's kind of work in progress. It's not 100% done, but it's done enough.
Right. It's done enough that it holds in place and works.
Yeah,
And then
when
you
you put a light
it's
behind it,
it's all just friction fit.
yeah, it's all friction fit. You put the light behind it, looks really cool.
Oh,
That does look really good.
I have some Joy Toy Space Marines standing in front of it up on the shelf.
Nice. You know what else might really work for that too is if you wanted something, and again, this, I know that's like a more of a printout type thing, but if you get like some of that,
So difficult to do with a camera around here.
is that see-through stuff they used to use for projector screens, like when we were all in school,
or the gels.
Overhead
do that with like some kind of gels.
Yeah.
What was that?
Overhead projector.
Yeah, the
clear plastic sheets. Yeah,
right.
We actually used to use those in yeah, we used to use those in what was it, martial arts class, because if you punch them or hit them, they make like a nice thunder cracking sound. So we'd always hold them up to a certain point and try to do like high kicks, and it just sounded like a big thunderous kick.
Okay. Right, but yeah, definitely doing something like that, and then using like either some watered down paint or some gel that the light can come through on it. That would probably put like even more of that, stained glass effect on it.
So the problem with that is getting I've tried it with markers, and Radnom's tried it too with markers and with paints, and it doesn't have a crisp enough look to it because of the paint. If you were able to pour something like out of colored resin, that would be perfect. Like a real
Now,
resin.
are you saying that you just coat the whole thing and still use a printed piece, or are you saying you should color the entire thing in with paint? Because it's here. I have some samples of that too. Let me get a light though to show them a little better.
Well, I was gonna say maybe not paint like what you're using, but what about watercolor?
It just doesn't spread that well. Like here's one I did. This was using Posca markers. And the process to get it is like a pain in the butt. Like you had to basically draw the black outline on one side, and then put Mod Podge over it so it didn't smear. Go to the other side and fill that in with the color in between the lines and Mod Podge. It didn't come out too bad. This one's cheaper markers, got more holes in it, but it's a beating, and you can't get the detail like you can on the printout. I mean, I did the printout and I was like, forget it. This is how I'm going from now on, because it was just
so much better.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a better option. I might be able to do something with a laser cutter, actually, where I take the image and use Inkscape or something to isolate all the ribs and cut that out and then put that over the printed image, and you would get that 3D, ribbing look. But that's a lot of rigmarole, and how many people have a laser cutter to do that with? So,
have you Bentley House Miniatures on YouTube? Have you ever watched her channel?
Yep.
Okay, because she did a stained glass one that looked kind of like what you did, but not quite, and she had decent. But if you've watched your channel, then you've probably.
I
seen
might
it.
have picked it up from her. I'm not sure because
Okay.
that method with the markers I got from someone on YouTube, but I can't.
Yeah, it might have been her because she did something close. I can't remember if it was the Posca or not. And Posca, though, for me, like, because technically that's what a lot of people over on ColorTube use when they're doing like their stars and their white dots and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if maybe I just don't know how to use a paint marker, but I don't ever have good results. I don't have results good enough to justify what I pay for them.
So here's my question: have you tried using cheaper paint markers?
I have. I've got Artistro white paint marker, and I get what I want from that. And it was like 6 of them for $8. So it's just white. I don't have any colored ones.
Yeah, so with the colors, when I used the cheaper ones from Walmart, I always had the problem of like it was just too watery, and the Posca covered in one or two coats. But
yeah, but I also, I mean, for when I do a page, it's it's usually also over on top of the water soluble Caran d'Ache.
Right, you're using it for highlights.
Yeah, I use it to make stars. I'll like go in with the water soluble Caran d'Ache crowns and like do it in various blues and pinks to make like a cosmology cosmic sky, and then like go in and it all mixes together and you get that realistic like watercolors, but not
very cool
with better control. And then on top of it, once it dries out enough, then you make your stars with it.
Hey, use whatever works for you, and if you could get something that's cheaper, even better. Shoot,
exactly.
Stuff is expensive.
Yeah. So, but if you've checked her channel out, you probably are doing what she did, and it's one of the things I do tell people, especially in custom side. There's something that might work for me beautifully and not for you.
Right.
That's where the magic of the creativity comes in. Like it could be something as simple as I have. Like as I'm a quote unquote hard colorer, so like I color really hard on the pencils.
Mm-hmm.
So pencils that work beautifully for somebody who doesn't color hard will be a little bit different than mine, and that can make the difference between getting the results you want and the results they got. So
yeah, there's quite a bit with colored pencils. You just think pencil, but there's all those different techniques. People use alcohol, all kinds of wild stuff. I didn't really get too into it, but I started looking into it. I was like, wow, this is more to it than I thought.
Yeah, that's kind of what I enjoy about it. It's like it's one of the reasons I watch a lot of different people over there for what I do, is because like they'll do something that may not work for me, but like other stuff works better for me than it does for them. So
yeah, I mean, and that's for anyone listening, excellent source of inspiration for action figure customizing or dioramas or anything is the dollhouse community and miniature community. They have like some crazy stuff going on over there.
Yeah, they are. They definitely MacGyver a lot of stuff, especially when they're trying to do something that's like, because they make dollhouse kits for like stained glass, but a lot of those dollhouse kits for stained glass they look really. This is rude because they're expensive, but they look really cheap. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't. It looks like fakeness, and what I appreciate with with your miniatures, it's like if you get a little bit back from it and the lighting is just right, it looks like a real place. And
thank you.
Not everybody gets that. Like, and if you're not going for that, that's fine. Toy side of it, we often don't. We're either going for realism or we're going for toyetic, and so that gives us a little bit more leeway.
So everybody mentions and complains about the bridge being too small for figures to stand on. And I just made the decision that I'm not putting the back railings on it.
Yeah, I tried taking mine off and I almost broke it.
That's why
because
I didn't put them
the
on.
railings are so soft.
They're soft and they've got that tight, kind of like button joint.
Yep.
Can't really see it because that. So I'm just not putting my railings on the back, and now it's perfectly wide enough for a figure to stand on because he's not limited by his secondary railing.
But you might.
At first, I was contemplating cutting mine.
Well, you know what? This is Snake Mountain. It's not known for safety, and OSHA don't give a fuck.
Oh, dude, that's what Ted needs to do. He needs to have OSHA visit Maybe Mossman's like a member, works for OSHA or something.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. Oh, guys, I don't think this is going to pass the safety inspection.
No.
The sorceress is the chief of OSHA. That'd be the best.
Yeah.
Mossman is sorceress. They don't have no railing on the back of their bridge.
Or Skeletor shows up and tries to like fine them $25,000 for a pallet on its edge or something like that.
So that's something else that nobody's talking about is the clips for Snake Mountain. I love the fact that they're like these little lines. Nobody's mentioning that. That's really cool.
That's actually something I didn't paint, which I was going to. But with constantly having to hook it and touch it, I was like, nah.
Right. All right. So if I put the bridge on, will I be able to take it off again when I want to close it?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems like it clips in a little tight, but don't worry. Where the clip is, it's kind of a wedge.
I feel like we're about
rather than an actual like clawed clip.
We're about to hear cursing at any moment now.
I was gonna say, like, honestly,
right.
Oh, Cobb, I looked
And I
it
do
up.
like.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go.
Those Palace Guards, 2011.
Oh, older
Oh,
than
wow.
that. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, 2016 was something else my son was saying. Yeah, I don't like how they look good with Masterverse, but I don't like how they're beefier than Duncan. Scott's
Yeah.
bigger than Man at Arms.
That's what I was saying. Just take the armor and the heads. Get a couple like Man at Arms on cheap for like the first wave.
Bud's been giving him
Just
cookies. That's all.
swap armor. Yeah.
The other Man at Arms buffer, like that new one, the one in the right. He seems
The new attorney one. I don't think so.
It's
now. It's just he just.
It seems buffer because the buck is different because he's wearing that like tunic and they had to give him the folded cloth look.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he is kind of a little bit bigger, but all the armor, like I've swapped it around and it fits the same.
Well, yeah, and I'm gonna see if I get a few of him cheaper then. Swap them all out.
Because I went ahead and made my like ultimate Duncan.
Oh yeah.
Because I just love having the armor on both sides, but I also love having that kind of like bigger, larger black armor.
Dude,
And then painted
the second you said Dunkin', I'm thinking Dunkin' Donuts. Like I'm associating you with snakes immediately. Now I'm hungry.
And the headstone, the ball pegs don't match up really, right? Master Versus Classics.
No, the pegs I believe are a little bit smaller, but not by too much. But if you do soak them in hot water, they should still pop on fine. They'll just be tight.
Back in the day, Rad, now Duncan would still be open right now.
Yeah.
I wish they were.
We don't really have too many around here in Texas, though.
Nope.
You guys have Krispy Kremes down there, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really seen too many of them lately either, but all I do is go to work and come home and paint shit, so.
I live in Redneckville, Western New York, and I have a Dunkin', a Tim Hortons, and a Starbucks.
Oh, nice.
So close to Canada, you got a Hortons?
Oh, yeah. Tim Hortons is all over around here. We got a Tim Hortons about every 3 miles.
I got an Arby's right outside my window. That's pretty good.
Nobody's that hungry.
I'd like Arby's.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I don't have any fast food within like walking distance because
Within
I'm
crawling
big now. But yeah, I would be enormous.
Or
I was in Texas, the late night
Well,
stop.
I'm already a big guy, but like, dang.
Yeah, what? I don't even know because I haven't gone out that late in a long time. But Whataburger used to be 24 hours.
Yeah,
when I worked the
That's
night
really-
shift, I used to get Whataburger.
It's ready to go in Austin when the clubs are closed. Go to the drive-thru at Whataburger. Sober up enough to go through the Taco Cabana drive-thru, so they give you margaritas.
Nice.
And drive home. Wish you had gotten 2 margaritas because you just drank all of yours on the drive home. Oh, my 20s and 30s.
We used to end up at Waffle House or IHOP quite a bit too.
Waffle House.
That's when you don't want to go home, but you don't want to get sober yet.
I love Waffle House, not gonna lie.
It's not a proper visit to the Waffle House either if you don't have to send at least 2 forks back because they still have egg on them from somebody else. Like, refuse to consider that a true Waffle House experience.
Has everyone seen that Waffle House girl?
Yeah, that was epic.
That was freaking crazy. A fight breaks out and she starts just like, she works behind the counter and just starts like beating the crap out of people, defending herself. But she catches this chair midair like the Matrix. For anyone that hasn't seen it, it's pretty wild.
Deflects it like she's a Neo from the freaking Matrix.
Yeah.
I like the meme that talks about how you can tell what level of disaster you're in by if the Waffle House is still open or not.
Yeah.
That's a true story. That's not just a meme.
Uh-huh.
The Waffle House is actually like part of what is it? The National Emergency Response Unit.
Mm-hmm.
I could believe
Because Waffle House is to remain open for emergency personnel, and they have a better weather network and like a whole mobile command center for it. Like, it's insane. But it's not just a meme. Like, that's like legit.
I was in a ice storm in Georgia in Atlanta, Georgia, about 10 years ago, and Waffle House was the only restaurant that was open.
So I had this wild idea about like a dystopian world where it was like Target versus Walmart, and everyone was living either at Target or Walmart, kind of like Mad Max style. But yeah, Waffle House would fit into that pretty well.
Yeah, they would.
Have you seen the videos where it shows like the front of like Target or different places, and it's this dude's eyes and mouth, and he's like acting as each store, and they're like just talking shit to each other.
No.
Oh, I'll definitely have to share it. They are hilarious, and like every time like Taco Bell pops up, they're like, we ain't talking to you. Shut your bitch ass up.
I mean, that sounds pretty.
Go back to making it. Go back to like everyone shitting themselves at like 3 a.m.
You sure you weren't laying on the floor in your bathroom after having too many cookies?
I will say it is better. It's better after a couple gummies, but yeah.
Right on.
So the spider that comes with it is really cool, and I've just decided that I want to paint this spider up like Tarantulas from Beast Wars, because that purple and green would definitely go with Snake Mountain.
For right now, I just painted the eyes like red, but yeah.
Like that, it sounds like it needs to happen. So he's going to be purple and green, a little bit of gold. Maybe I should do the trans metal Tarantulas look.
Yes.
That would be great.
I'm gonna duck out. I gotta record a couple unboxings. So.
All right, Adam.
Hey, Adam.
Thank you for being here, brother. Always good.
See you tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I'll be doing it at 2 p.m. Pacific.
Definitely check it out, folks.
You're checking out more of you now too.
Recording actual content. Sheesh.
He's a professional.
Man, I need to do that.
Yeah, it's something I should probably be doing, but
yeah, me too. But what are you gonna do?
What is record content?
I told myself every figure was going to be its own video, and I'm not going to lie, I've already painted up half of them, and I have like six or seven videos out.
Well, now you can just do a highlight reel. But
yeah, I need to do something like that too, because I always want to do the whole process, and like, yeah.
I think what I'll do is like I'll do a like normal video, but I'll do like team based. So I'll showcase all the horde, all the evil warriors, all the snake men.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I've got still like Masterverse and like DC figures I have to paint, so I still have stuff to paint.
So I kind of doing all my Snake Man, all my Sunman together. Now that they're
I got to watch that video Cobb put out today with the how to on busting He-Man out.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good video.
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I want to see it for sure.
That was my first time kind of trying to do something like that, to do a tutorial and then do like extracting sound and do the voiceover afterwards. So it didn't come out exactly. I wanted adding music in there and stuff. But it's hard to know if you haven't done the editing before. You don't know what to do. Now that I've gone with my son and edited stuff out, now I know for next time, I can be prepared and edit this out, and it'll make it a lot smoother.
Kids that are 18, 19 years old are good for that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's been doing YouTube a couple years longer than me, too, but you go ahead. And you can get in there for your chance to win one.
Yeah, I definitely
That's right. That's right.
Hell yeah.
You want to check out the video and just put the comment. I tell you how I do it in there, but I had my original, then that one we worked on, and I'm kind of thinking I didn't like it while we were doing it. So you just gotta wait till you're actually done, and I think I like this one a little better.
Well, it's because the first one was all trial and error, right?
Yeah, and I think the plastic's a lot more clear because it's a newer box.
Yeah,
it has like a more glass look to it.
So I'm noticing the sword does not fit in the weapons rack very well.
No, I'm kind of disappointed. Like, I'm okay that it only came with so many weapons, but it should have had extra spaces so that if you do get the skeleton pack, since those weapons are exactly the same, that you can post them up.
A bunch of those weapons now because I got 2 of those packs.
Yeah.
Weapon rack would make a good craft project, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there enough room to add one in?
No, not really. I mean, if you don't hang up the shield, then yes.
Oh, you know what? There's another way to hang up that shield that I saw. Yeah.
On the side, right?
Or wasn't it from the back?
Yeah, you did. The way it clips in was 2 parts of the shield. I don't have one right here, but show you. I'll have to grab it.
Oh, wait a minute.
You could also slide in, kind of like what I did on here.
Yeah.
So I have the shield on the back, but it's just looped through the weapon here.
Yeah, that's how a lot of my.
So you could do it from like the back and.
Okay, let me see, Oz.
Well, like you can. I guess it doesn't work as well from the front, but at least on the back, you can just put the handle over top of the bones, the little bone nubs.
Okay, and then I see those 2 clips that are close together.
Which ones?
The 2
over here.
Yeah, you could put the shield on there too. It's maybe I should grab mine so I can show you. I don't know how to really explain it without showing you.
Yeah, if mine wasn't on the top shelf, I'd dig in and find it.
Hey, Oz, make me from the screen. I have a question.
I'm gonna grab mine too.
What's that? Who do we got?
Yeah, someone's asking what I'm working on, so I'm just gonna pull
Full
it up.
screen time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right behind me.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's not for the channel. It's just I literally have a pre-recorded live stream I'm doing tomorrow at 8 a.m., which I won't be able to talk about until later tomorrow night. And then I have live with Brent, so I'm just doing adult coloring stuff tonight that to help me clear my brain pan for the stuff for tomorrow. So
nice.
Very, very.
And that'll go on my Instagram, but that's not I did the actual adult coloring books. That's like my decompress, de-stress time. So, but yeah, that's what I'm
So,
working
do
on.
you use Prismacolor color pencils?
Yes, yes, 100%. But also, I've got the complete set of Black Widow color pencils. I have the crappy Amazon Basics color pencils. They
Mhm.
are not fun to use, but I've got them.
Because I have a set of, I think it's 130 or 140 color pencils
Yeah.
that I'm literally not using. If you want them, they're yours.
That would be great because I go through a lot of color pencils.
I
So
mean,
I've
if you just want to pay shipping, like they're
let's
yours.
check that out because I literally
Okay. Because
somewhere
it comes in like that metal tin, and it's got like 4 or 5 sheets of like pencils in it.
Yeah,
I think I might be missing one color,
I think we're
but
good.
I can try to find it.
If
Yeah.
Well, if
you
it's
can't,
missing
we're
one,
fine.
buddy, she doesn't want it.
Yeah, right. No.
Yep, there's one color.
Missing one color. What kind of crap is that?
Not-
I mean, like, you know,
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I originally
Not
had.
gonna lie. It's probably black.
We all go through a color.
Look, those things are freaking expensive. So
They are expensive. Yeah, and I have.
I got it from like Amazon Prime a couple years ago, and I think I got it for it was like Amazon Day or some kind of really cheap. It was like $30-something.
Yeah, Amazon regularly will mark them, especially when like the art on the box changes or if there's a new color included. Like I have 2 of those big boxes like that I've gone through a couple times, and I get the little sets, and then you can buy open stock. I found a decent retailer online who sells them for like $1.50 open stock a piece. So
Yeah.
2-3 times a month they deliver to my mailbox so that I can, because I go through, since I do so much She-Ra, I go through a lot of hot pink, rose pink, processed red, which is just a dark pink. I go through a lot of cream and eggshell, and those are what strawberry shortcake too. But I go through cream and eggshell, and that's like what I use for base coat for white people. And there are a lot of white people in all these 80s coloring books.
Yeah.
I go through a lot of chestnut
white.
because but chestnut is sort of my base color for black people, and then for the other nationalities it depends, but there are fewer of those old coloring books. So
have you ever played?
The set I have is
watercolor pencils.
I've got a few, and I like them. It's just because of the way my OCD around art supplies works, getting like I do have an issue with buying a proper set with all the colors I'll need is spendy.
Right.
That's right now I am basically watching a lot of tutorials over on ColorTube of people who are using different watercolor pencils, and there are 5 creators over there who, whenever they have good luck with something, it works for me, and they tend to be heavy, hard pressed colorers. So anytime they're like, this one worked for me and I loved it, usually it's going to work.
So I had a lot of fun with those watercolor pencils, but I found which one was? I think it was the Ink Tense by Derwent.
Those are the ones that I'm probably going to like, and they're spendy. So
yeah.
So yeah, that's also the other side. I'm sort of putting money aside so that I can afford, so that I can buy that and not
for sure
and not have a technically I can afford it, but it's that whole that's a lot of money to drop at once. And
yeah,
you have a channel, so technically that stuff is a tax write-off also.
It's true. Yep.
Yeah.
I have been aware of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, probably.
Technically, just earlier on the interview I did with Corey, all of the toys he buys, you don't get full amount back, but
right, every little bit helps when you're a toy collector.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
or when you're trying to make any money on your own because the taxes are brutal.
Yep.
So I'll give I've had Jim up here on the screen for quite a bit. Largo's Lair hanging out with us tonight. Jim, absolutely a pleasure to see you, brother. If you want to join, hit me up on either Facebook or IG, and I'll shoot you that link.
Yeah, has anybody checked out Jim's new show on Heimlich Unveiled or whatever it's called? I think it's on Heimlich Unveiled.
Right.
Good stuff.
I agree. Well, I mean, everything Jim does is actually
Well, yeah.
really good stuff from, right down to the infinite playlists and all. So, Jim, really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, brother. Thank you.
Yeah,
I know
are you a Lego
Wilhelm was
fan
here
much,
earlier for
Allison?
class.
Huh?
Are you a Lego fan much?
I am, but I do not have the money for Lego, because to have the money for Lego, I'd have to stop buying color pencils and Origins and Star Wars and.
What I saw today at this Lego place I took my son is a bunch of Lego stationery stuff. It's colored pencils and everything, all just made out of Lego, and it was so cool. I was like, I wonder if Allison
is it usable? Because I could justify that as color pencils. If I can use it in a video and make content with it, I could then be watching me use these Lego color pencils.
Yeah, I recorded the whole store on my phone. I'll have to go back and look through it, and then if not, I'll even just Google and see what they are. But they were just so cool looking, just all kinds of little different things. And pencils.
Yeah.
So, here's Snake Mountain.
Ooh.
And as you see, those spare crates that Radnom had sent me with my computer console, looking nice, filling in the negative space on top.
Well, we can't see anything, Oz, because it's so big. It's only half on the screen.
Hold on, let me see if I can do this. I gotta play with it a little and make it big.
That's what he said.
All right, there we go. There's your.
That's like a rub a snake, make it big.
Right.
That's right. So yeah, definitely I want to stack those on there because it's just great, like little background stuff. So really appreciate you sending those because they're just gonna, make this look a little more complete here.
For sure, man.
Yeah, they look good.
I kind of wish they would have added something to put on the other side, because whichever side you don't have the cage on, it just looks very barren and vacant.
Right. Yeah, no, I totally get
they could have just added the net too, just because. I know the cage was to replace the net, but it's a net. It's not that expensive.
Right? I mean, it couldn't have been too much before, but I do kind of like the idea now of a more complete floor with the full trap door there. The fact that you could swap out, the dungeon underneath of it. I mean, I appreciate it. It's something new and innovative. Give us a little bit more. It's nice that they did give us a weapons rack because, before Snake Mountain really had nothing going on the inside. So, this is one of those things where I really feel that the Origins improved the original. It still has everything that the original had in what makes it that minus a microphone voice changer thing. Which, again, they said the reason that they decided not to include that is because you could just download an app and do it through your phone. Why are they going to worry putting in all these electronics, charging us more money, because we're going to have to offset the cost of them engineering that into the toy? Sure. Is technology cheaper, lighter, smaller than it used to be? Absolutely. But this way, you don't have to worry about it. And they're not going to charge you any extra. Instead, they're going to give you some other cool features, which is nice.
Anything
I'm really hoping they put out some kind of accessory pack for it, though, kind of similar to the Mystery of a Gray Skull set.
We know it's coming. Seriously, we
Hopefully
know
the table's in it.
It's going to be, because that's what's going to sit in these little pegs above the dungeon. It really just
I want the table, I want a computer console, or maybe a little area for Triclops to do all his work.
Yeah. Yeah, some little add-on sets over time are going to be a nice touch.
Yeah.
Well, if you got the Cat Slayer, bud, you'd have all that stuff.
Oh yeah,
True
yeah.
story.
Just if I never bought any figure ever,
Right.
I would have a cat's lair, but then none of the other stuff to put in it.
Cash, credit, or kidney.
Right.
We're not
I
selling
only got
kidneys.
I only got one, so I can't really sell it. I kind of need it.
Yeah.
It's a true story.
They can insert some robotics or something in you, bud.
No, man.
Yeah.
I had a kidney scare too. It's not a joke.
No.
I have to read.
I have them
lists
all
of
the time.
implants to people every day. Like I can pretty much recite an entire questionnaire of just about every implant you can have in your body. Kidney implants are not one of them.
No.
That's why earlier I had to go pick somebody up for dialysis.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the closest you get is dialysis, and that's just hooking you up to a machine that does it. They can't put it inside.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that.
You can get in-home dialysis though. That's
It keeps you alive, but it's not pleasant. You know, they don't tell you about it. It makes
No.
you feel weak and lightheaded, and you got to do all this crazy stuff with your veins and your arms. Sometimes they have to do a little surgery to make you able to handle
Yep.
all that.
And then if your ports go bad, there's only
Yeah.
so many ports on the body. And then once you're done with that, you're screwed.
Yeah, I was sitting in the hospital, so I started freaking out, reading all the different things they had to do because but yeah, I didn't have to have anything like that done. But it's just,
Yeah, hopefully that's not a future for me.
let's hope not. Yeah, but
Yeah.
they do some pretty amazing stuff, and a lot of people.
But then again, Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you're good.
I was just say I've defied every doctor I've had yet. They decided to my face when I was like 12, being like, "Yeah, he's not going to make it past 20." And here I am, 37. So, fuck y'all.
Living on borrowed time, bud. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Well, they could do a lot more now than back then too. Technology has gotten imaging.
The
especially.
procedure that I had done when I was little because of medical reasons, it was never done before, and every time I get a new a doctor and they go through my file, they're like, "Holy crap, that actually worked!" I'm like, "Yep."
There you go. Guys, I need to get another refill in. I will be right back. Carry on amongst yourselves. Thanos, you're in charge.
I don't want to be in charge.
All right, Ed, you're in charge since you're back.
He's gonna come back. We're all in ball gags and tied up, and fistos on every one of our screens.
My desk is covered with like weird sex machines instead of computer consoles. It's got me crafting like the rack and shit.
Everybody's just got a bag of dicks on their screen. That's all.
I was playing with mine earlier.
Oh, dude, I just thought about making Moss Man's penis. All right, I'm done.
Moss Man's penis.
And with
I got
that,
the flock right there, and I got some Sculpey. It would not be hard to do.
No.
Rock out with your flock out.
Right.
what the fuck is happening on this channel?
The same
old. I should just make that and send it in the box with the Mossmobile.
Oh,
Ted.
yeah.
Just
Ted
don't
would
even
die.
mention it. Just send it in there.
Yeah. Ted would die. When he first started doing live streams, and he would send like the live stream questions email, he'd write them down, but he'd just scan them in and stuff. And he was drawing like when he sent one to Laser Pants, he actually drew a penis on it on the show notes for his show. It was hilarious. He'd like it. He'd get a good chuckle out of it.
Well, I'm definitely considering already making some mossy turds.
Yeah, he'd like that too.
I was just thinking of twig and two berries. I might have another shot out of just this conversation.
The mossy turrets could also turn around and be like bundles of weed.
Yeah. Apparently, I didn't know this, but keef is a new word for weed, I'm guessing.
It's the bits left over from when you grind.
Okay. Because it's showing up all over my my Halloween tombstone video when I'm pouring the flock on there. I'm like, what the hell does that word mean? All these kids are like, oh, he's like,
keef.
You could see him sprinkling the keef. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
We have so many words already created for that stuff that we started.
Yeah.
We don't need any more.
I recently just learned what Riz means, and I was like confused for the longest time. I'm like, what the hell is Riz?
That I don't know.
Having game.
What?
Like spitting
Haha,
games for
Bud's got
ladies.
no res.
Yeah. I think it's short for charisma.
I'll have to ask my son.
Whatever. It's TikTok live.
In my book, if you're using the Riz, you're probably low on charisma anyway. So
Yeah. Well, who isn't awkward somewhat at like 15 or 16?
that's true.
Or 37.
Or 44, yeah.
About a year ago, I used to ride to work with my daughter because we worked like in buildings that were right next door to each other. So instead of both of us driving, we just ride together. And on the way there, I'd be having my coffee in the morning, and she'd be just, spilling the tea, as she called it, and all these words, and I'm just like, wait, I don't know what that one means. I don't know what that one means. And I had a whole dictionary of these young kids.
Learn spilling the tea from Kermit the Frog.
Or like drip. Drip was like confusing for a bit.
Well, spending time on TikTok because I have a TikTok.
Yeah, you learn very fast.
Yeah.
That's how you stay hip. Get on TikTok.
Yep.
I don't really want to be hip.
I never really felt old until I got on there and like started hearing all the new terms and the new styles and all that. I'm like, I am old.
Yeah, what made me feel super old was, I don't know, maybe about 8 years ago or something. I don't know. I downloaded Snapchat, and I was like, what the? I couldn't even figure out how to use it.
I couldn't figure that out.
I was like, forget this crap.
I have Snapchat because my one daughter, that's the only way she communicates is basically through Snapchat. So if you want to talk to her or get her attention, you can't text her or call her. You have to snap her. So.
Snap.
But I know the bare minimum.
Like a year ago,
I know
my
enough.
son.
I thought all the kids were using TikTok now, though. I thought Snapchat was dead.
Well, they use Snapchat because they don't. The messages don't stay on their phones.
Yeah, they
self-destruct. Okay, so my niece probably does still use it, and just her messages disappear. And
yep,
they use it for all their hijinks.
Even when you lock it in the chat, I guess it only stays for like 24 hours or something like that. So.
And if you take a screenshot using it, it'll send the person a message saying that you have screenshotted.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit more secure.
And they have these weird conversations on Snapchat where they just send each other like blank pictures and shit, and you're just like,
Cobb, I felt that. I looked over at myself because I thought a figure fell.
Damn faker took out everything.
I will say I do know what spilling the tea is because I've always spilled the tea. So.
Well, Origins just barely fit in there, huh, Thanos?
Yeah, just barely.
Yeah.
Right back.
Female figures fit a little bit better.
Probably can't get Sorceress in there, huh, with their wings.
No.
She matches so well. Need a Queen Marlene.
I kind of wish those wings popped off like how Buzz-Off's does.
Oh, for her, yeah.
Yeah. Buzz-Off's wings, you could just pop them off. It's got the one peg in the middle of the back, but like hers, they're like two silver like pegs that you can't like pull off because they're flat.
Back so long, his wings actually come off, huh?
Yeah.
Been a man since I've even checked them out. Yeah, this is pretty
I
cool.
usually only pull them out when I want to make that like chimera figure that I make. When I want to use as like a torso.
Yeah, for that discount price, this thing's pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like the whole design on it and stuff. Like,
now which vehicle is that, Cobb?
It's from the CGI cartoon. It's the Talon Fighter, but it's right. Yeah,
so it's the one that was on Netflix.
What's that?
It's from the cartoon that was on Netflix.
Yeah, that more kids one. Yeah, I got this, and then what they called Snake Mountain, and it's not a Snake Mountain at all. It's just a little tiny place.
It's more like a snake throne.
Yeah, it's just like a throne with a. I busted out in a minute here, but
I do like that that throne has that clip for the waist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the figure actually stays on it, unlike the Snake Mountain one where you really have to like balance the Skeletor on it to get him to sit. Thankfully, you can like position him so he's kind of sitting on it, looking all like, as the kids would say, swag or swagger like.
I don't think those are kids anymore. Those are like 30-year-olds.
Yeah, we don't. The kids don't say swag anymore. That's.
I don't know.
That was circa 2008
Swagger,
to
that was
2012. That was.
You are old, bud.
Right?
Yeah, you're old now. I mean, it was in that Kesha song from like 15 years ago. TikTok.
Yeah.
My roommate got into my foam closet, heard like a bunch of foam crashing into the wall. It is literally overflowed with foam, and he was looking for something in there.
From dioramas?
Just like scraps that I keep to, build
I was
stuff.
going to ask, is it the sheets of foam or just
It's like packing foam. Like just anytime I get foam, it's like, oh, it goes in here. And it's like really overfull right now. So
yeah, I go through a cycle of building up stuff and then realizing I'm never going to use all the scraps, and I just throw it all out. And
Same.
Then, yeah.
Literally behind me, I have a whole bunch of like cardboard boxes that have all been taken down and folded in, and they're all like in like nice little like rows that I've all saved up for
I used to use
diorama stuff I don't really work on.
For shipping, because it's so much easier to fill a gap in a box with a couple chunks of packing foam.
When I first started collecting toys, I was more focused on my display. So it was like building a lot of stuff. It's like, I want this to look like this. I want this like, and now it's like, since I do toy photography, I don't even pay attention to my display. Like all my shelves are in disarray. Toys are everywhere. Like
props are more important than the display.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that approach, honestly, more is having a lot of modular props than having static dioramas, because it's just they take up so much space. I mean, a couple of them are cool, but
well, if someone didn't have a problem where they just built stuff and never sold it or did anything with it, they would have lots of room. But
that might be true. I mean, my bedroom is covered in stuff.
I'm just
closet.
saying. Just saying. I don't have that problem either, so it's okay.
Right on.
It's like I made all those tombstones, and I was like, "Hey, Oz, you want some of these?" I just kind of went overboard and just started whipping them out and gluing them together.
Did you start making them after I did that stream?
Or
before?
I started making them. Yeah, I caught one of your. I think you're short when you did that first one.
Okay.
I've been thinking about making them anyway, and then I saw your short. I was like, oh, I got plenty of scrap to do that.
Right on.
Here's what talk about, Ed. It's got a throne up
they
here.
call that Snake Mountain.
Yeah, I know,
it looks like Snake Water Slide or something.
It's got his throne up here, and it's got a clip where you could origins fit pretty good in there, and then it's got the big snake that you set a figure down here in the dish.
On a lonely night, it's a boyfriend.
I could definitely see a Fisto riding that thing.
I haven't.
Got for $5.
That thing got a motor on it,
right?
No, just not stuff.
I got one of those at for like $6 or $7. Eventually, when I get the Snake Man stuff set up properly, and that's going to be King Hiss's throne.
I bet you that thing would look good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually, I've contemplated getting one. I kind of wish I did when it was really cheap.
Yeah.
Is that rock
I'd probably get like.
Check
rock
your
texture
team
pretty
That's what I got for $5.
$5, yeah, I can't beat that.
Yeah, it just needs.
Yeah.
I got these.
The whole thing is.
I'm like, I don't know where to put them.
Can you pull the snake out?
Oh god.
Or is it like, can you pull the snake like fully off of the?
But Oz left me in charge. Let's not go too far.
You won't believe what Bud asked me what you're doing.
You probably could, but it would take some work.
Yeah, some disassembling.
Because like that popping out of Snake Mountain, where like the little vine hole is.
Oh yeah.
That could look cool.
Can you pull out the snake and show me the vine hole? Okay.
Popping out your vine
You're
hole.
done, bud. You're done. Got Fine Hole, Moss Man's Moss Hole. I'll tell you.
Do you have this, Thanos, or is anybody else?
Yeah, I picked it up a while back.
Yeah,
I still don't even know. What's this little clip on the, or not clip, but this little switch on the tail for?
It's supposed to like shake from side to side. So, yeah, yeah, like that said that you can, once you've clipped the figure, you're supposed to be able to like swish it from side to side. Just put your wrist into it. Yeah, just put your wrist into it.
To be honest, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know I have messed with
Oh,
it.
that I don't know about that one. I haven't opened it that far.
It makes no sense to me, and I looked at the instructions.
Just grab a hold of it, Cobb, and just shake your fist like this. See what happens.
Yeah. Like a shake
The
feel like
Cosmic
you're about to,
Terror
like,
Skeletor.
summon that Kayla girl, like she's just gonna show up in a puff
Right.
of smoke.
Kayla just woke up wherever she's asleep. Oh my God, what's happening? Why am I not there?
I was actually just looking at Amazon, and the Cosmic Terror Skeletors marked down pretty far.
The thing's pretty cool.
He looks really cool, and I definitely look at that thing and it's like, yep, I want to paint it.
Which one is that?
The Cosmic Terror Skeletor. Pull this off here.
It's the CGI one from where he like emerges from Grayskull and he's got all the power.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
I've seen that.
I think it's $17.
Yeah, he's really cool. And the CGI
Yeah.
series has some cool toy designs.
Yeah.
I got an extra one of those Valkyries, the Marvel Valkyries, and I'm going to use that head sculpt on a Becky Lynch. No, not a Becky, a Stephanie McMahon from the Masters of the WWE, and repaint her in white and gold to match the CGI Sorceress, and then put the Valkyrie head on that, and then turn her into the CGI Sorceress for my Origins. She used to be the first one to
She's also marked down really far.
Yeah, I've got
Getting a couple of those for the birds. That'd be
because
kinda
I'm
cool.
gonna paint that bird silver and have it be some sort of evil.
Oh, yeah.
And there was the whole robot
I
Screech,
heard
the
that too.
Billy Screech on the cartoon. So I think I'm gonna silver that up and let that be cartoon. My version of cartoon film, since Filmation made all of the designs weak and easy to draw repeatedly. So yeah, that was shade. Whatever. And I can. That's
animation. I mean, they cut as many corners as they could.
Oh yeah. Right.
Anybody here watch the Wheel of Time show?
Not yet.
I watched the first season and I kind of didn't like it too much, but I'm hearing the second season's a little bit better.
I'd say a tiny bit better. Did you read the books?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
It's been a while since I read them. I just remember every woman who had a skirt would often spend a lot of paragraphs smoothing her skirts out as she listened to things.
He's big on describing things for
Yeah, like I enjoyed them, but it's been a while, and I clearly remember the skirt smoothing, thinking,
her
"Wow,
skirts,
this is why I don't wear long skirts like that because you have to sit and listen and smooth them out in public a lot."
Well, he had them all like very kind of modest and shy. Also, they were kids, kind of country bumpkins. And in the show, they're like, I don't know, I don't want to spoil it, but it's not like that. Like they're already like banging.
Oh, I'm in then. Oh yeah, no, you should have said that. You should have led with that. They bang, unlike on the books. Like I'm in.
The skirt's already smoothed out onto the floor now.
But not in the beginning. Like in the beginning, they find them like, they're like just country kids, very kind of innocent in the first book anyway.
Yeah, I think I made it 3 books in. And that was also because I was seeing this guy and he was like, I know we were supposed to go out, but the new Wheel of Time book came out. So I want to stay home and read all of that. Do you want to hang out while I read that? And I'm like, well, it's no worse than when I hang out while you play video games. And then he had the other 2 books. So I read a couple of them while he was a much slower reader than I was too. I think that's the real reason we broke up because
just couldn't keep up with him.
Yeah, and I was smart, and we make decisions sometimes based on how people look when we're young and shallow, and we date people who aren't on our level. So But yeah, there were like 45 to 60 minutes a night where it didn't matter. He wasn't on my level. So.
Yeah, well, those are pretty long books, and I think there's like 13 of them now. 13.
Yeah, there were only like 4 or 5, I think, when that happened. So,
yeah. I remember when I started reading them when there were 3 or 4, and I read all of them, all 4 of them. Then the 5th one came out, and I read them all again, and then read the 5th one and the 6th one. I only did that till like maybe 7 or 8, and then never got any further than that.
I've been thinking I should see if they're on audiobook. And
they
if
are.
They have a decent narrator, I would probably enjoy them more. It's hard especially with like the coloring.
Yes.
I need stuff. This is why a lot of you were like, nobody actually watches my live streams after that. I will put it on and listen. Well, it's like I'm not alone. But I need to do some audiobooks so that it's not just toy tube stuff going in my head.
Yeah, I'm listening to them for free right now on findaudio.com.
Interesting.
I'm on the second one. And so like I like lots of different TV shows, but it kind of draws my attention away from working on stuff too much. And I kind of want to watch some anime, but like One Piece, after seeing the live action show, I wanted to watch it, but I don't know. But audiobooks work great, and you can find a lot for free now.
If you want to watch One Piece, look up One Pace, and it's like all the filler cut and paced a lot better. Because I had the same thought. I watched the Netflix. I'm like, oh, this is pretty good, but I didn't want to tackle 1,000 episodes. So.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, I watched also like Naruto up to the point where I couldn't find it anymore dubbed. Now, look, the subs are great. I know sometimes you miss some stuff with the English dub, but I'm not going to sit there and just stare at the screen and read and not do anything else with my life for, 90 hours or whatever. So, yeah.
You said findaudiobook.com?
Let me see. Find Audio, I think it's called.
I've been listening to a lot of books right on YouTube, so I don't know if there's any on YouTube. But...
Yep, findaudiobook.com.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. I know they have at least the first 3 on there. They probably have all of them.
I'll probably get that far and remember why I stopped reading them. So it's perfect. Thank you.
Right on.
It's like, oh yeah, now I remember.
This guy reads too slow. Got to break up with him.
It'll be. It's like, oh my god, why?
You know what's crazy though is now, like after spending so much time on my phone with the short kind of media, although probably doing this stuff has lengthened my patience out again, I bet. But I was having a hard time reading again. I couldn't just get through a whole book. I could read 10 pages and then I just had to do something else. I used to be able to just sit and read, all day.
Yeah, it's definitely changed the way we do things for sure. Even watching TV is hard, right?
I don't like it.
Neither do I.
I was having that issue also. Right now the problem is I've got so many projects that like when I sit down to read, it's like, but there's this stuff I should do.
Right.
But I was having the issue, and that's how I determined I needed reading glasses. And if I'm looking at a screen, I need to have glasses on to like prevent my eyes from getting strained. And all of a sudden, it was a lot easier for me to start sitting and reading again, just to have like reading glasses on helped, but also just anytime I got a screen in my face, there's one of the 3 pairs of glasses that are on. Otherwise, I don't actually wear glasses. So.
I've always needed glasses for distance, but I've had super great up close vision until 4 years ago, probably right around when I hit 40. And now I can't. I mean, Ed probably sees me on my stream all the time, like struggling. My glasses come up and off like 30, 40 times every 30 minutes. I just.
Like I said, man, I look over top of mine. I look underneath them. I get a magnifying glass out, and it doesn't matter. I can't still.
Yeah. And the longer I'm looking at something now, first of all, I need like 5 times the amount of light I used to need. I have lamps like everywhere, and I still can't see what the hell is going on, Whatever.
Yeah, I was just watching some stream yesterday. Some guy had those lighted gloves that you can wear when you paint and stuff, so the light comes where the paintbrush is instead of like like most of our light comes from like you get the ones that are on your eyeglasses and stuff.
Yeah.
And then your hand still creates a shadow. Well, these ones are actually on your fingertips, so when you're painting, it's like actually lighting up where you're painting.
Huh,
I got to find some of those.
What I need to do is I need to go on an Amazon shopping binge and just make some videos for them for Amazon videos and just buy like 10 different types of magnifying lighting devices. Maybe I'll find one.
Yep. Yeah, Fat Road Foo says he doesn't read anymore because COVID messed up his reading skills.
Oh man.
He can't retain anything, and he doesn't have like the image that comes into his head anymore. I've heard that happening to people with COVID.
Really?
Very strange.
That's interesting.
No point in reading it if you can't put a picture in your head. You might as well just read like a how-to manual.
Yeah, and if you don't retain it, it's like I can't imagine not imagining. It's weird.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I imagine stuff all day long. Too much, probably.
Yeah, mine's dangerous.
I keep my evil genius side at bay.
On the flip side, pop actor Rick said that he reads Penthouse. So if anybody's wondering,
they have articles on that.
They have the letters.
I don't know. I was probably 22 the last time I saw a Penthouse magazine.
They still make it,
right? He must have little back issues that. I mean, they probably keep sticking to his shoes, so he can't get rid of them. So.
Well, that's how he reads them on the bus and in the park. He just picks up his leg and
They're there always.
I would assume they're still a thing, right? I mean, I don't know.
I have no idea.
You know what? I'm just gonna risk Googling that. Let's just find out. I thought Wikipedia would be my first.
Even finding a regular magazine nowadays is hard, and the paper that they're printing magazines on is garbage nowadays.
Yeah.
Ow. Oh well. Apparently, it's another notch on the internet's bedpost. This is from The Verge, an internet magazine. It's another notch on the internet's bedpost. Penthouse magazine is ending its print edition after more than half a century on the newsstand. The publication will continue in digital format only, with parent company Friend Finder Network, saying the change is necessary to keep Penthouse competitive in the future. I.e., they're competing.
Now we know. Thanks, Allison.
You're welcome.
So some cheesy porn webcam company bought Penthouse at some point, I guess. That's
cool. I know they still have all the gossip magazines because I saw like a whole rack of them when I was at the store.
No matter whatever happens, as long as you can put stuff like that in the checkout counter where we can all look at them, people are going to buy them.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, there are even times where I'm like, I really don't care that Elvis's ghost just ate a waffle and then blue chunks on Zsa Zsa Gabor's ghost.
It actually blows my mind when I walk into a Barnes and Noble and see how big their magazine rack still is. I'm like, man,
they closed.
They're still selling Fangoria. I mean, it's like, come on.
Well, Fangoria just came back within the last year, which is awesome. I should go to a store and buy it now instead of reading it online. But I honestly feel like a lot of print media that's sort of gone away because of the internet, I feel like it's going to hit within the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to turn into like vinyl records where it's like,
oh, it's coming back already.
There's it's never going to be what it was, but I feel like it's going to turn into a.
Yep.
And my hope is it becomes a place where like fiction and like essays and like, not blog posts, but actual like. And not reporting from the like news, but like, some really good entertainment reporting or like reporting on celebrities and not like, but like authors and like important people and Pulitzer Prize winners. And
I don't know how you feel about it, Allison, but I'd much rather have a book or a magazine in my hand than try reading something like digitally. I mean, it's as far as like a comfort type of thing, right? It's
I have a lot of books on my Kindle Fire because I get free ones.
Yeah.
From Amazon every month. And it's really hard for me to read on the Kindle. Like But also what I have noticed is newer books that are sort of like digital only are shorter.
Yeah.
And what I have noticed, and this is when I'm not on the internet talking smack or coloring pages or doing toy tube, I write fiction, and I've been in the same sort of crit group for like 15 years now. And we have 2 new people, and I say new like within the last 4 years, who have self-published through digital, like through Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the critique, those of us who've been at this for say 20, 30, how old am I?
Don't worry
So
about
like
it.
40 years ish. A lot of the critique we get is like it's taking just too long to get to the story, and you don't need to do all of this description of what the person looks like. It's like, but you kind of do. Like
that's what makes books exciting for us. That
yeah, and it's
character building. What's that?
Yeah, right. And I did have someone give me feedback. I used a word to describe something, which was the actual name of it. I can't think of it because I had that conversation and I'm dumber for it. But like when you go to the vineyards or whatever, and there's like the wooden grate above your head.
Yep.
Like that. I gave it its official name, and they were like, "Well, what is that?" And I described it, and they were like, "Well, maybe you should just say that way instead of." I'm like, "There's a word for it, and if you have to look it up, like that's good for you." One of the reasons I learned words growing up was I would see something in a book and have to go find in the dictionary, and I'm like, "You kids have the internet; it's a lot easier to find out what a word means." And she literally was like, "But if I have to do that, then it takes me out of the story, and then yeah."
Oh my God, your brain fills it in anyway. I mean,
I saw
like when the first time I ever read the Silmarillion by Tolkien.
God, dude!
You have to go back to the glossary like 100 times to figure out these words.
Yeah, right. I read.
But once
Dune,
you know them, then the book goes a lot smoother. But I get that, but still, right? That's how we learn vocabulary.
But yeah, that's like and that was just I sort of. And I don't. This makes me. This is where I turn into a real old person. I'm just like, if we're too lazy to actually read, you're not actually reading. You know, like I don't know. It's really a weird phenomenon that like books should be. I blame Joanne Rowling and her Harry Potter books because we encouraged everyone to read at 6th grade reading level and normalize it, not like it's okay to read anything you like, but normalized everything being written for 12-year-olds.
Yep.
And that I don't like literally read whatever you want, but we shouldn't be making books dumber. Not everyone should be reading at a 12-year-old's level.
We've made everything dumber. Even video games are dumber. I mean, some of the video games that some of the physical like movements and hand-eye coordination necessary are just as high as ever, if not higher, for something like Fortnite or competitive or something like that. But as far as like the complexity of different things with like RTSs or the computer games used to be super nerdy, and they've just dumbed it all down because I don't know, everyone was raised on SpongeBob or something. They just don't have the attention span.
Yeah, I don't know. Stuff like that is what concerns me. It's not even the like people complain, oh, music isn't as good as it used to be, but it's like my parents used to complain that my music wasn't as good as their music was. So it's like part of that is generational.
For sure.
Yeah, but they might have actually been right, and we just didn't realize it. Like it just might have been getting worse.
I like music across generations, from like modern to old.
But I have noticed like it's not as bad. Like stuff that we liked in the 80s and 90s, like is still popular. I mean, like I don't know, but a lot of current music draws from that. So we're in that cycle right now.
For sure.
Whereas in the 80s, like everything sounded really different than the 70s and really different than the 60s. And
I think the biggest difference in music, and even like movies, is that a lot of the artists used to do that stuff for the art form and not just for the fame and the dollar. Now it's all about the fame and the dollar.
Well, not only that, but like music, this is sort of this is the one place where I will be that old person who's like, music's just not as good. I think music is as good. I don't think albums are as good, because it used to be a point where you went and bought the album, the entire thing needed to most people crafted it so from start to finish there was you went through the whole thing and it was amazing. And for me, I noticed that stopped in the 90s.
When it comes
so
I was
it
just going to
started
say, when it
becoming
comes
about
to
the
sound,
yeah.
When it comes to sounds, there's actually something in your brain that stops after the age of 30 something. I forget what it is, but it's actual. There's been a documented scientific study about it, and I wish I knew what all journals it was in. But they've actually documented this, and past the age of 30 something, new sounds do not sound good.
Interesting.
So when people hit a certain age, they actually stop liking new music. They stop liking new sounds. And what ends up happening is you of course you uh, go back to what you've already heard, what you've already listened to more heavily, and you do not like newer music and newer sounds. But it's actually something that switches in your brain and
Interesting.
that starts happening. And that actually happens with a lot of things too. They're trying to fully research that whole thing, but now because of how quickly media changes formats, it's harder to document and track, whereas music has remained a constant for hundreds of years. The only difference is what we listen to music on,
Right.
whether it's live music, whether it's recorded music on vinyl, recorded music on tape, which nobody does anymore, recorded music through digital. But music itself, as an overall, is a constant. So they've been able to document that within people, as we mature and we get older, and get to a certain age, we just do not like new sounds. Kind of goes along with the old saying of can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah.
The older we get, the less we like newer stuff. And I even find that to be somewhat true in many other forms of media too. Like we don't like newer movies as much, especially when we're watching remakes of older movies that we've already seen, done with new actors for a new day or even updating. It all kind of, I believe, ties into that brain chemistry that we have.
Well, I read an article one time about like the movies and the TV shows, how people like to go back and watch those that they seen when they were younger. And that
Mhm.
whole thing in your brain associates those people just like they do your friends, right? So when you see, you know, an actor from back in the day, John Candy play a role, and then they switch it out to somebody new, your brain goes, that's not my buddy. That's, somebody else. Why is that person being the same guy, right? It doesn't work in your brain.
Yeah, but I mean, if you give something a chance after about an hour or 30 minutes, you can
Oh,
sometimes
yeah,
get over
sure.
it.
Yeah.
That same thing happens in reverse. Like if I go to try and watch the original Star Trek, the first couple of episodes is like, oh my God, this is so
Yeah.
weird, like
Right.
bad and old. And then you just kind of get into the storytelling. You're like, back into it again.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, I think also sort of with media like that, I think one of the differences is it's not actually that we remake things now more than we used to. It's just, like there are a lot of movies, like The Fly by Cronenberg is a remake. The Thing by Carpenter, that's a remake. People forget these are remakes because a lot of them, were 20, 30. The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, like the one from 1978 with Donald Sutherland and Jeff Goldblum. People forget that was a remake, or it's accepted that that was a good remake. But the thing was, back then, before VHS, before DVD, before Blu-ray, before streaming, 1,000 streaming channels that need to have something there for everyone to watch. Once a movie left it left. Like you didn't see it again, and you could remake it because there were people who wouldn't have seen it because not everything's going to make it to television.
Yeah, sure. Back in the 50s and 60s, not everybody went to the movies either, right? Like in the 80s. I mean, when I was a kid and when I got to be a high schooler, we were going to the movies like once a week and seeing a different movie. Back in the 50s and 60s, they go maybe once a month if they went at all, if there was even a theater nearby.
Well, there. So it's like
depends where you live.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think that's part of it is that we can compare these old things. So it's like that whole process of it doesn't make as much sense as it once did. Like, and so, I mean, sometimes the remake is just so that studios can retain their copyright of the thing because you have to redo it every so often to retain the rights to that thing. So there are a lot of layers to it, but it's really like I don't know. I don't know that it's as insidious as a lot of people think as far as remakes go.
Well, not
like
to get
it's always been there. We're just more. I mean, I'm not going to assume anyone's age, but those of us who are old enough to see the original Star Wars when it came out in 1977 will remember that in 1978 Star Wars went back to theaters. In 1979, Star Wars went back to theaters. 1980, after Empire Strikes Back had played for a little bit, Star Wars went back to theaters so that you could watch it. 1981, Empire Strikes Back came back. Some markets, Star Wars also came back.
Yep.
That whole thing they did with the Lord of the Rings, where they were like, there were theaters that got all three of them at once, or like two of them at once right before the third one came out. And everyone's like, oh, that's the way it used to be if a movie actually made money.
Well, that's what they did with Star Wars before they released The Phantom Menace, is they did 3 months of New Hope and then Empire Strikes Back and then Return of the Jedi.
So, and people were like, oh, wow, but it's that just before VHS, that's how it was. Like The Wizard of Oz, like, used to come on, it was an event. When, like,
that was a once-a-year thing, man.
Like everyone stopped what you were doing to make sure you were home to watch on CBS The Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
Going back to the 60s, like, so it's
well, it's even like even like the kids' TV specials. I mean, they're not even on TV anymore, really, very much. But like back in the day, then one night of the year that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was on Channel 2 or whatever it was, CBS, right? It was one time a year. That was it. You either saw it or you missed it, and that was.
I was just thinking about It's a Wonderful Life. Like you would just sit down and watch It's a Wonderful Life every year on TV.
But some Charlie Brown.
But they were just on once. Now even on the syndication, they still play them once or twice or whatever. Even cable TV has the 25 Days of Christmas or whatever. Satellite TV, whatever the hell fuck you call it nowadays, streaming.
I don't know. I haven't even had in my entire adult life. I've never had cable. I've been an internet.
You don't even need it.
Yeah,
you don't need it now.
What kind of messed me up is I did stop watching TV when I was a teenager, pretty much, and then Netflix came out, and I used to get the DVDs mailed to me to watch Star Trek or Babylon 5 or any kind of science fiction nerd thing I could find on there. And then when they started doing the streaming, it like messed up my life flow again because I kind of started getting sucked back into shows.
So did I miss that? Dragon Early Bird's gonna be on Big Bad Toy Store now.
It's in stock.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mine. I got noticed Friday. I think mine finally showed up.
The whole Early Bird and everything.
Still waiting. Didn't go through BBTS. Went straight through Formo.
Oh, and what? Big Bad Toy Store has it in stock? Right? Well, it says in stock. Yeah.
Yeah, they have it in stock.
What the hell? I also seen Cobra Khan and Rattlers on there. If anybody missed out on that.
They just came in stock.
From what I've heard, November we should be getting Thanos.
I've waited this long. I did kind of wish we would have got them before Big Bad, though. Like,
yep.
Right, I know that
was day one. Just take my money. Actually, the first launch, I was like, it got postponed.
Oh, I know. The whole
the rework.
Yeah, and I thought about it since then. I'm like, I've kind of put it out of my head. I'm like, well, I didn't get them. I'm not worried about
They're in
it. And now
stock.
they're up. I know.
But
Now I'm like, oh no.
Good part of that happening with Mattel, though, means at some point Mattel will release Shirella just to secure that design. I mean, she'll be Mattel Creations, obviously, at this point, but we'll get her in some form because half of what they've been releasing is to secure their trademark and copyright on some of these characters. So
I'm wondering when the next drop from Formo is going to be. It's got to be soon. Once people have them in hand, they'll be like, okay.
Out, right?
Yeah, that's what they said at, was it PowerCon? I saw somebody interview them at PowerCon, and they said as soon as they get out all of their orders for Wave 1, so basically once Thanos gets noticed that his is on the way, since he'll obviously be the last of the people to get it, then they'll start soliciting like Wave 1.5, which is technically just repaints, but some of those repaints are seriously cool that I'm like, that's not really a repaint in my book.
How much of a price jump is that? That $219.
How much is it now?
$219 for that early bird. Is that much of a price hike?
That doesn't sound like a price jump at all. Let's see.
Yeah. I think it was like $200.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, that doesn't sound too bad. You get
they required like a $25
6 figures and then the Build-A-Figure.
Let's see.
Yeah,
and with the early bird, you get the Dragon Ore, like the cardboard castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows that too. Yeah. They have them $32 each, but then that early bird altogether.
I'm looking at trying to find my original order.
Is there a difference with those 3 that are the PowerCon exclusive?
Different colors.
Yeah, it's different paint deco.
They have those on there too.
I think they were also translucent, weren't they? The translucent plastic.
Yeah, one of
or were those different ones?
Yeah, the not Caldor.
The Oscuro.
Oscuro now used to be Durlock.
Caldor backwards.
Yeah. lot of hard trained thought went into that name.
Oh wow, the power suit.
I mean,
is translucent. Okay.
I know I've talked to those guys, Emiliano Santalucia and all, like at PowerCon, and I asked them if the whole reason they were doing the Lords of Power name and everything else like that was to draw attention to them, because everybody wanted to see when Mattel was finally going to put down, just be like, hey, y'all need to stop this shit. He totally said no, but I still think there is a big part of it that was like,
they waited till the day of launch. Like, it was like right at the, like, it's gonna go live, and I was waiting for it. Like, oh no, we got delayed.
I think that the key part of that is often lost a little bit in translation was the week, like right the weekend before. I mean, like they didn't pull it, and Mattel notified them like say it launched on Monday, like they got notified like on Friday, and they spent the weekend before canceling it, making sure. But what's significant is it was basically the time it would have taken Mattel's lawyers to draw up that cease and desist after Mark Taylor died. Mark Taylor died, and all of a sudden Mattel was paying attention. It was like within a week or two of Mark Taylor passing that suddenly they noticed this thing that had been solicited for like almost, it's like coming for like 6 months.
I like the redesigns, but I am kind of bummed we aren't going to get some of the Mark Taylor stuff, like Onatar's original thing, the Adversary. Was like, I would have liked to have gotten that. Shirella. And,
I agree. Because that, I mean, let's face it, that definitely, that's what pulled me in.
I like the redesigns a lot, though. So
they do look really good, and I'm glad that they found more of their own identity than just here. This is what it is. But I think it's that part of me that respects those original Mark Taylor designs that finally wanted to see those released too.
Yeah. And again, I feel like Mattel will probably in some version give us some of those.
I think we can expect more of it in Masterverse, right?
I would think King G, i.e. the green web store. Like, I was surprised New Eternia web store wasn't more of that design.
That shocked me too. He looked more of like less concept, more of already what we finally had mixed with classics.
Yeah. So that was odd, but I also was like, well, maybe King G will get released as his own character.
Well, those New Eternia, they do kind of want to be able to have that original look, and then
it's well, that's funny though, because
armor, then it looks like your original figures. But
this first few waves definitely, but the recent
they're a little lazy with it lately.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've pulled up the email originally from Formo. So if you ordered the early bird directly through Formo, it was $200 plus shipping. And then I'm looking, and for Big Bad Toy Store, when I ordered it through them, it was $225, and that obviously whatever shipping you pay, and you had to do a $25 deposit because of the price of it.
With the bigger things.
Well, it dropped by like $6, but I would assume that was, basically the total was $219.99 through the. Oh yeah, they charged me $219.99. So let me check my receipt. Oh, and according to my receipt, it is $197-ish. So yeah.
I did want to.
They took that off. So yeah, there we go.
Hopefully, this won't freeze me too much, but we're gonna try this.
It's already slowing down.
Let's see if there's. I know it is.
Yeah.
So I wanted to go here to our good friends at Toy Habits, where they're talking about New Eternia Masterverse. So this right here is the original concept of Web Store. Like, that's the legitimate drawing of Web Store before he became the one that we know. And so you look down here a little bit more at this, and notice here, Battle Ram blog. That's where the original drawing came from that they used to put it in that Masterverse box. Is actually what I have open on one of my other tabs here. Is that because I was going to swap between them. But then you go look here, and this is the adversary. This is what Ornator was.
Yeah.
And
I really like how Ornator looks now too, but I would have liked to have gotten that as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that.
So, again, like, yes, this is like completely concept web store. But, man, if he doesn't look good. This would still just be a really, really, really cool character to get.
Yeah.
But instead, as we saw earlier, that web store was open. I'd really like to see more of this concept than what we finally got in New Eternia. Not to say that the new Eternia.
Check your DMs on Instagram. I just sent you some stuff from my Lords of Power 4 more file on my computer. Because there's a good picture of the original lineup there.
Swapped him out from that Palace Guard armor. With that armor on now, I really like the way he's looking.
Including some images. One of them is copyright to Emiliano from when he was potentially working with Origins of his design of Shirella for them. which I think is another reason because I'm obviously let's not hash it out, but there is
I'm
some.
still hoping we.
Yeah, there's some unfortunate. What is the proper? Mattel and Emiliano don't quite get along all the time, so I'll leave it at that. So.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
So, but yeah, so I think that's another factor in it. After Mr. Taylor left us, was that some of the actual designs being used, even though they were done sort of as fan designs, since at one point Emiliano worked for them, I'm thinking it falls into that weird. He also, for some fanzine that was authorized, did a poster that had a couple of these characters on it. So there are a lot of reasons it happened, in my opinion. But I think Mattel would have probably looked the other way if Mark had not left. So I think despite their lack of credit, I think Mattel still respected. I don't think Mattel wanted the public fight with Mark Taylor that it would have caused, because that would have looked really bad for them.
Too.
Nice.
So, asking about this right here, a guy on Toy Federation who is making Motu figs in 217%. Are you talking like the human-sized Masters of the Universe figures that the guy is making? Like their full original look, full 5.0 articulation, but he's 3D printing the parts and building a Skeletor. So
size
it's
3D printer you got. God damn.
Well, that's why he's printing off pieces and then assembling them
like a puzzle.
Yeah, like it's like building a statue.
Yeah, crazy right now.
Life size?
All right. Yes, like as big as us.
He's saying not full human size.
Oh, okay.
That's still a lot of print material and a lot of super glue.
Oh yeah,
but yeah, there is definitely a guy who is making life-sized Masters of the Universe figures. I was actually just seeing it on Facebook earlier today. Like, it's really crazy. He's building a Skeletor like right now. So these are those original concept pictures for Shirella, and she comes with a bow that looks more like the one that came with Master Splinter from the Ninja Turtles and not exactly like the one we got with Bo from Princess of Power. And again, you see how she looks. It's not exactly like Tila. I actually like her overall costume design. But if you look, her helmet and like her scepter and staff here definitely have all these elements of Battle Cat's armor.
Well, and that
you can kind of
is on the box for what is the giant figure with the blonde hair?
Titus.
Titus?
Yeah, he's on the Titus.
Right,
she's on the
the one
Titus
that's
box running from him. So
yeah, that was her one brief cameo on an actual box.
Yeah.
And I know Nutlick tried to bring her into classics, but I think the closest he got was making the Battleground Tila.
No, the closest he got was the Green Goddess. Because on the bio he wrote for Green Goddess, Shirella is the Green Goddess, which is what happened in the Wondar mini comic. They came with them. So,
and what was that guy's name?
Nutlick, I think he's what he called him. Yeah,
Nutlick.
Nutlick, okay.
Yeah.
That'd be a bad name to get born with, I'll tell you. Man.
This face sculpt really does look like him too.
That looks like Nutlick?
Well, it is him.
Oh, it is Nutlick.
I mean, that's
the Four Horsemen sculpted it based off of his
like
face.
Him.
Yeah.
You're all
Same
dead.
guys
You
that give
told
us.
me,
I'm
Sonny.
trying
The
to
line is dead.
give you those.
Oh,
The line is dead. You're all dead. It's all over.
That's what's his name, right?
Toy Guru.
What's his?
Yeah,
Scott
not what.
Scott Knightlick, but
Scott Knightlick. Yeah.
I'm
Oh
comfortable
yeah, that's
calling
right.
him.
Nightlight.
Actually, now that I'm actually looking at these again, because I haven't looked at them in a while, I do prefer the new ones quite a bit.
Yeah.
But I would have liked to have gotten.
I like these for the Motu nostalgia of them. I like the new designs because they're different, and Mattel's not going to give me anything that looks like what they're now giving us. I mean, the genie didn't have to be changed at all, and the cat lady just had to turn her a different color because they don't own the idea of a cat lady with furry boots. If they did, there are a lot of furries that are going to be getting cease and desist next week.
Yeah, exactly. But and even then though, like if you think about it, yes, their genie was like all original tooling for the line, and it was like, but even as an original concept, I remember another blue genie that popped around in the 90s. So
Kazam?
Even that's not original.
Right. It's Kazam, right? You mean Kazam, that movie with the genie, right?
Yes, with Sinbad.
Yes.
But you could see right here, Durlock himself, like there's not a lot of variance off of the actual.
Well, and look at the Havocs. I mean, look at the Havocs.
But even then, I
staff.
still like this.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool.
It's the movie
It's straight like movie design.
Are you guys hearing that part where Oz's voice turns into a fart every now and then?
It's he's playing with the internet.
Okay. It's just funny. That's all.
Barbaro.
I pretty much made this one already.
Again, yeah, straight concept.
I'd like to have that right there, though. Yeah, that concept. Yeah, that looks so cool. The bare feet.
If we get bare feet, it's just gonna be the Naked Stratos or Beastman feet again.
Yeah.
True
I would have liked that green guy. They should have kept him in the line.
Yeah, the green. That's the only one that, like, I really felt like we're missing out because we haven't gotten it yet. Which is why I'm more disappointed that we didn't get that for New Eternia web store.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree, because it's a cool looking concept figure. I really, really like that.
And isn't there how you say it? Fuchsia T?
Furza T, I believe.
Isn't there like a web store with him or with them too?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they use the parts.
They just reused the molds.
Was he green too? I can't remember.
He's a teal green, so like a bluish aquamarine teal. Like I may or may not have one half painted behind me. That was once a web store before web store commanded high prices, and I got two at Big Bad Toy Store. Oh my goodness! Sorry, I've got my office cat over here is too cute. He's been back here asleep the whole time. Sir. Anyway.
Right. So, talking about animatronic Masters of the Universe cards, doing it for nostalgia, not for sale. That's pretty badass.
Are these the 2 and 3 p.m.?
Well, don't everybody speak at once.
Right. Sorry.
What? Huh?
Who? Who's on first?
Who's on first?
I am
What's
the
on
very
second?
model
What's
of a
on
modern
second?
Major General.
Good movie.
I don't know. Third base.
Yeah, that checks. You don't know third base. Yeah.
Space. The final frontier.
Oh.
I was watching the other day. It was about Sandlot, the whole behind the scenes on Sandlot. That movie, I know, I'm sure everybody here, that movie is just one of a kind. My kids grew
That's
up
one
with it. I grew up
movie.
with it. What's up?
That's one movie I think NECA should do some figures too.
Oh yeah, that'd be great for NECA to do.
Oh yeah, huh? Then get the beast and the fence.
Yeah, get the beast. Yeah,
and the fence and
do a little fence backdrop thing, right? Be perfect.
You get the tree house with the vacuum attachment.
There you go.
Oh man.
There was a lot of really good movies along those lines back in the late '80s and stuff, though.
Yeah, I just was watching the thing and I was like, man, that movie. I watched that movie so many times. It just it was so good.
I'm still waiting for NECA to get the rights to Monster Squad. Maybe it's kind of a compete clause with their Universal Monsters license. I'm not sure. But, I mean, Monster Squad's definitely a great classic.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see some toys come out just because of the amount of like Halloween and horror stuff lately.
Well, hey, maybe Trick or Treat Studios will get their hands on it.
Right?
Said out of everything that was shown off at Toy Fair, like Trick or Treat Studios really kind of stole the show for me.
They came out of nowhere too.
Right? Like apparently they've been around for a little while, but I don't remember hearing about them until Toy Fair. So
yeah, I never heard of them until then either.
Yeah.
Right?
It was a lot like oh god, what was that other toy brand that kind of like came out of nowhere that's been around for a while, but they started showing off some really cool stuff.
Oh, I can't think of it. I know what you're talking about. They had like the True Romance figures and the Dragon Slayer statues. And I can't.
Right, God, that's bugging the crap out of me now too, because like I was really, really liking them.
So I didn't show this off, but I got some new Naked Bucks.
I seen them.
Cheeks.
Which one is that, Thanos?
I don't know. It was on AliExpress for like $6.50. So I ordered a couple of them. They're actually like pretty decent quality. It's like a soft rubber on the chest. I mean, they have the dumb diaper that action figures can't seem to get away from, but not bad. Pretty posable.
That last thing
I bought a couple of those.
Sent me, I showed my son, and oh my god, he was he's like, "No, Thanos, why?"
Well, I've been saying for a while I wanted to do a Xavier and Magneto, so I needed a couple of skinnier metal bucks. Yeah. So
I don't know why.
That's what I think.
Favorite ones I was freaking dying too.
I picked up a couple of those Notamans and
oh yeah,
I think it was Damn Toys had a 12th nude figure. I picked those up off of eBay a couple months ago, and they pose great. But I mean, it's no different than the cheap ones. You know, their hands still pop off if you bend them too far to the one side or whatever. So
yeah,
for $6, you can't beat that.
These ones are actually surprisingly solid for $6.50. I got a female one coming too, just hasn't made it yet. You know, AliExpress, they take forever.
Oh yeah,
well, it's because it's coming from China, so
yeah.
How's the neck?
Thanos would get it before the rest of us.
It's pretty small, so like I don't. If you noticed, I shoved like some paper in here, and then this one I actually just kind of put some pipe cleaner in there.
That's a good idea.
And it holds like really well.
I use the hot glue trick, attaching the heads.
But I'm like constantly, like, you know, different one.
Well, that's the nice thing about the hot glue because it's still rubbery enough. You can still pop the heads on and off with the ball joint.
Yeah,
I might try it.
Syndicate Collectibles. That's it.
Syndicate Collectibles. That's the one that got that, the new one, or the one that's been around for a while that no one knows about.
Right. Right, yeah, they're the ones doing True Romance, Bloodsport, Ghoulies.
Yeah, I was trying to think right now.
That's just like Fresh Monkey Fiction, though. A couple years ago, Fresh Monkey Fiction was only doing that Eagle Force line. Hardly anybody knew about them, and then they came out with that Naughty and Nice stuff. It kind of blew up, and now they got Naughty and Nice Christmas, and then they started their Halloween one and Monster Force coming out.
So, question: Has Ramen Toys actually shipped anything like U.S. side, or
they got a couple of their mask figures, the first mask vehicle, or Makina as he calls it, stateside, but that's pretty much it.
The He-Man
I think
heads.
Yeah,
and the He-Man heads.
I got the heads. Yeah,
he's got the Masterverse heads out. He shipped the Gullwing, Red Gull. Yeah. Well, he also had to make changes because like it was he had started doing production on like the Red Gullwing and then ended up because of the box or whatever they slapped his hand, so he had to stop with that particular style box, then proceeded with a different style box. Which because of that halted that, and now we'll get that further. But yeah, he did the was the one you just said, Ed, that Thunderwing, like the bike one.
Yeah.
That one he put out.
I can't remember what the hell he called it.
Here it is. Frankie's got my back.
Man, he did some great work on that.
I'm looking forward to the Marshall.
Yeah,
Instead of printing the decals, you get stickers now. Yeah. And again, a decal is different from a sticker.
Yeah.
Is the Marshall the Brave Star one?
Yeah, Marshall's the Brave Star.
Eyes of the Hawk.
That'll be coming pretty soon, I think he said.
I love this. I love that comes out next year, but it's up for pre-order now and everything. So.
Right.
I love him calling the A-Team van the bread van. That's great.
The bread van. Yeah. If you guys haven't noticed that, he just started showing that off.
And that's supposed to be coming out in a cheaper form, so there's no electronics or nothing. So it's just going to be a vehicle, like a play vehicle. So it's perfect, right?
That's cool.
Which is going to be a lot of fun. Like I was looking at it and I was just like, oh, Frank Castle's going to get the battle wagon.
The Musk that he's working on is... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
What's up?
I was just saying, what was it? Bread van?
Yeah, he's calling it the bread van because it's like
van.
the old New York style delivery vans, you know?
Yeah. Okay, that's all I was asking.
The Musk is crazy looking, dude.
Yeah, it's looking better and better each time he shows it off.
I agree. And it's definitely looking well beyond what others are doing.
Yeah. Well, the fact that it has like the bottom layer and then the top layer, and then it's expandable in each way or out. Like,
yep. Each direction you can add on to it. He's keeping it more modular. And that's really, really phenomenal for people like us that enjoy something that we can work around to add to. And, some of us are not as talented as others in building these really cool looking dioramas and stuff.
I still say if you wanted to do a sewer and even like a street, like it wouldn't be hard to be your first project. Like just some bricks.
You can do that easy.
Yeah.
It's not super hard, but a lot of people don't have the patience to get through the first project that size. So they need something kind of bite-sized so they get over that hump of feeling like they can do it, because...
Yeah.
Right.
The smart thing that Robin's doing that I think a lot of people are missing is the expandability, right? Because like all the play sets were just kind of individualized. Even back in the day, it's always been that way, right? But you got something like that can be a play set and a display, and you can just expand it till whenever, right? I mean, you could go on until it falls down, and if you secured it right, you could go on forever with it.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing is he's working on making it durable, well durable. When it comes to doing some of these other kind of projects, if you don't seal it right or use even the right kind of foam, if you use a softer foam, it's not going to uphold to any kind of wear and tear play. Like it'll look good for a picture.
Yeah, handmade dioramas are not meant for play. It's not meant for
Right.
kids. I used to have to put that up on listings when I would sell them on eBay back in the day.
Yeah. Like this
it does not take
gonna
much to
withstand.
scratch the foam or dent the foam or ding a corner. Or
Oh, no,
something
I don't know
like
if you've noticed. I've dropped some of these because I'm getting tired once or twice, and I jump like every time I accidentally drop one.
But I mean, yeah, that's just how it is. Like that foam is not meant to be abused in any way.
Nope.
And if you're playing with it, it's going to take some abuse. So what he's doing is actually going to be making a very awesome and sturdy playset. And
see, now, like if Ramen could do something like Extreme Sets did with their cardboard dials and make something similar to that with different settings, right? Like the cabin, and he's got Extreme Set has the the asylum and the hotel and all that, right? Do simple ones like that and make it so it's expandable, so you can make have like a hotel lobby on the bottom floor and then a hotel hallway upstairs or something, right? I mean, you could have so many cool ideas, and people would buy that stuff because people just
they would.
Well, he's already talked about doing like other settings, like castles and dungeons. Yeah, he's like it's a whole separate branding, like diorama or dioramen. So
right. Well, it's a good space for him to get into now that he realizes that there would be a market for it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even one of the things that he does with the what he's making now. Truth is, what he's making now is kind of a niche market type thing, nostalgia fueled all the way. And yeah, that's going to get you some money. It will definitely print some nerd dollars and put it in your pocket. But like tonight, we're doing Legions class, and we're talking about mythic legions. We're talking about cosmic legions. So by selling like a castle style playset or a dungeon style playset, automatically that's something that can fit right in with mythic legions.
But there's no kids buying legions. That's all old nerds.
Oh, it's adult collectors.
That's actually not true.
Really?
When I found that Sunman pack, there was another guy who was looking for it too, and he got the other one. There was only 2 in the store, but he was saying his son is like big into legions. Like that's his main line.
Well, yeah.
Imagine a dungeon playset with that Frankenstein set from NECA, though, right? The Frankenstein with the lab and the table and all that. I mean, that'd be perfect, right?
Yeah.
Even the Dracula set, like having a dungeon with like the coffin in there and the rat and everything, they would work well together.
Imagine if they made a YouTube style cartoon or web style cartoon to play on YouTube to help sell the toys that would capture the younger generation.
Right?
Stop spouting the idea for my freaking toy line on live like that. There's a reason
I've been thinking the same thing, dude.
I've been hush about my ideas for the toy line to a pretty good extent because of stuff like that.
Right on.
Back in the day, the FCC had this whole thing where they couldn't have them do this or they couldn't have them do that. And YouTube is far less regulated when you're putting content, as long as it's not made for kids.
Yep.
So you can get away with a lot of that stuff as long as you're not making it for kids. But you know what's awesome about that? When you don't make your content for kids, a lot of kids still watch it anyway.
Yep,
sure.
So again, that's a whole part of my idea for that eventual toy line when it comes.
Well, even like when you watch like the Kevin Smith Netflix Master of the Universe line, right? There wasn't very many kids. I mean, there was a lot of kids that watched it, but they watched it because their dad or mom watched it.
I was going to say, who was it that sat them down to watch it, right?
Right.
Like,
I mean, so there's still a lot of us from 30 to 50 years old that are watching cartoons, and we watch a new cartoon, especially if it was a 5-minute short every couple of days or something.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, we're basically watching that with the Justin Rosh stolen stuff. It was just
right.
Yeah.
I wish there was more with it. But now even with Mythic Legions and Figure Obscura, getting back to that with the kids, like while I was standing in line walking my way up to the main table to get the stuff that I was looking for that day, and there was this guy tapped me on the shoulder. And he was asking me because, like, they had the stanchion, so it did like this S curve around and everything like that, so they could accommodate all these people waiting in line. And this one guy taps me on the shoulder because now I'm up to the table, and he's on the other side of the stanchion, still coming up, and he's still got to go all the way around. He tapped me on the shoulder to grab him something off the table, and it's like, there were no signs up that said you couldn't do that, but you kind of dick somebody who may be in between you and this other guy out of possibly getting something they want on the table. But then realized he was tapping on me to grab the Headless Horseman, which again was my first foray into the modern Four Horsemen figures, and that was, you know, that figure obscura that got me into Legions entirely. This kid next to him, I don't know whether it was, I don't even know if he was related to the kid. He was just the guy who grabbed my attention for the kid. The kid wanted the Headless Horseman. And I'm like, I will gladly put this into your kid's hands. So I took it right off the table and handed it to the kid.
Yeah.
You know, and that was a kid that wanted that Headless Horseman. Mind you, that's like $140 figure too. So that wasn't cheap. But I know at least the kid's mom or grandmom was with him because she was the one that was paying for it or whatever. But
so Andrew Davis brought up a good point. I forgot that Ramen got the Quicksilver and the
I was reading
yep.
too.
The other guy out there. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
yeah, he's gotten some product out to us.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually,
but
yeah,
it's like everything else. I mean, you pre-order some of these Mythics Legions, you pre-order a lot of stuff. It's you're on pre-order for a year. So I mean,
oh yeah, Necronominus is not coming until sometime. Like Poxus is up next.
Yeah.
And you know, then after that it's Necronominus, I believe, after that. I don't know if it's right after Poxus or if there's something in between. I think there may be.
I think there's a cosmic between there.
Right. Well, there's definitely a cosmic between. But yeah, I mean,
has anybody ordered any of the nacelle stuff? They're the ones doing the
Biker Mice for Mars.
Yeah,
I keep looking at the Biker Mice. I really would love to get them, but I'm gonna wait till they actually release the 3-pack of the mice with the motorcycles, because they're releasing it as a set, and I'll just pick up that all at once. Be done with it.
You know, I didn't even know about them, but they commented on one of my posts like a couple of weeks ago, and I kind of wondered if they were doing that just to like get people's attention to the stuff they're doing right now. But
Nacelle is looking into, like, they realize where the market is, where the market's hanging out for the product that they're putting out.
Yep.
And they're trying to put themselves within the community, which again, it's a smart tactic.
Yeah, definitely.
They're supposed to be doing animated series too, but I don't know how the strikes are affecting that.
Well, the strikes are over now.
Are they?
I think the writer strikes are over.
The writer strike is. The actors
strike
was almost over, and then in the middle of negotiations, the studios walked away.
I guess that's not too surprising, I suppose.
Well, you have people out there like that actress that was going to be the Snow White for that Disney movie, right? And no disrespect to her for what she was hoping, but like, you know, she's out there on live TV talking about how anytime even a 5-second clip of her is viewed, she should be getting paid for it. And I'm like, come on, dude. You got to live in reality at some point, right? I mean,
well, isn't that just down to the royalties?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Right. That's part of your royalty agreement, I would assume.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know how these contracts are written up.
I don't know either, but I mean, it's like you got to live in reality to the point where in the world we live in today, you're not going to be able to control how many times your thing is viewed or anything.
I don't
like that,
think
right?
studios are living in reality. Like, we can't support as many streaming services as they want to have. Like, it's completely like it's back to cable, but you're paying for cable like multiple times. Like, it doesn't make
exactly.
sense.
You're paying for your individual channel package, but instead of giving you a lump bulk of 500 channels for a set price every month, now you're paying for your internet service provider and $8 for this channel, $8 for that channel, $8 for this channel, $8. So you will eventually get your 5 or 6 channels and hope that everything you want to watch is across those channels.
I'm really surprised someone hasn't come out like more of them haven't combined, like, you know, Netflix and Disney combined for a flatter price, you know, or
But then, I mean, they cancel shows. Like, so you'll sign up for something, and it's like, this show's done after one season. It's like, okay, well, I'm guessing not
Or it's 2 years later until they come out with season 2, and you forgot what happened in season 1. You don't care anymore.
Yeah, or they remove stuff too, so it's like
part of that is that production time, because again, when you've got 2 years between production of, like, say, a Netflix series, right?
Yeah.
That's because although they are making big bucks, they are not making Hollywood bucks.
Right. Well, they're also not sure if it's going to sell, right? I mean, like season 1 of The Witcher, right? They didn't know if it was going to be popular or not. So you're not going to make season 2 and 3 right away. It's
not at all.
Well,
you're not going to have
corporate stability too, where something gets bought out by another one, and they're like, we're canning all projects, even if they were, doing well. There was a plan in place. It's like, nope, it's just gone now. Like, I don't know. The whole media landscape is pretty crazy right now.
Yep. And I mean, it's kind of like that same thing that I was saying about with Masters Universe being afraid to take chances, right? Like, they were already doing a certain amount of production when it comes to, say, Revelation or the CGI, right? There was a certain amount of that was already in the works that they were working on for them to have pumped it out as quickly as they did. Because, like, yeah, remember, we got up to, like, season 3 of CGI in, like, a year and a half. Whereas most of the time, to produce an animation like that, it takes several years to get through 3 seasons or so, or can. But they had pumped out 3 seasons within, like, a year and a half. And a lot of that is just due to, okay, we have this project, we're working on it, this is the steam that we've got behind it, we're really going to push this. And we know that was Mattel's attempt at trying to push He-Man to a younger generation. That's also why we had a crap ton of figures for it all come out real quick all at once, and then it was done. And there was no more production after that.
Animation, I'll tell you, that's what I said during COVID when all the studios were shut down and stuff. If someone could have come up with some new animation, like movies, right, and bang out a bunch of them, man, you could have put those out on YouTube and Netflix and everything like hotcakes because nothing else was getting made.
Yeah.
Animation is super labor intensive, though.
Oh, I know. That's the problem, right? That's the biggest problem.
It is. But yeah, they the moment that there wasn't any fan service to cater to that CGI show, like, it went into limbo on hiatus.
It was, like, as far as I know, it was well received, and even like in my area, the toys like moved.
They definitely moved.
They got off the shelf quick. Even when they would get restocked, they would go.
Yeah, they were moving faster than the others. I know for a while I was almost thinking about buying more and more of them just because, like, I was liking what they were doing. That Manny faces that came out for that was really, really neat with the barrel head.
Yeah.
Which wasn't anything new to them. They were doing that same gimmick on the chest for He-Man and Skeletor since the 80s with battle armor. But they just kind of, I guess it was a thing with the show. There wasn't as big a rating splash as they were hoping on the kids side of it. And they were just like, yeah, we're already producing stuff for these older guys. We're hearing a lot of people complain about where this younger, I mean, mind you, they weren't listening to clearly any of the streams that Skelly, Sean, and I were doing, because we were definitely singing praises upon it. Like, a lot of us were, because it was a fantastic show, moving it in that right direction forward.
But even like the like, oh, kids aren't getting a hold of it. It's like there's so much stuff like on Netflix. Like,
yeah,
it's not really being marketed to them. It gets dumped, and they hope people find it within the first couple of weeks. Like, and then shows get canceled without even being able to find their footing too. Like, back in the day, a show would stumble a little bit. Sometimes it would even like stumble hard for a first season, and then like it would pick up, and it would.
Well, how many shows stumbled on CBS and got bought by NBC and then became really super popular, or something like that? I mean,
vice versa.
Star Trek: The Next Generation was not that great the first few seasons, and I mean, it spawned a huge empire.
Yep.
Yeah. But like you don't get the chance these days. It's just like if it's not an immediate hit, it's the F out
Well,
of here.
we live in a society of instant gratification, and if it's not, it's just
well, it's more. I think it's more just profit seeking, and like someone said earlier, no one really gives a crap about the making.
Right.
I mean, in between serving the master of profit seeking and serving the master of pushing whatever political agenda they feel like at the moment, they often don't serve the purpose of entertaining people by making something good, or they try to, but you can't do all that at once. You know,
you can't do all of them together at the same time.
Right.
So, our wonderful friend Parzival is back. And I can't tell whether this is a bot or just a really dumb person trying to troll. Because no, not the prolapse guy. Well, it could be the prolapse guy. Oh, look, it's the Minecraft version of me.
Yep, that's what my son said earlier. He said, "Look, I got an Oz Minecraft." He was cracking up. Oh my god, I was laughing so hard.
That was hilarious.
Oh, he'll paint his head black with shoe polish if we invite him on.
The funny part is
square bandana.
I can't remember whether I blocked Parzival from my channel when they were trying to come on the stream with these same lame things like, "Oh, I'm drunk, invite me on the stream." That's not how this works.
Well,
none of us are drunk. We're just crazy.
Well, the funny part is we're still streaming on Aaron's channel, and he's in Aaron's channel where I can't block him.
Yeah.
Oh, except for the fact that I'm a mod on Aaron's channel. So let me go handle that. I'm sorry.
I was flexing on. What?
I'm quick on the band hammer when I gotta be.
So
whether it's a bot or a troll, it just
leaving that
deserves to
up,
be taken out.
If leaving that streaming is helping him with watch time, I guess.
It does. It gives watch hours for people watching from his channel. That's where Jim was earlier.
Yeah, I gotta put mine in.
Oh, well, you guys do that through StreamYard?
Yeah.
What's that? Oh yeah,
little button.
Oh, I might have it right here. Even.
Yeah.
Stream this to your audience.
Yeah,
I forgot to hit
blue right there.
Yeah.
I always forget to click it till we're 7 hours in, and then it's pointless.
I thought about it. We're already like a decent ways. There's like I should hit that button, but
is that?
Yeah.
That's always been up there.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always been up there.
I set it up a while ago after Brick mentioned it.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so
I was
it may
just
not
like,
been up on my screen until you put it up there.
well, I had to make it accessible for people to do.
Yeah. Because I set up StreamYard on my laptop here, but I don't know if this is actually connected to it from here right now.
Oh no, Brick's gonna make all the girls cry because he shaved his head because he's drunk tonight.
Oh no.
Brick. Hey man, that's a great reason. Do you want to come on the stream so you can paint your head with black shoe polish?
Don't do it.
I mean, I'll invite you on the stream if you want to
I'll
paint
tell
your
you
head
what,
with
we'll
black
let Brick
shoe
come
polish.
on with his shaved head if he flocks his head.
Has anyone else ever done that? Shaved their head because they were drunk?
Not because I was drunk.
Well, I did it
quite willingly.
The only time I ever shaved my head, I was drunk, and I didn't even know it when I woke up. And I just remember like being
I pierced
hungover
my
and
own
feeling the
nipples 'cause I
pillow
was drunk.
through my
I
scalp.
did too. Pierced my
Here's
own
some ice
nipple.
cubes and a needle. Okay.
Yep, safety pin, and that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was on the second one, and it was back out of the landline. The phone was ringing. I was in the mirror, and the phone was driving me nuts. So I just finally popped it through, and I answered the phone like, "Hello."
Jesus.
Yeah, I was a young teenager.
I was drunk and I had my nose pierced. My buddy's like, I want you to pierce my nose. I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, but you got to pierce something too. I'm like, I already have too many earrings and nose rings. And he's like, well, pierce your nipples. I was like, if you let me pierce your nose, I'll pierce my nipples. And I did. And I laid down, pierced my nipples, and I pierced his nose.
Friends doing fun things.
Yeah.
Brick's all over the place tonight. He's living the wild man. You know, this is what happens when his mother-in-law comes to visit.
Well, you never know what else she bought him at Target, right? Maybe a couple
It's
of
true.
An extra razor and a couple bottles of Boone's Farm, and look where he is now.
Boone's Farm,
Strawberry Hill.
Gotta love that Boone's Farm, man.
Oh yeah, Mad Dog 2020.
That dollar will get you more drunk than most people will.
Never heard of Boone's Farm until I came to Texas.
It is the sort of state drink for the 16 to 19.
That's where I first learned about it. Texas, yeah.
Same with Louisiana. Like, yeah. Many nights.
Right now.
We stormed that hill of strawberries and woke up puking in litter boxes at our friend Rachel's house.
They had this like lime flavored one that was I used to drink all the time. I'd freeze it so it was really cold, and then it was really good. But man,
I think they call it sangria now instead of just like.
It had some weird name though, like lime something. It was like none of their names were thought out. Just
I went through a Reuniti Lambrusco phase when I was about 20, 21. I used to drink so
nice.
Yeah, I used to drink so much of it, my lips would be purple. Have all little stains on them.
Brick, I'm not going to worry about highlighting your earlier one unless you really want me to share that on a live stream. But his oldest introduced her to Avatar: The Last Airbender, and that was cute. Everybody should be introduced to Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's one of the most amazing shows ever made.
Yeah. It's too bad that the movie was not as good as it could have been.
Well, we're hoping that Netflix live action series will help correct that, but who knows how that's going to really go.
Well, if they do it like one shot, they'll be all right. But if they don't, then
2-piece
or two. Yeah, what I call it, one shot. Jesus.
Yeah.
So I'm still thinking of shots.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
There was no movie.
I never saw it. So.
Yeah. True story, Brick. True story.
Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get off of here.
All right, Radnon.
Good night, sir.
Radnon, thank you for joining us, brother. It has been great hanging out with you again. It's always good to see your work and be able to showcase it here. Thank you for joining us this Saturday night.
Thanks for having me. It's nice to, it's motivating because it keeps me focused on working, even though I have work in the morning. So I probably would have slacked off a little bit and just vegged out to Star Trek. So good
Sounds
stuff.
Good.
Take care, everyone.
Later.
See you, brother.
Later.
And actually, with that, I need to bow out because I have to get up early for a pre-recorded live stream thing that I'll be able to do thumbnails and talk about tomorrow night. But
exciting.
I will just preface it with next Saturday, I'll be doing a live stream that I am talking about right now from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Celebrating the birthday of Carrie Fisher because it's her birthday. I usually mope because she's not with us. And I figured Space Mom would not like that. And I reached out to somebody who reached out to somebody. So I have a special guest I'm going to be doing a coloring along with in the morning. And that the one hint I will offer before thumbnails and whatnot go up before it happens. That way, if at the last minute somebody needs to cancel, it's not that big of a deal. But I will say this person is one of the custodians of the image of Princess Leia. So,
very cool. Good for you, Allison.
It's pretty cool. It's really hard to not just blab about it because it's super exciting, and it's technically with somebody I consider somebody who's like heroic to me for various reasons. So, anyway, Brick knows the secret, and he can keep it. But because I was too excited to not tell.
You gotta tell somebody.
Yeah, I had to tell someone.
Sometimes you gotta share that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
well, we're all proud of you, Allison. You've done amazing things with your YouTube channel and stuff. So
Thank you. And I think, Nolan, if you want to come on in color sometime, you're more than welcome. But everyone here, even if I haven't asked you yet, don't worry, your turn is coming. So,
your time is coming. I don't know if that's a threat or a good thing.
It's a little bit of both, right?
That's one of those things I love, right? Have a nice day sounds great, right? But enjoy your next 24 hours sounds threatening.
Yeah, right. Enjoy the next 24 hours, Dr. Jones. Anyway, so I'm going to rush off so I can prepare this and be presentable
good night,
and make a good
Allison.
impression.
Good night,
Have a good night.
Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you for hanging out.
You're
See you
welcome.
all
Thanks for
over.
having me. Good night.
All right, now that Brick's in the chat, let's open up a red mask of death and show him the face.
Oh, come on. Payne's asleep.
Aaron's asleep now. We may still be on his channel, but he's not here, and that would be wrong.
Well, he can wake up to it too, bastards.
My mouth's sealed. I actually got to see.
Oh, shut up, Cobb. We don't want to hear it.
I was like, hey, I might as well.
Some of us can toy edge.
That's right.
Well, I don't have the figures.
Still sitting over there on my shelf.
I got mine sitting here, right here next to me, in case anything ever happens. Where
I got tired of waiting for you guys. All right.
I understand.
Kay Rolls got pictures of hers that she hasn't posted.
That may have been where I saw them.
I've still got my figure sitting here. Look, not even out of the plastic wrap. Like, I don't even want to see the window box. Still all sealed.
Every time I'm scrolling through Instagram, as soon as I see a picture of it come up, I'm like, nope, keep
Scroll
going.
faster. Gotta scroll faster.
Got a lot of pictures of him too.
Yep.
Yeah. He is. I think he's a lot more popular than I had originally thought he was going to be, and that's great. And
Well, I think he's popular because, on top of the fact that he's from a piece of literature, right? Great literature.
Yes.
He's also got that creepy vibe to him, which kind of fills him in for a lot of other people that aren't into the literature aspect of it.
Well, he fits into the line pretty well compared to...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right. With all the Necronominus stuff that's been built up over the last year, his particular look facade, or even not even so much with Necronominus, but like with Poxus coming out next year and the Plague and everything like that, he fits in so well with basically everything that's coming out Mythic Legions for the next year and a half.
He's going to be
a little,
buddy.
I got some antlers today from Christmas decoration, and I might buy a second one because Travis might be selling his, and I might turn it into a Wendigo.
Gee, there you go.
His cloth, different color.
I've seen some nice wings at the dollar store. I was thinking about buying some of them for customs.
There you go. And we already kind of know that from what we have seen on some previous placeholder cards at a little place called Toy Fair, that we're going to get alternate versions of Monkey King and the Red Death.
Yep.
So I joked around from day one, like, oh, this will be great because then we know we'll get the Black Death.
Yep.
And yeah, that's like almost pretty much 100% confirmed. Sure. So, unless the Black Death was just the same thing, but they colored him green, which is a possibility. And we all know I'd lose my shit if he were black and green. But
the Green Death.
The Green Death. He could still be the Black Death with just green colors, but as opposed to doing the inverse of what he is now.
Yeah. Well, they've done a pretty good job. Like with Father Christmas, right? They went red and green. Those are both traditional Father Christmas colors, right?
Exactly. And the other neat thing is
with the purple and the green with the Headless Horseman are both Halloween colors, right? They don't stray too far from the actual mythos of the figure obscura.
Right.
Characters.
Yeah, the color always makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's where, well, because even with that Father Christmas too, like you get like the blue robe underneath as opposed to like purple. Because I think Father Christmas has purple. I had to get my character out. It's almost that time of the year again. But yeah,
purple.
it's really, really cool what they're doing with that. And I agree with Brick. Like, I wonder what a retail Wukong will look like. And he says just different colors seems a little lackluster. Well, we know that's kind of the way they do it. It's not like they give them like alternate head sculpts. It's just an alternate paint app on the existing accessories and overall look. Maybe we'll see a white monkey.
That would be badass.
Right?
That would be badass.
Like because I can't think of too many other directions to go with it.
They could go more orange with him, right? Give him more of the traditional Wukong orangutan
give him that
look. But
right, yeah. So like you could do something like that where he's either again some other type of hair color where we're gonna see, like you mentioned, like that more orangutan or what are those red little ones called?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The actual monkeys that are over in
right.
China.
So like that could work. Oh, wait a minute. Bud's coming up with it here because there's also this other popular character that a lot of people like that is based off the Monkey King. Put him in orange and blue.
Yeah.
That could be pretty rad. Like, oh man, I'd be down for that. But either way, like I've been thinking about that since I got Sun Wukong. I was like, this is awesome. I wonder what the paint variant version is going to be. Because so far we've had a variant version of each of the figure obscura in order. Krampus, you had the black, then there was the red. Then you had the Headless Horseman, Father Christmas. So, it'd be interesting to see where they go from here with Sun Wukong and Mask of the Red Death.
The only thing with honestly, Mask of the Red Death is I think in order to, I would love to see them come out with a different Dio piece instead of the grandfather clock. Now, people are going to get the grandfather clock because that's the whole point of it, right? But it would just be awesome for them to come out with something that's a different Dio piece that still as awesome as the grandfather clock, right? Like, I don't even know what it could be, but like a grand piano or something, right? That'd be just badass.
Oh yeah, kind of like a ballroom thing.
Yeah,
that would be neat. But what if they do? Because I'm trying to think in relative shape and size, close to the clock that they already have.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe one of the other doors. Maybe do a different color with a slightly different mask in one of the other doors.
Yeah. Right. They could do that. They could still do the clock, right? Just give it a different touch, right? Take off the raven and put something different on it, like a dragon.
Oh, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, right. Put like a gothic style dragon on top or a gargoyle.
Well, it is gargoyle, so it wouldn't be too hard to
right.
That's what I'm saying. It'd just be a separate piece.
That was one of the greatest things about having Trevor come on here was showing that raven did just pop right off, and now it's a regular grandfather clock. Oh man.
I'm trying to stay away from it because I just can't get into another thing now.
There's too many good. You said you have Thanos. What'd you get?
I haven't. No. Okay. I've looked at some of it, and some of it looks cool. I don't know. It's not hitting me towards like that needs to be on my shelf. Yeah. It's like they're cool.
I dig them. I really, really like them. I think they're very well done. Again, more sculpting from the Four Horsemen, which we always know I'm a fan of.
I think it's something about their style is just a little off from what I usually get.
Well, I think we're like very much into an 80s, early 90s nostalgia. Like that's what we do. Whereas the kids that were just a little bit younger, like ones that were born in like, because again, I'm about the youngest here being born in 85, but still having grown up through a good chunk of the 80s with a lot of that 80s influence into the early 90s. Whereas kids that were born more towards 1990, 90, Kayla's age, like 93, right? So like they were hitting that more toy action figure age between like 1999 to the early 2000s. And if you look, these figures have a lot of similarities with different cartoons and aesthetics that were of that time.
Those meta travelers are going to go well with those. What's that other biblical adventures? Not the biblical adventures line, but the other one. with the really
right,
real modernized archangels. What the hell was that line called?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Right, not D13's Biblical Adventures, but there was that other one.
But I know what you're talking about.
I can't think of the name of it now, but
I gotta go pull them up on IG real quick because that's really gonna bug me.
Think of it. I'm trying to think of it.
Yeah,
but I know what you're talking about. It's had like
those meta travelers will go great with that line.
Yeah.
Right, and
that was designed by
God,
Four Horsemen Studios too.
Well, and that's something that somebody else was saying earlier when we were discussing the idea of them having continuous stock and doing everything for them, is that they do still like to put themselves out there to work for these little freelance projects. And I think that's really, really cool that they do that. I think it's very, very important that they do that. Because it really does show off to a lot of these other, brands. Like, well, this is kind of where you could be. This is what you can do without necessarily having to do all the work for them. He does, like, they can do a couple prototypes and be like, okay, now take it from here. But I don't think they're ever going to turn away work either. I'm literally scrolling down all the pages I'm following on Facebook, or not Facebook, but on IG right now, looking. Almighty Heroes, that's it.
Yeah, Almighty Heroes, that's the one. Yeah.
Almighty Heroes. And it's funny, I didn't even make it to them while I was scrolling. It just popped back into my head. But you're right, yeah, they got more of that aesthetic, that kind of like almost cyberpunk techno style aesthetic.
Yeah, futuristic with some traditional aesthetic to it.
They do look cool though. Like,
they're definitely cool.
I'm saying Almighty Heroes, Almighty Legends.
Yep, Almighty Legends. Yep,
Almighty Legends. And if you haven't checked those out yet, you need to be looking at them because they are freaking amazing.
Yep.
Did they pass their Kickstarter? I wasn't really paying attention to them because there was.
They were listed on BBTS, I think. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But those, like, honestly, I thought those were like really cool, and I definitely kept getting them confused with D13 at first. I was like, wait a minute, isn't that? I thought that was called Biblical, and then I'd look back and I was like, oh no, they're not the same thing.
Almighty Legends wasn't at PowerCon though, were they? They had the Biblical Adventures, but Almighty Legends was not.
Well, that's because Chris is part of the Four Horsemen, so it just made sense that D13 was there. Like, he would already be there because of the Four Horsemen. So why not just be there?
I look at that.
Well, he had exclusives too. Like, he had those green demons.
Just badass.
He did. Right? Yeah. Look at the way the wings look on those.
Yeah. They're only $54.99 on BBTS.
Okay, Mellow Master and Eternal Guard. Sorry, I'm stuck in Eternia. And if you guys have been seeing, like, because they've been showing off a little bit more of them at New York Comic-Con right now, they definitely had some really, really good looking shots. Who was doing some really... I know Hedgehog Action was there. Let me check to see if he posted pictures of them or if it was somebody else. Actually, you know who might have done it? It might have been Trevor himself posting pictures of them. Here we go. Yep, Hedgehog Action was the first thing that popped up.
Without doing a Kickstarter.
Good luck.
So I'm going to try to get through next year without doing a Kickstarter.
I've only done 2 Kickstarters. I did Hexastack for Travis, of course, but then I also did Odious because he's Bigfoot, so it's a must for me. But
yeah, I did the Savage Crucible, Hexastack, the
Savage
Armies of
Crucible.
Ashmore, Creative Beast. I just put down for that dragon.
I mean, next year between what's coming out for Mythic and Cosmic, and then I got all of Monster Force. I got the pre-order for Mezco Conan and Mezco Indiana Jones, and then the Frazetta Girls wolf
Conan.
characters coming out.
Dark Wolf.
Dark Wolf, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, almost forgot about that.
And then the Savage Crucible Frazetta I'm going to pick up somewhere along the line.
I did the D13 for the translucent Jesus too. So.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yes.
That Dark Wolf's
Well, I
just
mean-
waiting to hear something, right?
Yeah. Luke gets really into the biblical characters, so he wants to get the Almighty Legends and the Archangels in that Biblical Adventures line.
Not sold though. Might still skip. You have 17 hours. Talking about the
Yeah.
That's
the problem, right?
I'm going to tell you, man. We only have so much funds, and there's only so much we can put them across.
Yep.
At some point, we have to start looking at where we're going to stop. Now, I'm not saying this is where you have to stop, Brick, because truly, if you want these, go for them, because they are amazing looking. And if you hear the guys talk about them, like the people behind them are, you know, they're just really, really amazing, really passionate about this project. And right, that's kind of like what we are. We're helping. We want to help support people's passions. And honestly, I got to tell you, the big guys are kind of burning me out right now on the same old. So, like, getting as many of these new IPs to market, it's just
this is one of those lines that I'll
seems like
wait
the
till
way
it releases, and then I'll buy one figure and see how I like it, probably. And if I like it, then I'll probably end up getting more. But
right. Well, the only problem is some of the stuff is like Kickstarter exclusive, so you may miss
I don't
out
worry
if
about
you
that
want.
shit. You know that shit doesn't hurt my feelings. I mean, if I went back and got all the Mythic Legions I missed out on that I'd love to have in my collection, I'd be broke.
Yeah.
Right. Friggin' Gatekeeper here, which is funny. He's called Gatekeeper, and he's a Kickstarter exclusive. And, like, he's got like the whole skull mask thing kind of going on. Like, he's calling to me, but he's Kickstarter exclusive. But yeah, like you, I was pretty much. And shut up! I gotta know. I got Legions Con coming up. I can't.
Yeah, that's right.
Honestly, like that's the thing with toys right now is like even if like you're something like, oh, that's pretty cool, and you don't get it, like the next day it's like, well, that's even cooler.
Yeah.
So
let's say that 7-pack from 4 Horsemen.
Oh yeah, the all-in, the reinforcement too. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got an email about those. I heard you guys talking about them before, like I don't know, a few days ago, but I got that email on them. What was it, like $200? That's but they're
that's
not
a great price.
But they're not quite like because I know
They're
that's
pretty much.
That's
they're pretty
cheaper
much
than a
less
regular
paint.
price, right? Less paint.
The less paint apps on a lot.
I mean, the 7 of them. Just looking at them, I was like, man, those all look freaking cool. Especially that Cyclops dude.
Yeah, you don't miss the paint really as much.
If he was individual, I probably would have picked him up.
When he goes individual, that's the guy I'm going to be getting. That's the one that I really want. I'll probably get the Cavern Dwarf, but other than that, I'm not into the rest of the figures.
I don't even know that I picked him though, because like I have a couple of big guys coming, Poxus and Necronominus, or not Necronominus, but the All-Star Wave. Too. So.
Well, it's like, did you see? Did anybody watch the Foosh this morning? Their weekly review. BBTS has the.
Skimmed it. I don't remember what was on
the
it.
Mr. Hyde figure with the 2 little goblins that glow in the dark, and the Mr. Hyde's in the black costume now. I'm like, damn, I'd love to get that figure.
I wish that giant I got that hands with weapons I put in that ice giant dude I got. You just got those hands. Be cool if he had like hands and the big club.
Can you heat those hands up and make the hands close farther?
No, they don't have any. They're just open hands. They're just made for smacking around.
What if you heated them up though?
Big enough to.
That's what I say. If you heated them up, you might be able to bend them into a secret.
Yeah. Dip them into some boiling water and then just kind of let them sit like that.
Wonder at that Beastman's club You know what I'm talking about from the Masterverse?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. That would be a good size for him.
My son might have it out in the other room.
It's a good size.
My son has like half my Origins out there and not playing. He's like, can I grab these before you start going live? I was like, yeah, take everything you want and go out.
That's cool.
But yeah, I mean, when we were talking earlier about this current wave with the reinforcements, and Cub, if you missed out on that, it's this wave is 7 figures. There may be more added to it later, but the majority of these figures have less paint apps. Like you'll notice, like buckles on belts won't be painted, studs on armor won't be painted like we're used to seeing. The exception to this is the Silverhorn Sentry. That was the last thing announced that the Horsemen announced themselves. And Jeremy did a big in-depth video of them coming out with him, where when these eventually become available at retail, Silverhorn Sentry will probably not be as cheap as the rest of the wave. And the Ogre 2, of course, because of his scale, is not going to be as cheap as the rest of the wave.
The funny thing is, though, is that you look at these reinforcement figures, right? And we say there's less paint apps, but you look at the paint and you're still like blown away compared to what you get from a lot of their lines, right? You're just like, wow.
Yeah.
Them skimping is still better than most of the other lines. So.
Yeah.
It's true. It's just true. I mean, again, I'm not.
Now that Dragon Lore popping up, I'm like, that's. I thought about it before. Now it's back up there. I'm like, ooh, I don't know.
You just decide what it is, like what you're looking for. Is
Mythic Legion cool? I was just like,
right.
Just the whole car thing, you get a new phone and everything all right now, like really put me behind on everything. So
Nah, I totally get
break
that.
yourself. Like,
try and give it a month to recover.
The reason I've been able to afford stuff lately is I'm working 3 hours overtime almost every day, and I get called in randomly, and they got to pay me 2 hours overtime. Like, So
yeah, because like even if you only do like 45 minutes worth of work, or they're paying you like a full like 2 hours or something.
Yeah, if I clock in at all, they have to pay me 2 hours.
There you go.
I don't know how it is other places. That's how California is. So
New York's kind of similar.
Right. Here in Maryland, I'm not sure if there's like a minimum amount they have to because of the state of Maryland, but I know most companies are like, if you're clocking in even for a minute, they're going to pay you for this. But
in New York, it's 4 hours. If you clock in at all and they send you home because of something the company shuts down or they call you in, they have to pay you for 4 hours.
That's nice.
That is.
And then I work through my lunches most of the time, so I get paid like a meal penalty. So it's like an hour for not taking a lunch because I'm just working. So.
Right.
I've been working a lot lately. Like, I start to get a little burnt out, but
that happens. That definitely can happen.
But then you look at your toy collection, and you're like, "Oh, this is a little bit better than."
What helps is
I did this.
I work in a nursing home, so like, I'm helping people, and then like I make them smile throughout the day too. So like, that helps a lot.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
You guys ever get like those letters from lawsuit going on somewhere you used to work?
I have once. Yeah.
You get those checks for like $5 or $2.
When I worked for Walmart,
it was $1.
When I worked for Walmart, I was in training as a manager, right? And when you're training for a manager, you're still considered hourly, even though you're actually a salary employee.
Mm-hmm.
And they were making us work through our lunches, work overtime, and there was this huge lawsuit because everybody was, really beating up Walmart at that time. And I mean, they still beat them up, but it was really bad at that time. And I ended up left Walmart, and then I found out this lawsuit went through, and I got a check for like $1,900. I was like, "Holy shit!"
Well, I just got a nice one yesterday from was it yesterday? Whenever I got back from the Mattel store, and I came home and had a real nice check from the place I worked at. And I seen that like a few months ago this lawsuit that's happening. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll see if I get that $2 check."
Usually you go in on those and it's like a $5 check and $2 check.
Not even worth cash.
Well,
the drive I think. And I was so happy that I was like, I'm glad I got this after I came back from the Mattel store. If I would have known I was sitting at home, probably would have went a little more wild.
I had a check from Walmart. This was actually from Walmart. It wasn't from any lawsuit against Walmart. Check from Walmart that I guess they went through their records and realized they owed me $1. So they wrote me a check for $1.
Yeah, I have a $16 check over here that I just I keep I haven't gone to the bank because I'm not going to go to the bank for $16.
Right.
And well, here's the other funny part too, because it goes through their payroll system and everything. They taxed my dollar. Had a
sense.
Man,
Walmart
I
has to
had
cover
that.
its ass though because they've been sued for so many
It's true.
employment violations and stuff. They will cover
But
everything now.
yeah, I had that check for 61 cents.
Yep, I've had.
Well, it's like I about 5 years ago for my New York State taxes
Yeah,
at
it
the end
kind
of
of
the year,
works.
right? I calculated something wrong, and I ended up
Otherwise.
owing them like $1 more than I thought, and I thought I was getting like a 83-cent check back from New York State, but I ended up owing them $1 instead because of my calculations. And like 8 months passed, like a year went by, and then like 8 months, so it was like a year and 8 months later, I actually got a letter from them that I owed them the $1 plus whatever the year and a half worth of stuff was. And it ended up being like $23. I'm like, you spent more money on the IRS person for New York State digging through my taxes and going through all this paperwork than I'm going to give you for this $23. Jesus Christ, New York.
That's ridiculous.
But that's how these companies do that stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, especially New York State, them greedy bastards. They're as bad as California.
Yeah. Yeah, on both ends.
Yep.
That's what they all seem to excel at.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid those class action lawsuits against those companies and stuff because you just get checks in the mail for like $1.50. It's like, man, not even worth taking to the bank.
I got my
Cost
car
me more in gas to
registration
get there.
too, so I was kind of happy I got that check.
What's gas like out by you, Ed?
It's like $3.87 a gallon.
Jesus Christ! I never thought that I would think that's cheap, but it's like $5.50 to $6 here. Like most
$6. By me
But
right
I mean,
now,
like a couple of years ago when Trump was in, I mean, our gas got down to under $2 for a while, and now it's back up to $3.87. It's ridiculous.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
I was looking at some pictures of when my ex-wife and I got married, which was back in 1998, and we went to a gas station between the wedding and where we were going to get pictures. We stopped at a gas station to pick up some beer, and I was probably getting smokes or something. In the one picture, you can see the actual sign for the gas station. And it was like $1.09 for a gallon. I was like, Jesus.
Right. I miss those. I remember just scrounging up change in the back seat.
Yep.
To go driving.
I remember when I lived in Pittsburgh, I was on my way. I had to go get my paycheck, and I was flat broke, and I was, running on fumes. I had a Dodge Shadow, right, which I got like 30 miles to the gallon, and I scrounged up like $1.10 worth of change and got $1.10 worth of gas, and I made it like a half an hour, to my work where I could get my paycheck and cash my check. It's like couldn't do that today. $1.10 worth of gas ain't gonna get you shit.
No.
I remember we used to jump in the car and be like, "We're driving out of state," and it didn't matter. Like,
$20. $20.
Yep.
That's all you needed. Like I said, it literally used to spend just like an hour and a half counting change out of like car seats and stuff like that out of the couch. All right, we're gonna go cruising for the night and stop and get something to eat off of $10.
Yep.
Put this much in the tank, grab a couple of cheap cheeseburgers and just roll.
I know back when you were like a high school or a senior in high school, you asked your parents for $10. You could do a lot with that $10 bill.
Oh, so much. Now it's $10 doesn't get you anything.
No.
Can't
Barely
get
covers a
freaking
McDonald's
combo.
meal by itself.
Right?
Can't get a combo for $10.
No, you can't get a combo for $10. You might be able to get the sandwich, depending on what sandwich you get.
Just going
But
to
even
like
that's getting close.
99 for the sandwich. I'm like,
I know in New York State, I don't know how it is everywhere else, but in New York State, all the places are required to tell you what, like if you get a McDonald's combo, right? They have to have the price of the actual sandwich by itself listed on, and that's something to do in New York, I guess. But you look at the combo, and it's $9.98 for the combo, but the sandwich itself is like $6.98. It's like, holy shit, for a Big Mac.
So In-N-Out is $11.13 for Kayla. Man. Well, wait a minute. I should rephrase how I said that. That was just poor wording on my behalf. Sorry.
I thought you was talking about an MRE there for a while, because that's a meal ready to eat in the Army.
Yes, it is, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Some of them are delicious.
Enjoy.
I just got a In-N-Out gift card, and I was like, oh, it's only $10. What am I supposed to do with that? But
the chicken a la chemical, chicken
$1.13 and get you a combo.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, because I'm in California too, so should be about the same.
Oh yeah,
30 to 35 at least.
That's at a cheap place, right? I mean, you go to
In-N-Out.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about like the last time that I went out with. It was Connor, myself, and Ziggy. Like that, we went to go eat. Went to a place, for burgers, Red Robin. I don't know if they have them in any of your guys' areas. Yeah. It's decent, good burger place and all like that. They're not like the greatest, craziest burgers or anything like that.
It's a good place for a decent burger, though.
Yeah, and you get like bottomless fries with it. So you can always depend on bottomless fries. So totally, that's my favorite. The spaghetti and meatballs.
I like the barbecued pork with rice. That was my favorite.
Ooh, that's a good one too.
Yeah, a little Tabasco sauce in there.
Yeah, because you get the little mini jar.
Yep.
The little one serving of Tabasco.
I don't know about you, Oz, but when I first came home from the service, everything got Tabasco sauce on it because that's how you ate.
Well, that's because you have Tabasco to add on everything. But yeah. So, but yeah, as I was saying about the Red Robin though, like, for just Connor, myself, and Ziggy to eat, like it was almost $100.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like Luke and I go to Burger King, right? Just for Luke and I, and we order like off the cheap menu. It's still $20-$21 just for a couple burgers and a fries.
And I was like, Jesus, everywhere. Carl's Jr. is one of the worst, man. It's gotten so expensive.
Yeah, it just don't make sense anymore. Like,
I know.
Well, I
like
mean,
when I was first together with my ex-wife, we go out to eat before on Sundays. During the winter, we go out to eat and then go see a movie on a matinee, right? And it was still only like a $20 bill, and that was lunch and a movie matinee with snacks at the movie. Now you can't even get into the movie for under $20 for two people.
Last time I took my kids to the movies, it cost me over $100.
Yeah, it's nice. We have a local movie theater in town here, and it's it's just a single seater. It's been around. The Joyland Theater's been there since the 1930s or something, but it's still only like $7 a ticket. And then the snacks it's like $3.50 for a large popcorn. So I mean, it's still pretty decent. So that's where we go see a lot of movies because it's just so cheap, right?
Early in the morning and get that student discount. Every day when we go to the movie.
We have a drive-in here. It's like only like $5 a person.
Yeah, we have a drive-in too.
I got one right here, and I'm
fortunate.
It's probably pretty cheap, a lot cheaper. I haven't been.
They charge by the carload now because they got sick of charging by the head because people would sneak people in. So
you put them in the trunk.
I think that's how it is here too.
Yep.
Yeah.
We were per person when we went last time. It used to be the carload, but
Well, we used to stuff people underneath the front seats and in the trunks. You know, you'd have 8 people in your trunk. I had a Chevy Nova. I could fit about 10 teenage-sized kids in. So,
a whole clown car.
Oh yeah,
the whole car, not not including how many clowns you stuffed in the car.
Yeah,
they all fit in that trunk.
Some blankets.
All right, guys. Well, you know what? I know Kayla was saying she was just about to get here, but I gotta say, it's getting pretty late, and we're almost at the 7-hour mark at this point.
Come on, Oz, you started early. Now's the perfect time to break the record again.
Oh man.
No, I'm
that would involve another hour and a half.
What is our record right now, Oz? Do you know? 8.5?
8 hours?
It's just 8 hours, right? 8 hours a minute or something.
It was a little over 8 because we started talking for a while after we hit the 8.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm bringing it up now, taking a look. Let's see.
Yeah,
it's like 8 hours and a minute or two or something like that. I know
8 hours and 11 minutes.
11 minutes, yeah.
That's right.
And the week before that, the record was 6 hours, 31 minutes. So
1/3 of a day.
Right? I mean, that's just what we do here. Like you said, all of that was training for like today for me to pull a double header with both of my flagship shows, the Clubhouse and Legion's class.
Kayla said she'll be home in 1 minute. Let's give her a chance.
She'll be home in 1 minute. Okay. All right.
We got a couple minutes we can hang.
Yeah. She's saying 8 hours. And she's saying be home in 1 minute. All right. Well, she's going to be home in 1 minute. And you know what? My phone's like fully charged. I think I'm just going to carry the next part of this.
Go for it. Go outside and have some smoke.
Right? But I'll join.
You're here for a minute.
Via the mobile device.
The mobile.
The mobile. Oh, look.
Oz running outside.
Minecraft Oz going to have smoke.
Pop's got you filled in, right? Pop's got you covered. He'll just put that up in your...
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to get the picture of this.
Yeah, just put it up in there.
So
funny.
I was going to, when I do the, when I turn my screen off like this now, that should be what pops up.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
When
I could see if
I was laughing so hard. I was like,
just send him a picture of that, Jacob.
I'll see if I get Adam to animate it like a puppet or something.
Oh yeah,
that'd be awesome.
So we'll have a Minecraft Oz thing.
Get it so it's like the animatronics where you can talk and its lips actually move as you talk.
Yeah, the deep fakes and the stuff.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll be back on the phone in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. You guys will be here. I'm gonna pop out real quick.
Pop out real quick. Pop out.
So, you guys get anything from the Creative Beast Kickstarter?
I just can't, man. I got so much money tied up already in pre-orders and everything. I'm just like, I mean, I could afford it, but if I get into anything else right now, I mean, I'm trying to like figure out what I'm going to stick to next year because I'm all in on the Monster Force, and I'm already in on I'm picking and choosing the mythics, and then there's some GI Joes that I'm in on, and it's like, man, I just gotta stick to what I'm already invested in and not dive in anything new.
I just wanted a dragon.
Yeah,
fucking cool.
Yeah.
Well, I know the mythic dragon is coming at some point, so I'm like, I'll just wait for that. Right, that dragon is badass though. Jesus.
Yeah. Another thing, I don't know where the hell I'm going to put it.
Yeah, I had that problem with my 3-foot long dinosaur that I bounce around in my living room all over the place. It sits on my lap when I watch TV sometimes at night.
It's like a pet.
Yeah, I can't have pets where I live, so that's my pet. My pet chompers. I feed it small action figures once in a while just to keep it satisfied so it doesn't eat my hand.
I thought about backing the Street Humans, I think that is.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent one. $28 for a figure ain't bad, but
yeah,
I don't think that's going to fund anyway.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think they look really interesting. I like the articulation scheme. They're not something that's going to fit with my stuff. So
right. They'd be nice for background characters and stuff, but I look at the fact that he's going for 120K, right, for the tooling and stuff to get started, and it's just like, damn, that's a lot of cake for 2 figures, right?
Yeah.
I think that's
and you got to have a lot of backers in order to get there, because people aren't going to back more than, even if they back a couple figures each, they're not going to give you enough at $28 a pop to get up to 120K. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you took that's $60 basically, right? What's 120K divided by $60? I mean, Jesus. Let's figure out what that is. That's 2,000 people back in your Kickstarter just ordering 2 figures each. I mean, that's with all the other Kickstarters and everything else going on, that's a lot of people to back.
Yeah.
And you still got people like Lawrence, right, who's got 300 or whatever backed up in his tank he hasn't received yet, and 300 backed into a Dragonfly he hasn't received yet. You got a bunch of people in on all these other ones that are, a couple $100 a piece. It's like, man.
Yeah.
A lot of money just floating out there in the toy world that hasn't shown up in plastic yet, man.
Yeah, dude, I've got a ton of stuff that's already paid for and just waiting. Like Legends of Dragon or Legion
was saying they got like $1,800 wrapped up in pre-orders and stuff right now that they haven't seen yet, or Kickstarters and stuff. I'm like, damn, that hurts. I got pretty close to that, right? I probably got at least 1,200 in pre-orders and shit. So
I have for next year quite a bit already spent because those Berserk figures are like super expensive.
Oh yeah, yep,
yeah.
But I have to get them. Like I need. Like I know people say you don't need toys, but I need those ones. Like I've wanted them forever, but they've been like $1,000 a piece on the aftermarket. So.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like the Indiana Jones and the Mezco Conan, right? I've been looking at the last 2 Mezco Conans, and I'm like, I wanted to get one, but I'm not going to pay that secondary market. So as soon as I saw that pop up, I'm like, damn, I got to jump on that. I love Indiana Jones, and I was so disappointed with the Hasbro. I know Mezco is going to be so much better, so I'm like, I got to go in on that,
Well, Mezco's really knocking it out of the park with their IPs.
Oh shit, yeah, dude. Mezco's killing it.
Freaking, those Dick Tracy figures. Like, I know Bobby, he's a huge Dick Tracy fan, and I enjoyed Dick Tracy. Like, I didn't know what Dick Tracy was, and then we had the movie in the 90s, and then I looked into what Dick Tracy
that's what I did,
and I was like, wow, this is really cool. So,
I used to watch some of the black and white Dick Tracy show with my mom when I was a kid, right? But then that movie came out, and I started looking into the old comics and cartoons and stuff. I was like, oh, this is cool.
Right. Yeah. So I was just like, okay, this is great.
Of course, I love the whole noir thing, right? Noir is just
awesome. My God. That's one of the reasons I'm so excited for Bobby's new content that he's got coming to his channel. I would love a good... I'm a huge fan of like the old radio dramas and stuff like that. And so with Bobby doing this noir-esque narration, I imagine it's going to be kind of similar to those, old school. Hey, Kayla.
Hello.
I already got you in the middle.
You put me on.
I'm sorry. I just threw you in because I heard you pop, and I was like,
let me take off my jeans. Jesus.
Go for it.
I'm still in jeans.
That might
be right back.
might get us kicked
No,
off.
I'm not going to do it on camera.
Oh.
Paywalled.
So like that noir stuff, right? It's just awesome stuff. But it's kind of funny because I was telling you that I've been listening to some like audiobooks on YouTube, and they have an old time horror after hours radio show that they've been, and like Vincent Price was narrating it. I was like, wow, this is just awesome. It's still got the old crackles and everything from the old radio shows.
Right.
Bobby's got a good voice for it too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He does.
Seeing his little preview, like,
Yep.
on Bobby's Patreon, so I saw a couple days earlier, and
Yeah.
just listening to him when he was talking about it, I was like, put it together, I was like, damn, I was like, his voice goes perfect with it too. It's gonna be.
Well, even
I love
he
those old timey like 50s, 60s radio shows with like the
Right.
OG creepy stories. I used to listen to
Yes.
podcasts of them. They're so good. So good.
I agree.
Nothing
That's
hits the
why
same.
I'm definitely really excited for Bobby's new project and can't wait until he has that rolling. And this is like the perfect time to start doing it too, especially like it's getting colder outside, so we're all going to be staying inside just that little bit more. It's going to be phenomenal. Like I'm really excited.
So
Well, that's what I'm saying about like Largo's Unheimlich Unveiled is similar to that, but it's not like telling the story. It's kind of like discussing that whole thought process, right? I mean, it's just
that
When
Lego
has this
store
ever
too
been
much.
a family show?
My son got a little noir
Also,
Spider-Man Lego. I forget how much that one was too. He left there with just this little Lego bag today and spent like $160. I just can't believe those minifigures. That's insane.
oh, minifigures are crazy. My son Luke collected
$60
those
for one minifigure. I was like, dude, you're
3 or 4
nuts. I
years
thought I
ago.
was
They were
crazy.
But the
I was
problem
like,
is,
I
it's
know I
like
need to
Oz
do
was saying, you
something.
either buy the set or you buy the Lego figure by itself, and it ends up costing you more because you're not buying the whole set.
Rick, you need to come on. Hello.
Wait. What do we got going on with that?
What is that, Kayla?
Oh, I just realized I held it up without saying. So for my stream tomorrow with collector Caitlin, there is this Adorables Disney 100 like collector's case. They're kind of just in here.
Oh yeah, you were telling us
because
about
I had
that
to
last
take
week.
them out.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
man,
kind of
that's
just laying
cool.
down. But yeah, it's iridescent and it's fucking in the shape of Disney or Mickey Disney. I mean, it does say Disney Adorables on top, but then it also has 5 mystery things in it, and then there's all of these silver guys in there. So I'm taking them out to put them in there because all the ones I'm gonna open, including those mystery ones, I'm gonna put in there, including the ones I've already done. So I was just gonna take them out to like already have them in there because they're not mysteries, like you can see them. Hi, Eldor. Okay, so what have I missed? What has happened tonight? Also, Thanos, did you already open your toy?
I didn't open this one, but I showed him the one I had opened.
Okay.
Yeah, some of us have seen more already, huh?
Look, Andrew, we're happy you're still
Ooh,
here
you
with
might
us.
stop by Comic-Con. Okay, that is the difference between New York Comic-Con and San Diego Comic-Con. You can't just stop by San Diego Comic-Con, but you can stop by New York Comic-Con. There's a big difference. Yes,
New York's a pretty big
saw.
Comic-Con, so I don't know how he's just planning on stopping by there. But.
Well, I literally just looked at their website and they're like, you can get tickets. And I was like, cool, because tickets go on sale for San Diego Comic-Con in like 2 weeks. So
yeah.
All right, let me
difference.
see how this works. There we go. Oh, I found out how to do it from my phone.
Oh my god.
There's those 2 rascals.
I'm gonna do a whole series with these guys.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. My son loved that what you showed me. He was freaking cracking up.
So good. So good. Good in the thorough hood.
So
you got a wheelchair for Professor X? Oh, nice.
Oh god.
Before he was in the wheelchair.
So I was actually gonna have one where he's like levitating him in the wheelchair. Just gotta set up the wires and stuff. Haven't gotten around to it
Now
yet.
you've gotta have that to the tune of "I've had the time of my life," and Magneto's just swinging around.
Or you could do a scene
That's
with Magneto
stupid.
sitting on Professor X's lap, and they're like in his wheelchair doing the thing on the front of the Titanic.
You do that.
I'll just spread that with
Ted.
I'm the king of the world.
So I know, like, I had mentioned a little over a month ago, and I'd hoped to get it up and running by this month for October.
That's what they said.
Oh yeah. But I'd mentioned about doing a kind of like cryptid paranormal channel or something along the lines of like conspiracy theories and stuff like that, and jumping in and doing another channel, because that stuff's never going to get picked up on Ostradamus Toys algorithm due to the fact of how YouTube's really works.
Yeah, if you do anything outside of your normal content, YouTube is like, fuck you. Which
Yeah,
is
exactly.
weird because, like, we've done stuff outside of Star Trek since 2 weeks into starting the channel. We did the Spider-Verse stream, literally maybe 3 weeks into doing the channel. And then we do a Stranger Things series, and all of a sudden we start losing subscribers. And I'm like, is this a satanic panic coming in? Like, the fuck is going on? Because we've done a shit ton of other stuff that's outside of Star Trek, and then all of a sudden people are like, nope, bye. Because it is a lot of like older people, so like could be satanic panic a little bit, but it's so
Okay.
weird.
That wasn't when you said you lost those
Know
like
your
8
audience,
subscribers in
Kayla.
one night,
Jeez.
was it?
What do you say? Wait,
That
Cobb, what
wasn't
do
when
you
you
say?
said you lost like 8 subscribers in one night? Because I remember you saying that a couple days after I said I lost like 7 in one night. They were like 2
No,
days.
this was just
2 days
recent.
apart.
No, this was just recently because we did our first Stranger Things. Ow.
Okay.
It's
That was
Monday
weird. I
night.
remember. I was like, I lost like
Random
7
told me
subscribers in
yesterday
one
he
night.
unsubbed from my Insta. That was fun.
Who?
Random Diorama. I was
Unsubbed
on
from
his
your-
stream yesterday, and he was saying like he's refollowed me since, but he was like, I saw one of your pictures and I unsubbed from you. I'm like, oh, it happens all the time.
Prudes. The non-sex positive people.
Well, he was saying he was trying to show somebody at work something, and it popped up. So,
I mean,
I can see. I show my coworkers.
I-
I'm like, you want to see something inappropriate, and then I'll show them like a picture.
But
Like,
like
this
the
is what I
thing
do
is,
with
you
my
do it
toys.
tastefully. Like, I don't know what it is about how you do it, but like I don't feel gross because there's other people that I look at and I'm just like,
There are some gross ones. There definitely are.
yeah,
There are
I don't,
some extreme
and I really
ones.
don't. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I think it's because you just. I mean, you can tell that you really put like thought into yours and like the lighting and the angles
art.
and the positioning. Yeah, it's art. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's it or something.
And the
Sorry,
humor
my
too,
hair is
the
gonna
humor
fucking
ones.
knot.
I think that's what it is. There's like a humor and a tenderness to it. Like,
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we know you're a good
Tender moments.
human. You're not
Well,
a creepy person,
right.
at least as far as we know.
You haven't come off as creepy to any of us yet.
Oh, that's
No.
You hide it real well. We know what happens.
masking.
But I mean,
we talked about that yesterday.
That's right, masking. Yep.
I mean, if you start asking us about like, hey, can I come live with you guys because I'm really drunk and I shaved my head, then we'll start to think differently about
If
you.
I am drunk and shave my head, don't let me on a live, please.
God no, I'll have to go get you at least a wig first, maybe a good lace front or something.
Take a trip out to New York, then I'll flock some hair on top of
There we
your head
go.
for you.
Like the old G.I. Joe style.
Yeah.
I've been watching people flock stuff lately because I actually want to flock a couple of these for Thundercat.
You do.
If you want to do it cheap, then I'll go on to my YouTube channel. I got my oldest videos on there are how to flock, and it's like the cheapest way you can get into it if you just want to do it easy
How to
and
flock.
not invest a lot of money. Simple.
I'll check
it out. Just flock
And if you have
around.
questions, just shoot me a
Flocking for
question. I'll
dummies?
help you out.
Right.
It's pretty much flocking for dummies because anybody can do it. For
Right.
I'm sorry.
I think I
That's
remember.
just the good place way of saying a different word.
Right. When we were talking about flocking on another stream, and Ace was there, and he had mentioned that flocking a singular figure actually tends not to be too expensive. But like, because we were talking about the fact that Mossman's $40 for the flocking he has on him, and Panther was $40 for the flocking that's on Panther. And with Panther, you're getting just the cat and the saddle, but he's a lot bigger and he's flocked all over, and that costs the same amount as this smaller figure who doesn't have nearly as much surface area to be flocked. So it was like this kind of weird on the pricing scale, but Ace did bring up a good point. Because I've talked to a lot of people who flock stuff, and they're like, "Yeah, it's really not that expensive. It's really not that expensive."
No, it's not.
And Ace mentioned that on a singular scale, flocking is relatively cheap to do, but doing it on a mass-produced scale,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm sure.
Well, it's the problem is like with Panther, right? You mask off the eyes and the mouth from the glue, and you shoot the adhesive on there, and you send the whole thing in, right? Because there's no articulation. With Mossman, you have all the joints and stuff that you have to keep the adhesive off. So it's more time. It's more time.
The new Panthers have the articulation.
Yeah, there is some articulation. Yeah.
Yeah. The new Battle Cat and Panther have articulation this time around. They're not the stationary ones that they were.
That makes no sense then when you compare it against Mossman to Panther, but
because he's so much smaller.
Yeah.
So, like, I know they did try to pack in a bunch of accessories, but there's not any original. There's nothing original about that figure. So that is a
put
cool
it to you
cat.
in terms of this, right? So the original G.I. Joe flock is 2 millimeters long, right? 2 millimeter fibers of flock, and you could buy a bag of that flock for say $5 off of this one site called Flock It, and I could probably do maybe 5 to 6 heads.
There's
off of
literally a website called Flock It.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Flock-it. Yep. That's the name of the site.
Sorry.
Name of the company.
Continue. Sorry.
So, I mean, for, a G.I. Joe head is probably $1 worth of flock, a little bit less. Full beard and hair, right? So.
It's funny.
Mossman's probably got the equivalent of that on his body. Go ahead, Cobb. I'm sorry.
Oh, I've never even really thought about the G.I. Joes. I'm like, yeah, that's flocking too, huh? Their beards and hair and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, the classic retro Joes.
Yeah, from the 70s.
All the way up to Adventure Team.
I had some of the, not the retro ones, but some of the ones later. I guess they were flocked too.
Yeah, they had some flocked ones throughout, like the classic collection and the Hall of Fame lines. They had some flocked ones.
Yeah, Stalker had flocked hair.
I remember I had those 4 that came out. It was like Duke.
Yep, Duke had flocked hair. Ace, I think it was Ace.
Stalker.
And, yep, Stalker.
And Snake Eyes. Of course, Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know how far behind in the stream Andrew is, but apparently he has just heard the fact that Kayla's taken off her jeans.
Later on,
I literally walked in, opened up my computer, and was like, "Wait, I'm still in jeans, and I can't do this."
No, I get it.
When I was younger, I loved wearing jeans, and now it's like I can't even stand wearing jeans. I wear them to go out, and it's like,
That's it. Put them on to go out the door, but when I'm home, it's like sweatpants or PJ pants.
Yep.
If I'm wearing pants.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We all never know because it's only from the chest up.
Right.
Also, I got this from my client in their giveaway pile. So you just like hook it onto your phone. I've never been a big gamer. Like I played Mario Kart with my friend and like fucking The Simpsons Grand Theft Auto version, whatever the fuck that was.
Hit and run.
Or hit and run.
Yeah, hit and run. And like Mario, was it like Double Dash or something where it'd be like 2 people per vehicle? But like, I'm like, I want to find something to play that I can use this on because it's just so cool and so fun, and it was free.
That is nice.
I don't know, but I don't know what games to play.
I was actually looking at trying to get a Switch pretty soon because, they got that Ghostbusters Unleashed game, and like they've got that version with all the downloads available on Switch. Not to mention the fact that I'm a huge Legend of Zelda fan, and between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like I'm missing out on those. And they've re-released like Metroid Prime, which I'm a huge Metroid fan. Those games are always glorious.
That last Metroid game they put out
Do
was
you have time to play games anymore, though? Even for me,
no, I don't.
Yeah, this
Allison,
gotten way too
jeans
much.
have never done my ass a
last
favor.
Game
Even
I
though
played
I
was
have
that
an
Harry
app.
Potter game because I bought it for my son.
And also,
it's too hard for him.
where are you?
She's
Also,
getting
where are
ready.
you, Brick?
She's
Everyone. Were these people already on the stream and I missed them?
Allison was, but Brooke has not been on yet today.
Allison, come on. Come back on, and Brick, come on. We got to keep this going. We're going to beat our record.
Apparently, we got another hour and 3 minutes to go to
I have
tie the record.
so many toys that I still need to unbox that aren't Doorables. It's bad. It's because I'm just never home. Okay, but come back on. Okay, well I have to be up at 8 a.m. too without jeans. Frick. But come back on. You don't need to wear jeans. I'm not wearing pants.
Rick's not wearing jeans because he got new underwear today, so
yeah,
probably showing them
Oh,
off.
did you say that?
Tony says, "Yo."
Also, I realized my rings are still on and like cutting off my circulation.
Oh goodness, that's never any good.
Well, that's what happens when I like never drink anymore, and I had several beers tonight, so I'll swell up. My friend that I went with. Yeah, my friend that I went with and her family, and I mean, she doesn't really drink, but she drinks more than I do, and I was like, oh yeah, like I just like don't drink anymore, and she's like, what? I'm like, I don't have time to drink anymore. Are you kidding me? Like, it's not that I want to either.
Well, apparently this has just been deemed the pantsless show. Everybody has to remove pants if they're wearing them.
Yeah, everyone take off their pants. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm up and down tonight.
The shorts count?
I've been naked from the waist
not
down
pants.
since I started, so don't worry about it.
I thought I was going to say
Ed's the trendsetter. the trendsetter, overachiever, go-getter.
I work from home and I never wear pants, so they're overrated.
Right.
Overrated.
I mean, you got to be comfortable,
Yeah,
especially
pants are dumb.
sitting in for a long stream like this. You've got to be. Oh, I love that set. Oh my gosh.
I had to get it for our Stranger Things stream. And
Well, and those fit in with those other
the box is a little fucked, but I was like, I don't care. I'm taking them out anyways.
the Mego Ghostbusters, right? Like those are about the same scale to go with those, right?
I didn't realize it was McFarlane until I bought it, and I was like, LOL.
Hey, McFarlane does put out some decent stuff. Like, let's not knock all of that.
Also, how old is this logo? This looks like ancient. I mean, I know nothing, but it
could only be like season 2. I mean, that's when they did that.
Yeah, it looks like she has longer hair. Like, well, I mean, they wore the Ghostbusters outfits in season 2. Ed has his balls out while he works.
I don't believe you. You're talking about how chilly it's been lately. So.
Oh, I don't mind the cold. I love it.
Okay.
Right.
The detail on the pets, though, is pretty.
When it gets like 40 or below, then I love to be outside.
So I want to get all of the Ghostbusters Afterlife Fright Features figures. And Kayla, I know you were just opening up the Muncher last week with us, but then I also want to get those Stranger Things Fright Features figures to go with it.
Now, which one are those? Are they
they're the ones that again, like either like they got like the squeeze leg action and they get scared. Yeah. So like because they go right on the line with those Ghostbusters Afterlife and as well as the original Kenner, classics Ghostbusters. Like that's what I want to get those to go with and kind of add them as part of that display. And of course, like the Build-A-Figure, I think they put with that was like Demogorgon, I believe, was like pieces for that. So that would have been really cool too.
Did McFarlane have the Ghostbusters license or the Stranger Things license?
Stranger Things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they must have because Hasbro has Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Which we'll see what happens on 10/27, which
right.
I won't say anything.
Did you guys see that trailer? I'm sorry, Onryu has already left now, and I said that we were going to talk about that, where it was going to be like, yeah, we need to discuss this.
Wait, there's a squeezable dart. I need this.
Oh, yes, that would be cool. So Bud is returning to us.
4 gummies and 17 cookies in.
Keep it off the oven.
Hope y'all brought your milk.
Beers.
You all right there, Kayla?
Yeah, I'm just tired. It's been a long day.
Thought the beer might be coming back up there for a second.
No.
That's what I was worried about.
My friend's
Like,
house. I'm fine.
Look, we've already
I
had
just,
the Pro Lap
chugged
stream.
a bunch of- No, I just
Coming out the other end.
That's why. Well, we also got we had a bunch of food and then we had ice cream after because her parents drove us because I've known her since high school, and they're like, "Do you want ice cream after?" And we're like, "Yeah," but then they didn't get ice cream. You're like, "Wait,
ice cream and beer is never a good combination."
Yeah.
No.
I know.
You didn't try beer floats?
Actual beer floats versus root beer float? Totally bad idea.
I do like beer slush, but not beer
vodka in your milkshake.
Look, you cannot.
You can do like Kahlua in the milkshake, but not vodka.
Oh, here we go. Now he's ready.
I got it out, guys.
Got his stage makeup on.
Got your pants on?
And hold on, Kayla. I'm gonna try to get you full screen here. Hold on.
Take the pants off.
Takes a little bit more.
There we go.
So they got like the little proton packs too. Oh, they got the homemade proton packs. It's even better.
And I think he has a little dart.
Oh, he's got a little dart.
Teeny tiny. And they're little
those
Stranger
are
Things
great.
fans.
That's a nice set of figures.
Under what's his name?
Isn't it?
Why is there just a random piece of paper under him?
I was wondering what that was.
Latin? What reference? What did I say that was like Aladdin?
I am really liking those figures.
You're thinking I can show you the
Wait.
world? I don't know.
Do Lucas and Mike both have Venkman on their costumes? Does it say Venkman?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad
It's
they kept that
accurate.
detail.
It's accurate. That's great.
That is phenomenal. Oh, I was hoping.
There's Venkman. Yeah, and there's Venkman. And they're like, you're supposed to be Winston. He's like, why?
He's like, whoa. Oh.
There's where he's
Take
talking.
your pants off, Whisper.
Take your pants off.
It's like this. Brick, thank you for noticing that, because that is like, again, one of those really deep cut Disney things.
Did they say that in Aladdin?
Yes.
Supposedly
Here it
the
is.
genie-
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
When? Where, why does this happen?
It's just one of those like perverted Disney things where like most of them are not rumors, but
So right
that
when you
one,
said, "Do you trust me?" or put his hand out.
right?
Do you trust me? Take your pants.
Yeah, like the penis that's drawn in the Little Mermaid cover.
I was just talking about this with Carol.
That's not a rumor though. That was there.
Yeah.
I
That's
watched
definitely-
Aladdin when I was little. I don't remember jack shit, Brick.
So, you know what? Check that piece of paper again, Kayla. Eldor brings this up.
There's literally, it's just a fucking piece of nothing.
Yeah, hold it up to the moonlight.
That's right. You got to rub some lemon juice on there, and a secret map will show up.
Put a lighter behind it. Dearly beloved. That was weird.
Talking
you know
about
what,
the-
Brick? Just come the fuck on here and tell us in person, you weirdo. Come on. None of this like third person contributing. Okay, how do I get the fuck this? Ugh. I have to get my scissors. Like, why do they make you have scissors for these things? It's so stupid. Scissors are so fucking last century.
The dearly beloved was the Little Mermaid. You know, the priest with the boner. That's his knees.
What was it?
Like,
the Lion King has supposedly said "sex in the stars."
Sex in the Stars.
Yeah.
It was the dust they kicked up, I thought, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When,
That's
when he lies down.
The naked lady and the rescuers.
Yeah.
What about the ghost in Three Men and a Baby?
That's just, you know what's funny about the ghost in Three Men and a Baby? It's so Ted Danson's character in the movie is an actor, right? And so what that is a promotional standee from one of the commercials or whatever he's done in the background. And that's what people were attributing to the ghost.
Yeah, I remember rewinding and pausing that part and be like, oh my god, there it is.
Where's that
There's that scene in Shrek where Lord Farquaad pops a boner underneath the blankets when he's staring at
Oh my
people
god.
in the mirror.
I just watched that the other day and I was watching it with my roommate and then he's like, play it again. And then he like looks like pulls the comforter and looks down. And he's like, oh, and I was like, Casey?
Wreck-It Ralph prevents a child predator. In the Wreck-It Ralph movie, that's one of the more modern ones. So there's that scene where he like flips the freaking monitor or like whatever like that big thing is. Like he goes and he does like the whole flip table emoji and it breaks breaks what's the I can't think of it now.
Ralph in a long time. So
But yeah, like it breaks the screen and it flips off and then it crushes like an NPC that's in like this child's area. And then they show the person who was playing that character or who it was in that real world simulator. And it's like this woman in her 30s and she's like trying to log back in, but it's disconnected her because he crushed her character in it. It's crazy. But yeah, Wreck-It Ralph stopped a child predator.
Rick said we need to hide that all fake ghost in the background. I think we should do what Skelly started, the hot dogs.
Right? Right.
We need to all start hiding the hot dogs in
Find the
videos.
Find the Wheaties.
The
Find
pictures
the
I
Wheaties and Vicks.
posted of the little Bobby hidden in the pictures.
That was so funny.
That was good.
I agree.
I made my tongue lasher wiener.
Little stands are so cute.
Thanos can just start hiding his bag of dicks in all of his videos and see if anybody notices it.
Big
There
old
you go.
bag of dicks.
They're like always on my desk.
Always right there in arm's reach, right, Thanos?
I got like this one's like magnetized to my little mini fridge right here.
So it can stick to the wall.
Zero surprise.
Oh, you do like you see those videos where you throw up the dildo and you stick to the ground? You just that with your little magnet one.
Oh, God.
I love how bike streams just evolve at certain points.
It starts whenever you leave the first time, just so you know.
Yeah.
It does. It does. I heard it got a little Got a little crazy with the magazine chatter earlier.
Yeah, and Buddy kept mentioning something about a vine hole or something. I'm not really sure what that was about.
Snakes coming out
We talking adorable holes here?
Whoa.
Snakes and vine holes.
No, that's literally what my phone corrected adorables to, was adorable holes. And I was like, well, I'm going with this now. I will be making that joke tomorrow. Best you believe.
That's right, Bob. It was 12-inch snakes and vine holes. That's what we were talking about when it was first break.
Oh yeah.
No, I did not see that.
I just saw that earlier. I was thinking about you too, Ed.
Oh no, yeah, I did see the Colorado one. That's right. I just saw that yesterday. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I did see that. Where he ducks down when he's walking. Yeah.
Actually, I didn't see it, but I read something about it, and I was like, "Oh, Ed probably knows about this."
It's pretty good footage, but it's like every other Bigfoot footage. It's really hard to tell what it is.
Why is everything shot on potato phones? I don't understand. Like, anything that's ever been captured is potatoes. It looks like it's been filmed on a potato. Also, Oz, you need to be back in the middle whenever you're back.
He'll fix it.
This isn't right. Also, Nolan, hi to virtually meet you.
Hi.
I forgot to say that before, and then I was like, yeah, I don't think I've been on when you've been.
This is his first time.
That's right.
Is your first time?
Nolan got his cherry pop tonight.
Oh my God! Congratulations. How do you feel?
Are you violated yet? That's what she really wants to know. She can make it worse.
No, I can make it better.
Better.
It's been good.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate always seeing you in the chats. It's great. Like Allison always says, it's like you know you've made it when Nolan is in the chats. I'm like, yeah, that's fucking true. Let's see. Okay, I think I've got all the. There's so many zip ties. Why so many zip ties? I don't get it. I guess so. Oh, no, there's
I know
more.
when my kids were little on Christmas morning, it was like every night on Christmas Eve, I'd make sure I had a toolbox next to my chair for the Christmas morning because the kids couldn't get their toys out of their packages without
My dad did the same thing, but also because he would literally give me tools. Because he was one of those dads, and still does. He'll give you presents that are really for himself.
Yes.
Like, he gave me erector sets, and I was like, these are for you, Dad, but good try.
Erector
You just want to build something.
It's a
Yeah,
terrible name for a toy.
Right.
I know, but that was the name.
And
too
Happy
young.
Accident is joining us.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. It was like
Do they still make erector sets?
I don't know. This was like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Back then they still did, but I don't know if they still do.
Yeah.
They'll need them for those Sandlot toys we were talking about.
Wait. Sandlot toys?
Yeah,
you're saying NECA should get them.
I'm sorry. Who's making these?
Something he was
No,
saying.
we were saying they should make them.
That would be cool. I'd be down for some Sandlot toys.
I'm so sad. I just went from like
I was talking
100
about
to 0.
Sandlot being one of the greatest movies of all time.
It's the best. It is.
It's
the
up there.
absolute best.
It's definitely up there.
I have my You're kidding me, Smalls.
I probably watched that movie more than any other movie.
Yeah, I got that shirt somewhere too.
Teeny tiny dart.
So
I want to, if they ever did that NECA, I want a 2-pack of Squints and
that's cool.
The chick at the
It's like so
pool.
tiny, smaller than my fingernail.
Wendy at the
Literally.
game.
Oh, the lifeguard, yeah. Peppercorn.
Yeah, that would be a great 2-pack.
Yeah, Wendy Peppercorn.
Don't put that towards the end of the shelf.
Bite.
No
Where's
bite.
the fucking bite.
That poor that poor cat.
Oh, what? Brick. Thanks, Brick, for the telling me to go to Daiso.
Yeah, those are amazing. I use them for all
Literally,
my
this
little
whole
like
section
Gundam
over here is
parts.
for my slash.
And how much was that little pack, Kayla?
$1.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, like $2 maybe.
Like $2? That's awesome.
Tops.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Cheaper
And
than going to.
And they're the ones you is that the one you can like adjust the little
It looked like it.
size of them?
I had
Yeah.
the same thing from Walmart in the fishing tackle section, and it was like
Yep.
$7. So for
I was going to
$1.02,
say it's cheaper than your
Those ones I got from my discount store are pretty heavy duty, though. I was surprised.
Yeah, this is very, very good quality.
I currently switched mine to the little like those like plastic stackable pull-out drawers.
Yeah,
But
those are
I
nice.
did have one about Kayla's size that I had all my like weapons and hands and
Yeah,
extra
I
parts in.
realized I didn't need this much space
You need
already.
one that's
but-
big as Kayla's size, or the same
This thing
size
is
as
all
what Kayla
hands
has?
all the way across
Yep.
here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna need it soon, so it's fine that it's bigger. LOL.
Do you get those little
But
ones for your desk, Bud, that are like the 3-drawer ones that are made for your desk at your office or
Yeah.
whatever?
Yep.
oh, I like his shoes.
And then eventually I'm taking on the side to plaster all the like stickers I get from like people.
Yeah.
Well, I actually have one sticker posted on the back. We'll say it's collecting dust.
Why is he positioned like this?
Sometimes you gotta adjust.
He's pulling
He's
a Michael
a
Jackson.
teenage
That's all.
boy.
Yeah. He looks a little
Right.
bunched up right there anyway.
But
He's
also
pretty
the
adjusting.
finger. Oh, I don't know how much it was. It might have been $1.50 because they do the if anything is like more than a certain price, they hold it up and they're like, "This is this much. Is that okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fucking buying it. It's in my cart. Ring her up. It's cheaper than anywhere else."
Right?
Yeah, the fucking slash is crazy.
That slash is awesome.
And then, oh my god, I got these little guys from Walmart because, didn't find any of the fucking new turtles. So if you push their head down, here, I'll do it in front of this. That's like bad sounds. If you push it down, like happy.
I'm gonna say it. Chopper is the best droid
He's so
ever.
good. And then if you do sideways, he's like, it sounds like he's saying,
I mean,
what the fuck?
R2's great to be being
Sound
kind of cute.
like. Doesn't
Chopper's the
sound
best.
like. It is. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's an extra word in there. But then, oh, that's when he says, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's so cute. But I also got I need to get the R2D2. They did have the R2D2, and I was like, oh, I don't need it. But I got the BB-8.
Right? Because there was also the Lola as well.
Not one that you move, though.
No.
I've seen. I do have the Lola that is the like $100 or whatever Lola. She's right here, actually.
Lola is the one that Leia had, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Young Leia.
I just haven't put batteries in it because, have not been home, but this is the one that will do all the things. And it has the other stand if you want to not have it have legs and just have it floating. Which, Lord knows where I put that at this point. Like, do you ever forget where you just put things with all these toys? Because
Lola
I'm
reminds me
starting
of those little droids from, what was that movie, Oz, that was like...
Batteries not
Batteries
included.
not
Batteries
included.
not included.
Batteries not included,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Technically.
Yeah, it looks just like them.
I do love K2S, though. It's great.
And we have Salacious Rum joining us as well. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. What is
It's also a
occurring?
lot of effort to do every other letter capitalized because I do that sometimes. So props to you.
Right?
Okay, I need to finish taking these out.
Well,
We've been waiting all night to hear that.
Right? See, that's the fun thing. Like, as the stream goes on, like, yes, some people fall off, but then more come in.
Are we going to beat the record? Did you find out what exactly it is?
8 hours, 11 minutes.
11 minutes?
Yeah.
Yep. 8 hours,
They
11
did
minutes.
really good with Lucas.
Are you going for it, Oz?
DJ is
Yeah, might as well.
in the house.
How much time does that give us then?
An hour and 10 minutes. Hour and an hour.
Oh no, 40 minutes.
No.
We're at 7.5.
Minutes. Yeah. Sorry,
It'll be a half hour basically till we get to 8 hours. So about 40 minutes.
So a little over 40 minutes.
I don't do math very well.
Oh.
It's okay.
Hold on. Brick's
Numbers
saying
are
he's about
hard.
to buy his
You know,
first
math
Black
is-
Series. Brick, who's
Wait, what are you gonna
Black
buy?
Series?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
Don't never mind.
I've been so tempted on a few.
Okay, vintage collection.
Dude, the
Who was
Sabine
it?
Black Series.
Who is it?
If I were to get one,
good.
I do have my girlfriend Bix in Black Series. It's not the best, but you know, I had to get my girlfriend. She's great. And I had to get Shin Hottie, hashtag bad
Yep.
girl, and Balin, because Daddy Balin.
Oh man.
Like, obviously.
I am.
someone was
so-
posting
so
pictures.
sad. Not that.
Yeah. Some people
Your
were
shit.
posting to the person who was playing Shin with like the way her hair was cut and stuff, and it's all like platinum white. They were posting pictures of Prince Adam to her, and she's like,
Oh,
"Stop sending me these."
Oh yeah, I posted that meme.
Yeah.
On
That's
I was
funny.
like, they did her.
Oh.
Yeah, they did her dirty. Doesn't mean I'm not going to get her figure because it's hashtag Shin Hottie.
Oh.
You think I'm not?
Those
So,
figures are kind of tempting.
Who? Oh wow! Oh wow! Guess what?
What's
Kids
happening?
Warehouse started happening.
Uh-oh.
I think I'll be
Kids
okay. I don't know. Kids Warehouse is a website that Bud and I have shopped at for many a different toy
This is an
for
adult
dirt
website.
cheap. No. This is a website. Well, it's basically for adults to buy stuff for their kids.
Yeah,
And
that's a horrible name for adults.
Yeah, it is.
well,
That sounds horrible.
so they basically
Don't
do
link
what
my name
Ollie's.
when you say you're shopping there.
Yeah.
They do what Ollie's and like Ross and stuff like that do, and they've got a crap ton of G.I. Joe classified stuff.
Why not? I was talking to Carol earlier. She mentioned something about Five Below, I think, last week, where she's talking about like those compartments. She said, but did somebody else say something about Five Below?
That's where I got my
I
fridge
found out
and
there's-
barbecue set. And
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
actually
'Cause
found out there is one near me. Well, it's not
there's
right.
a Five Below today at that mall I went to, and freaking China's mall over here.
Bud, when was the last time you went to one?
About 2 months ago. I was just randomly seeing if they had any other like Masterverse.
Cyclonus and Nightstick are on there now.
Damn Lego store in the mall. There's a line. You have to wait in line to get in the Lego store.
Is that the toy version or?
2 people
Yes.
in at a time.
It's the Voyager class version.
Yeah.
Oh, the D.
$60.
I'm still looking for Sweep and.
Apparently, Johnny missed out on the D.
Well, $60 down to $24.99.
About.
The new D.
So they've also got that Marvel Legends series of the
How are you supposed to get these backpacks on?
the one from
backpacks,
Lady
I mean, first
Deathstrike Marauder. Well, they got like that full wave now for like dirt cheap. They got the Wolvie and the Sabretooth. But see, now that the new Wolvie's out for X-Men 97, I don't know if I want this one anymore.
That
I wouldn't mind
Wolfie
that.
from X-Men 97 and the Bishop from X-Men 97 are both nice looking figures.
All the ones.
We'll blow it up so we can see.
One shoulder at a time.
No.
One arm at a time.
No, that doesn't work because like it's too short.
Put their arms backwards.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
That's what
Put both arms backwards, hook them into the straps, and then lower them.
Okay.
You might have to
I
heat
got
those straps up so they're a little loose, though.
I mean, they're
That can
loose. They're gummy, but I just don't want to break them.
They got a lot of stuff from Hasbro in right now. So Hasbro is really emptying out their warehouse.
I mean, probably to make way for 1027.
Yep. Ooh,
Just
they got a
saying.
Lightning Collection Gold Ranger for anybody who's
Dude,
interested.
I got an ad for the Lightning Collection, like that one iridescent bitch, and I was like, you had me at fucking iridescent. But it doesn't look as cool because they have it in this like pinky purple lighting to make it look extra cool. But like without the lighting, it's like meh. And I'm like, you really hooked people on by doing that lighting. All right, there we go. We got
Ooh.
it. He's a little he's a little fucked.
The G.I. Joe classifieds, they got Tomax and
Zaymot for $8.99.
Zama, yeah, $8.99 each. And Zorana's $12.
Yup.
And even though these crossovers are kind of crap, they have the Megatron his tank.
Yep.
But I've heard that the figure is kind of bad.
Sorry, did you just name Megatron his tank?
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Megatron transforms into a Hiss tank.
And it comes with
Baroness.
Baroness, yeah.
That's crazy.
They're really expensive, but they're also like
Put it up over the head. You
I
know,
don't know.
that's how we sometimes put backpacks on, and my brain is not working. Thanks, y'all.
The Megatron itself is not very good, but the Hiss tank is actually pretty cool. But the G.I. Joe figures themselves are really cheap. Like just overall, like for as expensive as those are.
I did not put his hand this way.
All of them were pointing or grabbing their crotch in the bar.
I know.
They've got Optimus Primal and Rat Trap from $50 down to $28.99.
Yeah, they're clearly crossing the streams.
See what they got in Ghostbusters.
Yeah, like look at
Never mind.
fucking what's his nuts? William.
Just
Young William. Crowd shot.
Okay, take me off of big screen.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted while looking at these toys, and you were showing off yours. So
Clearly,
yeah.
but show the toys on screen. I'm not as
I
interested.
can't,
as the
or we'll
toys.
all lose the stream. My share stream capabilities are.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, having some issues. I'm having some performance issues lately. It happens when
It
we
happens. It does, and it's okay. It's totally normal. Don't need to feel bad about it.
He-Man even had that a couple weeks ago.
Yep. It was a little limp in the end there.
Should I open my rock
Wait,
bit?
is this a gender bent? No.
Which apparently comes with the torso of Cosmo because I didn't want to spend $200.
Okay, I'm gonna chance it for this alone because I have
You shouldn't
no
have to buy
idea.
6 figures to build Cosmo. He's the best part of the movie. Or
All right,
she's the best
this
part
is
of the
my
movie.
first time seeing this.
I thought you couldn't share your screen.
Yeah.
What
It's a
is going on?
Trini Jason. It's from the comic. I believe.
Oh, okay.
Where
See,
like
I
the
didn't-
powers get switched.
Yeah, I didn't see that comic, but Yellow Ranger Jason, Red Ranger Trini.
Yeah.
At first, I thought somebody just put the wrong heads on the wrong
No.
figures. Why is
They're also
Jason
comic
dark
because you can tell because of the human heads. They're in that
I thought we were
comic
going
style.
back to the
Why did
90s,
Walmart
having the
decide
Barbie
to do
dolls
this
and Gay
sale?
Bob again.
Did
That's,
Walmart see Amazon was doing the sale and was like, we gotta do one too?
How much was that set?
$19.99, half price.
Yeah, that is actually almost worth it. The weapon effect that comes with, I guess, the Red Ranger Trini. I had that, but in green, and I put that over the power sword on my Skelegod figure. And I
I'm
always
sorry.
wanted that in blue.
The torso for Cosmo is bigger than Rocket. That shouldn't be the way.
Oh, wow.
That's so funny. Like, that's the Build-A-Figures part. Like, that, oh my
There's so
god.
many
That
people
shouldn't be
upset about that wave having such a small Build-A-Figure. It was so funny to see these grown men crying about that.
But it's the best Build-A-Figure, but also you should be able to get her separately. It's actually very similar to the Rocket I got.
Don't get that
I don't know.
Sabretooth us. You know they're going to do a 90s version.
What's that?
Don't do
I said,
it.
don't get that Sabretooth.
I
You know
know,
they're
but
going
I
to do a
like
90s
that version of
Oh,
Sabretooth.
he looks great.
But
And
this
his tail
version of
moves.
Sabretooth was that first Sabretooth that I met in Iron Fist.
I don't know. I have that Sabretooth. He just seems a little bit puny. Like,
wait, I can
Well, he
peg
does.
him.
And if you look at Sabretooth from the like 80s, 70s, 80s, before that, Sabretooth was not originally meant as a villain for Wolverine. That happened later. Sabretooth originally was a Daredevil and Iron Fist villain. And this is that version of Sabretooth. That earlier, he wasn't the hulking mass that he eventually became.
I don't know. I like him bigger. It's just my personal preference.
I agree. That's
We all like
personally.
him bigger.
I was gonna say some people are size queens.
But yeah, this torso of Cosmo is literally bigger than Rocket. Wait, it's his head too? I think I'm gonna have to get the rest of the body now.
Is it sad?
So
I want this figure.
Since
I'm deceased.
Oh
Also,
wow,
they
that's
did
nice.
shit on her head.
Yeah, it's
right.
Oh, she can move her body.
Muscle mommy, She-Man.
Mommy. Yeah. Look at
Well-
literally bigger than Rocket.
I'm just gonna.
That's
Hold on.
crazy. Like,
Well, dogs are bigger than raccoons.
some.
Yeah,
Depends
that's
on the
true.
raccoon.
Okay, that might be an instant buy. Price isn't the best, but fuck.
But
Yeah, I might have
yeah.
to get the legs and the tail now.
So I was stopping here because I was trying to
My
figure out,
wallet.
and I'm realizing now, yes, there are definitely sculpted breasts, but they look kind of like almost
just
like
looks
they
like
didn't
normal
alter it.
chesticles.
But yeah.
It literally doesn't look like anything than a normal dude's chest. I see no difference.
But if you look at a lot of those body sculpting women, that is how they look.
Yeah, because they don't have any fat.
Yep. So,
Same.
speaking of Sabretooth, Brick says, see, Brick, with this much running commentary, just jump in.
I know. What the dick, Brick? Say that right.
Can you help me figure out the size of Cyberzoic Smilodon? Thinking I may have to pass. Might be too small. You know what? Ed, do you remember back at PowerCon, didn't they have the Smilodon prototype, the Saber-tooth tiger prototype there?
Yep.
Ew. Oh, God.
Was
I hate
that
when there's
like
that
that
sticky
6-7
shit.
inch scale? Was that the 1/12 scale?
Why do toys get sticky?
I think I have a picture of it. I have to go into my files, which I can't do right now. But
yeah, I wonder if. Let me check and see if I still have those photos from John Emerald Knight.
I'm legitimately asking, why do toys get sticky?
Plastic sweats.
It's sweating. That's what's happening?
Yeah. Moisture gets zapped from the oils that it's used to create the plastic. And over time, it gets tacky and gummy as it breaks down. Typically, it's
How do
found
you
more
get rid of
commonly
it?
in. You can wash it, but it'll never stop.
Because I mean, I have old Lord of the Rings ones that are doing that, but this isn't that old.
It shouldn't be that old, but that just means McFarlane used some cheaper plastic.
So I don't know if you can see this, Oz, but here is a picture of the Smilodon with whoever that Mossman Mythic Legions figure.
Bryophytus.
Yeah.
There you go, Brick.
They don't have a size for it, but
can you send that to me on IG real quick? I'll put it up on the big screen, like full screen it.
Oh, that's right. Fine, Brick. You are forgiven.
Yeah, I'll send you the link because I can't save the picture. It won't let me.
Yeah,
there you go, Caleb. Warm soap and water with a washcloth will wash it away. Or wash it away. And yeah, he's definitely used cheaper plastics. And it really depends on the license too, because ones that he really likes, he does not seem to use the cheaper plastics on.
Sorry, these guys are so cute.
I don't blame you. Just hearing Chopper say,
"You know who else is so cute?"
Minecraft Oz. He's way cuter than the original Oz, that's for sure.
I don't know. The other one's kind of a square.
It's also only $8.99 for that
Might
saber.
Have my son get another one of those. I'll send it to you, Oz. I think he got discounted from somewhere. Anyway, he bought some.
I sent you the link to your actual IG messages.
But actually, it's from the Mattel warehouse. So
here we go, Brick.
Brick, I sent you something on IG too.
Oh, Happy Accident just picked up that lightning collector set. You are welcome, my friend. Yeah, Kids Warehouse is really cool. That's where Bud and I were trying to hunt down the Rey Mysterio, the original version, because he had the alternate wings and backpack. And we were like, oh, they've got it here. And it was like $6.99 versus like the $70 that most other places were charging. So we went ahead and we went to go buy it. And then when it showed up, it was the version 2 Rey Mysterio.
I sent that link to your IG too, Brick.
My Johnny 5.
So here we go. We got him sitting next to 7-inch Bryophytes here next to the Smilodon. It kind of works, Brick. I mean, it depends whether you were looking at having him as a mount or like a pet.
A mount.
Yeah. For the 3 3/4 inch 1/18, he definitely works as a mount.
Sorry, what is that rug? It is tripping me the
yeah, that
fuck
I
out.
would never like walk on it.
Absolutely
that
not.
one
On the left. Fucking-lutely not. Not today, Satan. Not tomorrow. Not ever.
There's playing videos like
what about this Johnny number 5?
Walking all around it because they don't want to walk on it.
Oh yeah, that's like my roommate got a rug.
They don't trust
Her cat
walking on it.
Refuses to walk on it. It's so funny. I mean, he finally is starting to, but
now I see buying one of these to do Khazar for sure.
Oh, for sure, that would work for that. Definitely.
Yes, you have
Savage
to
Land.
now.
Oh man, it would look perfect.
Also, has anyone
much does
still
it back
seen
him?
Mossman? Because I still have never seen him.
I haven't seen him. I mean, I have him, but I haven't seen him in a store.
Stopped looking for
How
him
the fuck
after I
did you
got
get
him.
him?
I've kind of seen him at a store.
My cousin up north.
Kayla,
I
are
went
you
to
serious?
pick 'em up.
Trying to hunt one down? Because I know I got.
Not up north near me, right?
In like Placerville.
No, okay, that's not near me. Yeah, because there's been none around here, except for there's one at the toy show that me, Brick, and Michael went to. And it was only $60. It wasn't too bad.
They got a vintage collection Mace Windu that I kind of want. Now I'm starting to look at vintage
Mace
collection again.
Windu. Does anyone else
Well,
watch
like,
Bad
you
Lip
know.
Reading? No?
Oh, man.
Bad Lip Reading, anyone?
Oh, Bad Lip Reading?
Yes.
I like Bad Lip Reading.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I love
Seagulls
the football
picking at my
ones.
head.
The one where he's like, Mace Windu. My favorite is the Game of Thrones one. And it's fucking what's his nuts in the first season, who's just like a piece of shit. The king. The
Every
original king
character?
that's not Ned Stark. Yeah, I know, it's every character. But when he's like dying because he got hit by the board. Oh, Robert Baratheon.
Yeah.
And in the Bad Lip Reading, he's talking to Ned Stark and he's like, poor baby, I'm gonna sing you a song. Little bunny bunny, you're so pretty and cute and you're precious to me. So anytime like someone is like, you know,
Those are
feeling
hilarious.
down on themselves, I just sing that song.
It's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brick, I
I
made
like
that
that.
especially for you.
Seagull. Stop poking me in the head.
Huh?
The seagulls stop poking me in. Stop poking me in the
Oh,
head.
yes.
Have you not seen
I
that
thought you
one?
said Smeagol, and I was like, I don't know if
That's what I
they-
thought he said too. I was
Yeah.
They've done a Lord of the Rings
Lord of
one
the
too.
Rings.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh wait, did I don't think I showed my
the Seagull song is classic.
my big
Yeah.
old
Mhm.
super mutant.
And the Walking Dead ones are pretty good too.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, it's
The
the
Super
Mutant
New
Fly.
Ninja Turtles.
Oh, Kayla,
That is really cool.
I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but they have all 4 of the original turtles on Amazon for $7 a piece. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
I mean,
so tempted.
I think you need them.
Yeah, I really do, because I want to mix
totally
them with my
order
like
them.
Origin
if-
figures.
If they're glow in the dark, even better.
So those ones sadly are like $40 a piece. Amazon.
40. Wait, the Playmates new ones?
Yeah.
Yep.
Only like 15. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
People buy them and resell them on fucking Amazon.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
And sadly, there are people that only shop on Amazon and don't just get up off their ass and go to a store.
Like
Whale
me?
If they did, they would never pay that price.
Yeah.
I don't go to the store.
I bought them. I can't remember.
That was the.
Why don't you
the
go to the
facial
store,
expression
bud?
that Bud just
Rude.
had was priceless. Like me?
But
That's
my
a good
favorite
point. I
part
didn't
is the
think
little
about that. I
turtles.
apologize.
No.
They put
It's okay.
the
I
little
just
turtles
need to
in
get up off my lazy ass and go to a store.
That's right.
Walk
Bud.
around
Don't
and
overpay
waste
for
money
toys
on
because you're walking
Casper.
off your ass.
Toys that
Why
won't be
would you?
there, and
At least when they're $7.99 though, bud, like or $6.99, why would you go to the store to buy those?
well, apparently I need to get up off my ass.
Well, I mean,
If you
you know,
own
that way you can buy the other
That
Ninja
was kinda
Turtles.
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gone to 3 Walmarts this week, and none of them have the new
Okay.
mutants because I
Does
want
that
Mondo
figure
Gecko.
does that figure come with a little tiny horse that falls off of his leg?
No, just
Not
they don't
worth
even
it
look
then.
like horses. It just looks. I know. I'm very.
We need
sad,
a
but
little
you
horse,
can
like
rotate
a little
the
button
feet.
on the side that just launches a little like plastic horse
I
off.
know.
Oz, you
That
got to
was so
pop up
good.
Allison's comment.
Oh,
You and your one kidney carry your asses.
get your one kidney ass up into the store, boy. Oh, whoa, that had other
Oh, I just
connotations.
realized there's 2 other turtles, but they aren't painted on the bottom.
Oh, true Playmates
You see,
fashion. Detail
like
with
even
that.
the 4 turtles, when I get them, I definitely want to paint them, and definitely that accessory rack. I'm gonna leave the weapons on them, but I'm gonna like paint them all and paint the little canister booze and stuff.
So
I thought it was so close to the rats.
I will say this: they have a Python Patrol bat. They have the Viper 3-pack.
I saw that one. I saw one figure that I really wanted to pull the trigger on. It's one I've been looking for forever, even though it still is a little over priced. But they have the Buzzworth Bumblebee. Oh, who was it now? Damn it! Not Hot Rod.
I can bring it back up if you
Bumblebee, but he's red. What? Cliff
Jumper.
Cliff Jumper. Yeah, there we go. Because Cliff Jumper, for some reason, whenever they release him, he's resold for like really high, and it's annoying because I want him, but I'm not going to pay like 60, 70 bucks a piece for him.
Well, they've got the Lightning Collection Power Sword, Red Ranger Power Sword.
I saw that too. Yeah, it was like 100. And, yeah,
150 as opposed to 300. It's pretty awesome.
Anyone else a football fan?
Yes, matter of fact, I am. Love my Ravens.
Too bad.
The only football I know is like the late 90s Packers.
What is that figure, Caleb?
Jerry Rice, baby.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what type of figure is it? What's it called? Pro Action?
Starting lineup Pro Action.
Oh, it's starting
lineup.
Oh,
That's
Stiff
when they
arm.
started to put the features in
they started
the.
to have
Like, look at his arms. They're fucking massive.
Oh, yeah.
His hands are ridiculous.
Way exaggerated. Look at them stubby feet, too.
Oh, man, he's got like that old school Hasbro body slam wrestlers.
Yep.
Like,
Right.
in them, look to him.
Yeah. Oh. So somebody post a picture of one of the Stephen Curry.
I'm sorry, did you just say Stephen Curry?
My bad. I don't watch basketball enough.
Steph
Curry.
Curry.
Thank you. They just showed him showing up at, what was it, Marshall's for, the new starting lineup figure for like $13.99.
Oh my god, of course.
The ones that were originally like 50 or 60 bucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
yeah,
60.
those ones that we just saw last year for $60, and everybody was like, what in the hell were they thinking? He's now like $13.99.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that real quick.
And McFarlane comes out with what people want for sports teams, just little statues.
Yep.
Here, Hasbro, hold my beer. I'll show you how
We're about to go 6-0 tomorrow, baby.
Nice. Good for you guys.
We'll see. I know. Jesus, it's been torture. My grandpa had season tickets since the first or second year they were around. And then my dad inherited them. And then in high school, my dad was like, this is way too much money, which is good because then 2 years later, or a few years later, they moved to Levi's. And if you wanted to keep your tickets at Levi's, you had to pay $10K per ticket to keep them at Levi's. Is that insane?
Morning, Eric.
Like, that's crazy.
So apparently, Walmart is clearancing out Indiana Jones.
What are they going
They're
for?
also $7.49, and these are like
the
adventure series.
Wow.
And what was the story? Oh my.
Oh no, not Walmart. He says Target clearance.
Story behind that?
Is that Catman?
Black.
Yeah, I know. I've heard before. See on the
Carnivus. What are those lion people
yeah.
called?
That's right. Yeah.
That's why he's got the little pretty
I got
kinos.
fat.
Got
He was
the
on sale
spot with
from
his
The buck on
crazy
that
legs.
figure is amazing.
It's like Slender
He was
Man.
on sale. One
Beer
of the
belly Slender
things.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly. And I should be getting my Hobie soon. I pre-ordered him years ago, essentially. And then I'm gonna get the custom head from, was it Orbis on Instagram? I did get the big pack. It's not the Marvel Legends, but it's the what's this? Anyone know what I'm talking about? This one?
Which that pack?
Hit myself in the mouth.
Not quite the Titan size, not the
No,
Titan Hero
it's
series, but like
still
that.
like almost.
It's the more kid
Yeah.
friendly pack or something, like slightly
Because
less articulation.
Spock does.
Oh yeah, that's why I saw that Five Below
I
today.
like. I
The most
didn't realize
transparent
that
I've ever seen.
fucking Spider-Man 29, he's translucent on bottom, and I was like,
Oh.
well, it's translucent.
Translucent bottoms. That's what we all wish
And it was
for.
and plus you have fucking oh my god, not Vulture. And I want to say Voltron. Why the fuck? Why is it so hard to think of his name? Prowler.
Yeah, the Prowler. Yep.
Voltron.
I like Voltron. Spider-Man villain. That's good. I like it.
I missed that part of the movie.
Yeah. you missed that? My wrong team up. No. How the fuck do you get it out of here? How did I get my other ones out? Why did they make this so difficult? Oh, there is a hole.
There's always a hole.
There's always a hole.
I was afraid with these heads too. Just how they're all blue inside.
And it could be a vine hole.
They're gonna rub off the leaving in a box together.
Could be a
What's
vine.
rubbing on?
That's right.
What's rubbing on what?
What did you guys
what?
think? Did anybody see the Diamond Selects Annihilus?
I did not.
What's
I saw the Archangel, which looks
the
cool,
Archangel.
but it's out of scale. He's not a character I want big.
Okay, yeah.
His little butt. Oh my god, I'm dead. His butt.
Is it flat?
The toys.
This is amazing. I almost didn't get him, but I was like, he's on sale. What? It's so cute. Okay, hold on.
Halo, why does your spot figure always stand backwards on your shelf? Because his butt's so cute.
You guys heard it here. Kayla likes cute flat butts.
I like all butts, to be fair. Butts are great. Come in all shapes and sizes. I like big butts and I cannot lie, and I like little butts and I cannot lie. I like flat butts, I like round butts, I like small butts, big butts.
So,
all the butts.
I do know that Steph Curry is one of the top players.
He is
NBA today.
The best player. Fuck LeBron.
There you go. There you go. So right there, that's probably going to cause some controversy, but that's whoa.
12.99.
He is a. I'm
$12.99.
sorry. He's a piece of shit. He is an actor. He takes acting lessons. He is constantly flopping on the court. You don't see Steph doing that. So, there you go. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah,
I
right
just
there.
lost Rocket.
So, hey, if you guys are into the sports and you want Steph Curry cheap, there he is.
Hashtag sports.
Did they
I can't
put out all 6 figures that they had planned, or did they only do half of it?
Oh God, I can't even remember at this point because it was such a bomb.
Yep.
Like they were trying to push it, and everybody was just like, "No."
Yeah. And then they tried justifying the price by saying they had to pay extra licensing for the NBA and the sneakers.
Yeah. Okay. And then we can't afford to even give similar tattoos.
That is some bullshit.
Like that's the part that got me kind of like, okay, so you can't do the actual tattoos or whatever for whatever reason. I got you, but you can put some kind of tattoo on there.
Yeah, like it's not that hard. I don't get why tattoo. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how it works, but it seems dumb.
The wrestling figures have tattoos on them.
Yeah.
That's because the WWE owns their soul, so
Yeah.
they can sell it to whoever they want to make it.
They've sold their souls.
On the TNA,
I love him getting everything out except for a spot.
The
Andrew,
tattooing
no.
process isn't bad though, because I mean, there's been quite a few classified figures with tattoos.
How far is Andrew behind?
I know, he's behind.
He's so far behind. How do I know so much about sticky toys? Well, funny thing about that.
I'm literally getting everything else out except for spot.
Oz watches a lot of Toy Polloi.
Sure, Dan. Ah! We're okay. We're okay. Avoided a catastrophe.
So they've got more Buzz Lightyear stuff in the Toy Story section than they do in the Buzz Lightyear section. That I find kind of funny.
That is funny.
That is like some kind of starship playset that came with the new Buzz Lightyear film. That actually was a kind of cool set. You could kind of have it as a stand-in for the starship.
Some of the Buzz Lightyear toys they made for that new movie was good, but the movie
like that robot.
They did it. I loved the movie.
Yeah, I liked it.
I really enjoyed the movie. Plus, it was my husband that did the voice, so I mean.
Who was the big fan back in the day? That little pancake ass. AYUSAS.
You could say his ass is very spotty at best.
He has a holy ass.
I got this for $20 off Finger Hut.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Wait, I'm sorry. Finger Hut?
Finger butt.
Finger Hut.
Finger. What the fuck is Finger Hut?
A Finger Hut is like a pay or you shop and you get credit at store credit and then you buy stuff.
What is that, Thanos?
It's the Buzz Lightyear playset thing.
Yep.
I'm not going to unfold it because I don't have room on my desk. But
I've seen that. Yeah, it's pretty. I think Fanboys Forever did a video how it goes good with his Motu.
I love
it. Also fits Origin style.
Yeah, I actually used it. I had the New Adventures He-Man sitting here, and then I had like Nordor off in the distance and took a picture.
Very cool.
That's cool.
Nordor, not rings.
Hey, we beat the record.
Yay!
So with that figure there,
cool.
I've seen people do repaints of that figure as a horde trooper.
Yeah, that's all
this. I wouldn't even think of Horde Trooper.
Badass.
Nah. So like, I'm a big fan of Venom, and anybody who like looked at that very first Lethal Protector miniseries, they have these drilling robots going through the underground homeless shelters of San Francisco. Basically, there's this whole underground city that during the earthquakes, like the entire city collapsed underground and was stuck under there. And they had these drillers going down trying to find this old city. and their suits kind of looked like this. And I was like, man, I want to get one of those so I can have my Diamond Selects Venom fight them.
God damn it.
I've seen this robot turned into
Just
so many
ignore
different
me.
customs for G.I. Joe, for Marvel Legends, for all sorts of things.
Because it's just a fun universal robot. I like it. I really like it.
Got those horse
And
bell bottoms too.
at $9.99.
All right.
The Destructor. It's such good. Did you order anything off their in-stock sale that they had just recently?
The prototype one?
Did
Or
you?
no, no, the class 10 one. No, because I
Yeah.
have
Oh, really? I noticed you got the
Yeah.
Terror Tub back there.
Yeah, I got the tub. I got Slimer. Oh, he's up there. I got the library ghost lady.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a lot of them. Oh, I got their little like glow in the dark turtles because
Why
glow in
not?
the dark and turtles. So you had me.
Exactly. They did it before Playmates.
Twist
I mean, what?
I mean, what? And I got their little glow in the dark muncher. So cute. But yeah, I ordered the Moog. Strutting Moog.
Ooh, strutting Moog,
But
strutting
yeah,
this stuff.
she's just so good. But they did
She is.
say that when they do another run of her, that they will send us one to do a giveaway. So very excited about that.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
That is really
Yeah.
awesome.
They're
Nah,
gonna
I
be
love
going
those
to
guys.
Comic-Con tomorrow. Also, it's hard to tell, but these are bats. These lights. I don't have them on right now, but I decided to somewhat decorate, even though like you can't see shit, and I've like thrown shit in random places. And those bots.
Talking
I
about
like
the
them.
ones.
Oh.
The one that I just had shown up.
Yes. I just made my life harder for tomorrow morning by doing all this.
Right? That tends to be what we do. Saturday
4:30 in the
night.
morning is going to
it.
make tomorrow morning or later this morning harder already. So.
Right.
Oh, Jesus, it's 1:25. Okay, well, we beat our record.
We certainly have. That happened.
And I love how I'm saying our record.
Well, because I mean, you
beat the
guys
clubhouse record.
really hang out for it, right? So I appreciate you guys all being here each and every Sunday, hanging out and doing this with us.
Saturday.
Because I have a lot of fun. It's Sunday.
Sunday now.
It's Sunday.
Okay, guys.
I was hoping somebody would have caught that.
Oh, I
It
mean, I'm
started
here, so I'm going to
Saturday.
catch that.
Oz and I
I'm just
are
fucking
4.5 hours
OCD.
into Sunday, so
Right.
Yeah, you guys are
we're
nuts.
living in the future.
Nuts.
It's just how we roll.
Oh, I got ice cream tonight that had love nuts in it, and I literally asked the lady, I'm like, what the fuck are love nuts? And she's like, they're nuts covered in 12 layers of chocolate. I'm like, sold.
Okay. I was going to say.
She didn't say love because I would have been like,
12 layers of what?
I mean, it's an ice cream place, so.
How many
But it was
guys you got
coffee.
back there?
It was literally called Coffee and Love Nuts. It's from Salt
Oh,
and
that
Straw.
sounds really good.
That's really
Coffee flavored ice cream.
They got that vintage collection Boba Fett.
I'm not as good with like coffee itself because it really piques my anxiety, but coffee flavored things, especially ice cream.
Well, it's funny too because the coffee
Yeah, salt and
flavor,
straw.
coffee flavor tastes like how coffee smells.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas coffee itself tastes nothing like it smells.
Yeah, it's very bitter and can be very acidic. Yes, salt and straw. Yep.
Unless you cold brew and it gets rid of some of the acidic.
Right.
Yeah, cold brew is great, especially nitro cold brew. Tasty.
So I'm gonna have to buy this vintage collection Boba Fett. They got the deluxe one. It's only $12.99. It's so cheap and it's a Boba Fett. I love my Boba Fett.
But you're paying the Boba Fett tax.
Not at $12.99.
Actually, their
They've
shipping
refunded
isn't
Boba
that
Fett.
bad.
Their shipping is really amazing, and they got a Fennec. They've got the Fennec Shan too, so I might just get them both for the pair.
Is it Boba Fett from
I need to
the
get a
original
Fennec.
trilogy or Boba Fett from the?
Wait, what is
No,
this
it's Book of
on?
Boba Fett.
Book of Boba Fett.
Kids Warehouse. I'll send you the link, Kayla.
Oh, okay. I need to get a Fennec. I was just thinking about that. Ow. Why did I decide to do that?
But that's the vintage collection, right? So 3 3/4.
I like
4 inch,
vintage
whatever.
Right,
collection.
which is
Oh, I do
that's my
have.
preferred collection
I
when it
have
comes
my
to Star
Ahsoka. I
Wars.
didn't
So
Star
open.
Wars, yeah.
I've got the original Kenner colored Boba Fett, and I got a Boba Fett years ago. It was a Han Solo and Boba Fett 2-pack, and I picked that up because I used to have a big Boba Fett collection, but
You used to have
that
a
was
big
years
Boba
ago.
Fett. I see.
No, I used to have a huge Star Wars collection, and then the house burned down. So
I'm
it's
so
like
sorry.
after recollecting and then losing your Star Wars collections, you kind of stop after a while. But I always have had a thing for Mandalorians since long before there were all these different
Before
Mandalorians. So I've thought of
And everyone
there's been
wanted her to sit on their face.
Back when Mandalorians were actually a warrior tribe, and pretty much that was it.
right. So like I'm excited that there's all this new Mandalorian stuff. So it's been making me think about it. And with the prices that they're selling the on Kids Warehouse, it's like that's not too bad. They've even got the Costco Reeves for like $16.99.
Oh yeah.
I'd love
think
to
I
have
saw
a
that
Black
too.
Series Boba Fett, but I'm not paying $34 for a
Mm-mm.
Boba Fett figure that they're considered
Nope.
deluxe. That's not deluxe.
Nobody's paying that for them. Like my
That's
pegs,
why he's
they're
still sitting
clogged
there.
with them.
Oh yeah, yep. They'll sit there till
What
they go
about
to
your
clearance.
pegs?
They're clogged. They just got to peg harder, and get it out of there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he carries around a bag of dicks. That way he can have different sizes. Helps clean it out a little
I
bit.
mean,
Sometimes
you
I like the
never
little
know.
ones. Like sometimes I want the bigger
Yeah.
one.
You got the starter
Yeah.
one, and then you work your way up to the.
I just
long.
thought get a bag of those like gummy dicks and stick them onto the end of each peg.
Oh. Well, you can there's dicks you can stick onto what the
They go on
fuck
right here.
light
It's magnetized.
switches.
Right.
There
Light
you go.
switches.
What do
And I need to do that because it needs to
what was it?
happen.
Magnips?
I love that it wiggles.
Hashtag Magnips.
Magnips.
Magnets.
I know. I had a friend get an actual one, and she's like, "Look, it's so cool!" And it was like wiggling around. I'm like, "Oh no!" And she was like, "Yeah, you're right." I'm like, "Yeah. Why would you get one that wiggles?"
Got to wiggle it just a little bit. Oh.
I was kicking
All right,
old
guys.
school with that song. Jeez.
Right. Because I'm old. All right, guys, let's do that beautiful round table thing that we do. Ed.
What's going on? So let's see. Tomorrow night on Hella Dope Toys, they're doing a unboxing of the Mask of the Red Death. So I
Which I
will
have
make
to
sure to tell
avoid.
them not to show the face under the skull mask.
Sorry.
I thought that
Chopper
was a
just
belch,
shit.
Kayla. Wow, I was impressed.
Well,
And then-
it looks like you can open it.
No matter
Oh,
what
yeah.
goes on my stream, you guarantee can't speak this early in the morning.
Sorry.
That somebody's gonna take a shit, and Chopper just did.
Yeah.
He done shitted my stream.
And then Tuesday on my show, we are going to have a discussion on the Dark Crystal with special guest Chamberlain. So that'll be Tuesday night at 8:30.
That's cool.
Yeah. And that's pretty much it for now, I believe. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanos.
Probably tomorrow a new episode of my retrospective. Not 100% sure. But it'll be coming soon. And then every day on Instagram, Wednesdays are hump days, Fridays are Fisto Fridays. And if you like my spicy shots, November is going to be Naughty November. So every post in November.
We need a Taco Tuesday shot.
Taco.
Like Eva
You might
Lynn's
as well go
brand.
all in if you're going Naughty November.
Well, guys, so much for No Nut November.
That's what I told you. Remember, Thanos?
I know, but I really hope people aren't nutting to my pictures. I mean,
we were not supposed to.
No.
Don't yuck their yum.
There's always one.
I'm doing this all wrong. So, Cobb, what you got coming up?
Good job, Nolan.
Nothing. Nada. No.
Just you got a giveaway going on right now, bro.
Yeah. Yep. So off again for if anybody sees this later. We got that giveaway from today. So if you watch the video, you can see all the details and know exactly what to do. And give away that busting out He-Man. Only 11 people in there right now, so odds are good, but got to the end of the week.
There we go, folks. You heard it. It's the end of the week. Go check out that video.
So Friday, 12 o'clock Pacific time.
Sorry. I just saw this on Kevin toying around story and died.
It took me a second to see Darth Maul
Toying
for reasons.
Toying Around is a really, really fun, good show, too.
Yeah, he's the best. I love him and I love Yoko. They're great. I mean, like Ernie's on their Boba Fett and like everyone who's on Enablers and fucking
I was gonna say, just the Enablers.
Paul Sun-Yun goes on there and fucking Ryan Tang. Like everyone's great. It's just a great group of people.
They are definitely amazing over there. And thank you to Ryan Dole for introducing me to, helping me find them, because he was like, yeah, one of these Thursdays I was going to be on Toying Around, and I went to go check it out. And this is before even Toy Frenzy was on Thursdays, so I always have to catch the replays now, though. That's okay though.
I usually I'll jump on after Trek Retrek and talk, and then I'll go back and watch the beginning. Yeah, he's the best. Yeah, and Brick finally got to virtually meet him. I was like, Brick, don't go too fanboy over him.
Right. Sometimes, as us content creators ourselves, like meet people that we've watched, we tend to fanboy out a little bit. I mean, at least I know I have. But I mean, that's part of it. Like I've said it a dozen times. I didn't think, like, when I was just watching people a little over a year ago, that I wouldn't be doing the channel and the show. And now it's like, hey, I've actually shared screen time with a lot of the people I just used to watch. So I think that's amazing. All right. So Kayla.
Oh, it's me.
turn.
Okay, well, in what time is it? Less than 10 hours. No, Siri, do not talk to me right now. No, fuck off. In less than 10 hours and 9.5 hours, I will be doing a stream with Collector Caitlin, and I'm gonna be unboxing a shit ton of Doorables, because dear God, the fucking adorable holes. With Collector Caitlin. I'm super excited. I've been talking with her for a while now, but it's hard because she's in the UK, so totally different time zone. So
5 hours
excited.
ahead.
Well, for me, it's 8 hours.
Oh yeah, that's right, because you're on the West Coast.
Yeah.
She's a West Coast Avenger.
I am. And so doing it at 11 a.m. Pacific, and which I put the UK time in there too, because I'm like, well, her audience might be in the UK, so that was fun to do. So yeah, very excited to do that. And she has some Doctor Who Magic the Gathering cards she's gonna open, and she said some other stuff too that she doesn't really know. It'll kind of be like a mystery. to both of us. And then Monday we're doing our Stranger Things stream because Johnny has not seen it before, which we're doing 2 episodes each week, so we just did the first 2 last week, and he just texted me yesterday and he's like, so I finished all of season 1 already. I'm like, haha, I got you. I told you you would like it.
That's how it happens.
Yeah, so we're gonna be doing episodes 3 and 4 Monday night, normal Trek Retrek Thursdays, and then we're gonna be talking about Loki on Friday. Guess to be determined. Still have to figure that out, but yes. Yeah, that's it. Follow us at GTFO channel on everything. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, Bud, did you see they had that Decepticon Sparkless Seeker?
Yeah.
Could that work?
For what?
With a little bit of paint? Sorry, I'm just looking at more toys.
For Starscream?
You said you were looking for a Seeker, right?
No, I'm looking for Sweep.
That's right.
Sweep and I forget his name. He's basically Sweep, but he's like darker blue.
Right.
Because there was Cyclonus. Yeah, Scourge.
Yeah.
Scourge or Sweep, I mean, honestly, like the little color difference doesn't really matter.
Well, Bud, it's your turn.
I'll just call Sweeping. Oh,
what you got?
Besides just editing my next video, not much, but tomorrow I got some stuff coming in the mail. I ordered a couple more acrylic risers because my figures keep falling off the damn shelves. And I also,
Sunday?
yeah, Amazon, because I don't go to stores.
Right, that's right.
And walk my ass around.
You don't take your single
Nope.
kidney ass to the store.
Nope. But I also bought some. They're 2 millimeter wide plastic rods that fit Origin figures' hands. So I'm going to be creating like weapons, accessories, and stuff.
The sentence you just said there. Rods and, or yeah, okay.
I'm just going to leave it there. Yeah. Yep.
It was so very close to. Yeah. So close.
But yeah, besides that, just kind of chilling and painting, watching streams.
All right. Well, look, we've got. This is. I gotta say, Nolan, for a first stream, you came on and rocked out nearly this entire show with us.
Yeah.
Helped break another record, not just by a little. Like we went way over just that
20
little bit.
minutes over.
Oh yeah, that's right. So we appreciate you being here. Why don't you tell us what you've got going on?
Nothing too exciting. Hopefully get a few things in this coming week. Have a few new photos coming out, hopefully. That's probably about it. Be in a few chats, like always.
A few. Just
a
a few.
just
gonna be in a couple.
Sprinkle.
Just a couple. Not all of them. Okay, all of them. All right. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure to
Wait a
spend
minute.
this
What do you got going on, Oz? You didn't say yours.
Yeah. Come on,
I was getting
Gotta
to
promote
that.
your stuff, man.
Promote my stuff. What do I got going on? You will see me in just about on every live stream that Nolan's in the chat this upcoming week. As a matter of fact, Michael sent me a sweet screenshot of last week's Toy Habits where Thanos said, another stream that I remember ending last Saturday saying that I wasn't appearing in any streams on Sunday.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then Michael
Busted.
Well, because I had Connor coming over, so I really wasn't expecting to jump in. Like I might jump in on a TKO or I might jump in on Bill's Hangout, but I had Connor here, so I wasn't going to do any streaming. And then Michael goes, "Hey, we could use someone to come on for Toy Habits. are you available? So I just asked him, I was like, what time is it? And he was like, oh, it's going to be this time, this time Pacific. And I was like, let me see. Oh, that's well after Connor's gone. I'll be there. There I was. So, it's just how it goes. But yeah,
how it
you'll catch
flows and
me.
how it goes.
That's right. You'll catch me somewhere live the rest of this week. Coming up next week, you've already got me lined up for 3 days because we'll be doing Toy Frenzy on Thursday. And then on Friday night, I will be making a debut on Off-Worlds. So that'll be a bit different, as I normally don't do a stream Friday night, but auditioning with the fellas at Off-Worlds. So that'll be really cool. And then, of course, Saturday night, you'll catch me here again. And then who knows where I'll be on Sunday. But eventually, I will get to the point where I'm just streaming Thursday through Sunday.
Maybe you'll go 9 hours. Who knows? Yeah, crazier things. This is going to turn into like a 24-hour stream soon enough.
It's going to start Friday night and go all weekend.
All night long.
I can do it. Right. I know. You know what, though? Lawrence did kind of throw down the gauntlet. He said he wanted to see me do 6 hours by myself without a whole cast and crew to help carry the conversation and flow. A whole cast.
Well, I'm not excited.
And I got to think about a time when I could probably set that up and do it. But I'll be completely honest. I don't think it would be too hard for me. It's not going to be too far of a stretch from what I'm already doing. It'll just be talking with everybody through the chat versus on screen at the same time.
There'll just be an awkward half-hour break every couple hours where his screen just goes blank. He's not talking.
No, I'll be taking it with me.
You can do a pre-recorded video and just throw it in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Lawrence covers the first 2 hours of his show covering the news, though, so that makes it simple, right? Because he's just reading, talking about the figures that are coming out. So.
Yeah, that's cheating.
I don't know. He also left to go take his son to work or whatever. Just left the stream going that one time.
But I mean, he's not. He's not just rambling for 6 hours. I mean, it's 2 hours, 2.5 of the news. So.
Well, and you know what the funny part about that is too is I made the comment where Lawrence does sit there for that whole time, whereas I have started to take these breaks throughout the stream because I got enough guys going on here that it's hey, I can just pop out for a minute and go grab my nicotine fix.
Yeah. And
then he mentioned that one, and I was like, I forgot about that, where he had to leave so he could pick up his son and come back.
So funny. Well, I don't know if anyone saw highly articulated Adam's stream when one of his kids just was running away from home. He had to go and bring them back. I was like, this is peak content right now.
Right.
They were fine. Spoiler alert, they were fine.
Absolutely fine. Everybody, they were fine.
I even texted him after. I was like, are you sure they're fine? He's like, yeah.
But yeah, that's the fun of live streaming, because you really don't know what's going to happen when, and crazy stuff does happen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, folks. Well, we appreciate you all being here and joining us for another Clubhouse Hangout this weekend. We will see